It's set up there that has been pending for over 2 hours. I backed on to the one in pending 2 hours ago, so I'm not sure if something is going on with Motorola or what, but I have been out there. Is there any way to check to see if this phone is still on?
Okay, do you want me to close it out?
At 119. Reference earlier, Cat 70, does your vehicle have location arguing?
Yep, the phone is still on?
Yeah, for right now, if you would, if they go back, then,
Because you can disregard, they have a second.
if the phone that I'm thinking is still on. Okay, so thank you.
February 16th. Go ahead. Two, start with two. Is that a line from that, yeah, sorry about that.
Hold it, please, Bob.
Go ahead, sir.
One thing about one thing. I think I already asked my question on when I was sure it was the same person that cut the traffic. Please give me a house back to them. Hopefully I appreciate it. Before I'm thinking, can you see if it's still active?
Time.
John's going up there. Control 333.
335 as it pops in and you'll update things.
I'm getting the pings. I just want to see if you can tell if the phone is still on or not.
John, man.
55 control.
I gotta get some water. I'll be right back.
And yeah, remember, you were extra Tom. 2-4. In the location, the 1900 plate. Control real time.
Okay.
And a couple cars just east in Wabash. There's two black females fighting a black male in the street.
335, they're advising if you're still getting pings and the phone should still be connected and on. Can you go to,
What?
I'm sorry, we're on CD2. Can you go to CD2 for that?
333. That vehicle comes back to a Chevy 99 local company. Thanks.
Good.
Control 242, you start look for the box truck. Truck is right.
Okay, Pat.
Yeah.
It is. How are you doing it? Load down anything?
Nothing or hearing anything, so you can mark all units and 10 uncounted.
It's got some junk, but nothing crazy.
Attention downtown 22, two available units for a call for help, 307 South Delaware. In front of Cityway Apartments, Mel just asking for help, said he thinks he was drunk, EMS around 300 South 200 East.
Control 300. On. Control, you just start finding the report number right now. Easy for both. 312.
Okay. Number 301, number 312, at 122.
That's 106, Mr. Head.
225, 323, start for an investigation. There's no one on number 62.
123.
Top of 31, David 346, David 34, start for suspicious person, Rockville, Leonard. 225, roll call.
Control 325, you copy the power line phone number.
342.
342.
Sure can, go ahead.
334, hold up. 933-563, yeah, just let them know that it was struck when it's not down, just got a dent in it.
No. Both is 123. Provided residents of white male with a bicycle possibly inside and on the property.
Well, that's about copy 1 point.
25, 123, 323. Go ahead.
That's 26, you can disregard, I don't see anybody.
Both patrol is around 1825, 1301, so that was it.
Control, are we still passing stuff on?
We are, that's affirmative.
Last name's Hutchinson, first name Darrell, David, Adam, Robert, Edward, 313-95, Black Matt, 99.
3652.
Any units that had a show of force by the white SUV, message Edward 323 with that. Both of them. Both cars.
Different times when you call for.
320, 335, what, you can disregard?
Or 123, sister cut herself with a vase, caller not answering any further questions. Could to determine if it would be took up subject or a vase just got injured. There was lots of yelling and screaming in the background. And they are advising there have been some break-ins in the area where the suspect was harvesting guns.
Hold on, okay. Yep.
You do me a favor, have these sisters go by 6200 Brookville. I believe it's the trailer park there, and it's gonna be 113. Look for this male, he'll be out running for IOP, and he's possibly armed.
Clarifies.
And he should be driving that, whatever car is in the run, away from my car, but, he's also with a second person.
Claire.
67, are you in the house? What the for?
390, are you gonna get that one at Eskenazi for them, or looks like it's gonna be carrying a firearm?
We got one at 312, one got his car.
I would assume that's downtown's responsibility.
We're gonna wanna stay on it. We'll see, have one more.
Yeah.
Maybe to it, I'm clear.
It's a north run, I was just asking if it would be you, or we'll have to try to figure out who. 335,
Go ahead.
390, would you be able to get that one?
Like these little Parrish, P-A-R-R-S-H. First name's gonna be Nathan, Ocean, Nora, Young, Adam. And Blackie knows from.
Yeah, we'll get it. Just looking to see if there's over 390 working. We'll pick it up.
Wait, thank you.
Thank you.
Report for negative on a suspended infraction ID.
390, we're checking to see if David 290 would get it. Control David 290.
390, I'll just be 1080 there. 390, I'm gonna try.
One please.
Okay, thank you.
Why,
Are you
Jesus.
available to pick up the wagon on at Eskenazi for the breeze unit?
Okay, let's get ready.
You can put me on it.
126. David 290's on the way to that one for the breeze unit.
253. Here, 79 Michigan Road.
Every day I'm hustling. Every day I'm hustling.
Fourth grade, please.
Every day I'm hustling. White Jesus. I missed you, bro.
Victor, are you?
330.
I'm having internet.
We're looking at that car, so you left your phone in that car.
Who's going to be taking it? 373 video.
Doom, 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 doom.
No, but I will now.
Controls in second minutes.
Please move, or Georgetown.
I think they were on NO3.
Are you leaving it as a stabbing, or do you want it to do something else?
What? You got it, don't worry.
The only description I have currently is a black male with a white shirt.
I know my cock. I don't know about your cock. I mean, I know my cock. My cock is cool as hell. Your cock, not that cool.
You're underneath it?
Know what I'm saying, G?
On the copter, on the
Do you know my cock?
Are you able to call it again? I don't see it.
My cock. You know my cock. My cock. My cock.
Are there any available units to go for an assist EMS at 336 South Delaware Street? Oh, that one for you?
Doom, 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 doom. My cock is a hard motherfucker. My cock is harder than your cock. I know that for sure. Test it now.
To, shopping plaza, tape to China.
The same subject from the call for help. Over 301 and set 26 responded to.
Yeah, I can hear it vibrating in the call, I just can't find the phone.
On the backyard.
I can hear it vibrating, bruh.
I think you fired a lot. You fired 5-1.
301 or 1026, did you find your guy?
I found my guy, bruh.
Yeah, I thought the same over my head.
The permit is just now pulling up to us.
Oh,
57 West
motherfucker.
25th, 5715 West 25. Outside behind apartment 2, lots of people drinking and playing loud music.
Alright, 25 milligrams, not scheduled.
And 328, can you both have Rapunzel up?
Alright, for sure something goes south.
My cock is quick to explode, but he'll come around for a second round with you. Mine will not. One, and I'm done. One, can we snuggle and go to
Maybe a black
sleep?
towel and all black clothing.
Like in the morning, I might do it again, but seriously, like,
I ain't got your back. If you want to make this up, you can.
nothing better.
Thank you to this turn supplementation.
Yeah.
Watch it. If we're on safe start.
Alpha 10 and 16, you guys can disregard it, the other road.
Go 322 traffic.
Okay.
Okay, I'll take our place.
And there were 301, are you guys in front of 307 so I can notify medic? Disregard.
Medics are with us, we're, across the street from 307, but yes.
322, I have it okay with that for sure.
29, and then okay. Yes.
345.
334, you're not pushing this way? 325.
259, did you have cover? Cover up the vehicle, man.
6267 North College, there's a fight.
311 from Westfield and Guilford.
Hold on.
Control, you bet. 923 to the 530.
131.
This is 90 minutes, sir.
324 is on the list.
Anybody coming?
He said it was 6267 in North College, is it out the vote?
What are you standing outside of?
335, I just found it. Center Park.
Later, Haven. Australia out.
They're not doing any fighting going on here, guys.
No more Australia.
See if there's any calls from, a friend on there.
What time is it over there? Like,
Alright.
Yeah, anybody else on the way, because I was using this for the fighting stop.
There's nothing displayed on the lock screen, and it, takes the code again. What kind of phone is it?
Control 2436.
2432, go ahead.
Putting your wagon for 2 adult males.
Okay.
get your wagon shagging, baby.
The house is good directly behind. It used to be inside there real well.
328.
Hey, about you, Kevin. They paid, DB, I need that, that's fine, please.
We took care of it. They should be calling you before they say, don't let us know.
What up? I am Fred Durst.
Did you mean the shirt for this?
Accidental.
Control, Beach Road 67 traffic.
Okay.
Thompson at 9, black Honda, I'll get you a plate in a second.
Thompson at 9, 135 on the car.
54 is with me.
Alright, that's it.
David, 41 or younger.
Yeah.
Control Beach Road 62, free up the Alpine Road back down to 67.
You got an iPhone charger you can bring over here.
Control, Beach Road 67, can you copy, please?
Yeah. Let me head back that way.
Go. Thank you.
136. Adam, Henry, Edward, 6, Adam, 0. Please, an organization, please. Can I have reserve, please?
Clear, 6, fired and black Honda Accord to an Anthony Robertson.
I'm clear, when did it expire?
2 years ago.
Where's the 8?
6 for a copy.
Go ahead.
Alright.
Doom, 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 doom. Fred Durst in the house, y'all. Yo. Yeah, what's up, man?
Control, Church, you think so?
Go ahead.
What?
Finish where it's you, and have a good morning.
I can.
Here's
You
one,
gonna be cool, or
137.
what's up?
Affirmative. So that structure that you guys are
Well, I
walking
mean,
next
it's
to,
late at night.
if you look at the
Nobody's
rear,
really been calling. I
if
mean,
you-
it just
the
depends.
second structure to your right, there's another.
People
looks
can
like a
always
fenced
call in. It
yard.
just depends
in the
on they
house.
can be bullshit or not and try to say the N word. I'm
Control,
over that.
you've been turned down the size yet.
Yeah,
Way too little,
there's no
being
point. I mean,
167. The backside, the east side of that house, there is
alright,
a
man.
e-signature.
Control, I just realized the instant location was wrong. I updated it. So the record notes comes at.
No, I'm not pissed off about it. I'm just over it. Dude, it
Petition
doesn't piss me
downtown
off.
22 over
I
331
can't
over
even hear when people
325
want to
Public
say
Road,
it.
18 Bridge, 125
Right.
South Pennsylvania Street.
I'm just saying, like, I'm over, like, I get it, like, I get it. It doesn't bother. I mean, I don't care. I'm not. I don't care.
And Centennial Plaza, Maryland, 200 South 50.
Yeah,
You put 325 on that.
they do. They do. That's why we
So
listen
we're
to the police
325 over
squad.
329, 138 over 331 disregard.
We get it all the time, though. We get it all the time, morning, noon, and night, bro. It's all good, dude. We don't mind. We're all good. We don't care. It is what it is, man. All right, dude. Well,
Good. 711 over 231 over 301, trouble children at 543 Indiana Avenue, behind location near Canal. System more juvenile screaming, no adults on scene, 500 north, 426 west.
426 West.
301.
Yeah, I'm gonna be at like 4,500 Michigan Road on a silver charger. Edward David, 784, came in a car, no rush.
North service is for 3,500 Michigan. 231 over 301 at 139.
Back 322 is great, Michigan.
324 observation.
Can you copy of that?
We also regulate Buchanan and Mill Street, is this our silver bull?
Oh, okay, wow.
So put me at 40 Washington Street at that much, that's it.
And 139, CBT.
That's one thing.
Go ahead.
That should be the northern border, as far as I'm aware.
Okay. 345.
Instruction of these two homeless people.
They're on McCarty.
Negative.
345, New York.
Our border's going further south down to Ray Street.
Like, so recommended that where they only want to.
Slow night all the way around.
They're active on the right Honda Ted, Brandis McCarty.
Hey, Frank.
They can bend or doesn't matter, they don't, they don't, it doesn't matter.
Ooh, ooh.
On the Pennsylvania side entrance to that part of the gate, you can have security come by the thin edge, so you don't have to jump it.
Clear.
So I don't get interested.
What do you have over here? I got two females over here on Maryland on the bench.
Okay, 1,220 questions.
Control 332 traffic.
232.
Call or two homeless males living in the parking.
And then you cover right yes again.
It's running right in for the summer. 1 o'clock.
Troy, I'm reading the 141.
Actually, there's 10.
141.
Control 340. Got it. Control
We're
340.
listening to Police Scanner and chilling out. What are you doing?
I just slammed the door on us. Can we get 2 more cars?
What are you doing? We're listening to Indianapolis Police Scanner.
BWP.
People like it, it seems. You know, it's not
Reference the shots fired for the next week.
shots
Give
fired.
me that new Heritage Drive, I'll take it.
What do you want to play?
Yes. My fellow people will back on in a second. Control you, 14 on arrest.
Control over 325.
Go ahead.
Okay, they're asking that you guys go to Maryland Street.
43, there is a door on this other side of the house.
New York looking Fred Durst,
Yeah,
baby.
you can
I don't really care about it.
Clear, control, can you, supervisor?
Okay, the homeless females are 2 white females. I don't have a clothing description. Control for
I don't know if I want to take phone calls.
Yeah, I got them. You can start
Yo.
throwing up everywhere. Not responding.
Ah,
Stay away
that's
from
what I
me.
thought. Knew it.
Clear. Okay.
Control, when people leave, you have DUI for one now.
Just information, you got, two juvenile females inside and, 1 adult female that we know of. Control, can you have, Charles 345, call me and try it quickly.
Okay.
345 control.
East District 32, shots fired, 2070 North Arlington Avenue.
Shots fired.
Lighting on side, lighting on side.
Click, click, boom.
So I'm about to send you Baker 343 CS page to find your subject.
Clear, you might wanna have them send it to AQSO. Baker 324, Baker 350 and 143. Male walked inside the doors, threatened the counter clerk, walked outside, fired 1 shot, walkway eastbound.
243, that's fire.
340, I wasn't able to find a DUI card.
344, 337, and then that's taken 231 at 3 and 10 was.
Clear, first car that gets here, neither of our cars are closed. Come, south where our cars are parked and you'll see me.
32431, Central.
10-9.
I wasn't able to get a DUI card.
After we connect with the board, come back to that. Good boy.
Attention Beach Road, 2 Beach Road cars through the Mass 89 North 13th Avenue.
Off 143, a separate family dollar, female call up, there's a black hoodie, black can. Boyfriend furious, who busted her head open with his hand.
Just 4 minutes.
34.
She jumped out of the boyfriend's light brown four-wheel truck, but he could still be in the area and had it for her.
Both have a plan versus
Wait.
his girlfriend Karen.
Article 51, Prince 16, Prince 31, overturn of person 7555 Grandview Drive. Awesome.
Put David 312 on it, doesn't really anybody else know.
312, 134, check in, DP further.
Would love you good too. Only we have an EPA on the right.
On the key.
Over here.
Stand by, let me find out. The ambulance reference doesn't take 38 PM with the female color comment. She said she'll be waiting at crew car wash.
Go ahead, sir.
David 290, they're asking for a ride for the two suspects on, we'll pick those up.
You wanna go with us over to the Brooksville address? Apparently the suspect is barricaded himself inside the house and East District is out of cars. Wondering if we could go over there and help him because we're out riding anyway.
They're on downtown one. So, 1525.
Yeah, yeah, I'll over.
Okay. What's the address to get over there? Because they're asking for us to step it up.
Well, the unit location, Arkansas Southwest. 6200 Bill Lot 113.
I believe so, let me look.
Where we'll be en route.
We can start more large.
311, 351.
Or on to out back on.
36A, she's walking towards that back bedroom towards you now, and seeing the front window. Where?
Continue downtown, get available units for a party, 934 Mount K, at the Airbnb. Caller also heard 5 shots 1 to 2 hours ago at the same location, 1000 North, 500 West.
Not clear, there's a handful of windows on this side of the house on the south side. I don't have a good view of phone, I keep an eye on this other door.
331 would be clearing that box.
325.
390 on this channel, there were 331 or 325, 145.
Alright, here.
358.
Go ahead, man. 290 control.
Go ahead.
390.
Okay, I'm gonna back in there. I just need to get more information on what exactly made the call here, but he can describe it. Stand by.
Oh, they just put up video footage right now.
And 390 is 70 for 2 adult males.
4 trucks in these.
Yeah, the shield course.
214 can go.
Sounds like we're good together, right?
Yeah, you're good, push it.
146. House resident reporting at intersection of Hispanic or an Asian male, dark clothing.
301, so what to do is, what am I going?
6200 Brookville Road, lot 113.
333.
373.
Okay.
You get an ETA on the record for me.
But, you know, fine, that's it.
Go ahead, Chris.
You're free, you back on to me.
Going to be departure, instantly call the bubble, serving 5010 Emerson Place.
Alright.
147.
Keep your eyes open, man.
270 and 350 is systematic, B21 and 4148, engineer court apartment, detail.
Control report.
2732C.
Go ahead. Plus 147, I'll give the address, I needed a medic, and just gonna have the medics are on the way.
Go with them.
Okay.
221 Tracy Town. Clear.
147 stated her husband
I give it for approved Hunter Mission Road.
always beats her and she's hurt.
Negative, sir.
145.
Come on, Dave, Father. You drop it over.
Control from 360 traffic.
Gotcha. 301, come in the second entrance from the east and turn right.
So you're just from the east to the right, thank you.
71st in Michigan on a Chrysler Pacifica 237.
875, case number will be 2331. Yeah, 280 on that one. I'm probably about to take off your one.
We just put another car in last.
345, taking off your one.
345, Washington, Anderson.
Traffic, they're at 111, 138.
Okay. That's not the other half of the, Mermaid, is it?
Control for 250.
Go ahead.
Now, that anyone said 73, can you advise?
No, it's just apprehensive.
Actually, on my boots, 2006, registered to Indianapolis, 4412. All robbery, not Indiana.
All the business area. Do they want to come?
Sounds like there's some type of thing coming from that front door.
That'll be it.
Just wait for the,
Go ahead.
most people think this next is the,
Yeah.
what's the exact location of the unit?
Stand by.
Control Charles 201.
Josh, you want one?
345, 25.
Colonel 2725, business alarm, 118, Washington, 3 by.
If downtown wagon is busy, can you see if David 390 is available?
Right, but. Control Southwest 13. 35.
Okay.
Any can disregard. He was just sitting on the corner. He's heading back off now.
Authorizing that number of insurance.
3335 and 3333, disturbance 2246 North Centennial Street.
335. 54 and 57.
Yes, 151. Female caller urging with a male over food benefits being stolen. No response to dispatch at 9.
151. The Super 8. Could you fight on the first floor next to room 126?
Doing a complete call on B52 at 9440 Evergreen Avenue, no cell phone for the map.
No problem.
What's that?
You're on, don't touch my leg. Plate 195, Edward 754.
Baker 301, you're on north. Both of those supervised. I'm not doing anything.
Unclear, camera.
Is clear.
340. Negative silver Chevy Suburban to a Tyler Drosky and a Hillary Drosky.
For Evergreen, it's gonna be a disturbance at 9436 Evergreen on the Jacob Avenue, 2 miles fighting in the parking lot. It's in Southwest 22, 362 and 332.
Okay, when it comes back to the Suburban.
75 big grand deal, do you need any rush? There is left the neighbor's address, as I'm, something they're looking for, they want me to stop it.
Your guess is as good as mine, sir.
7312, 313, I'm, 21, okay, I can, back on, I'll be there here in a minute.
Anything that says we're bringing the car around and forward us, if you come forward, you'll see it.
Go ahead and put me out in traffic, I'm gonna try to stop it, 30 minutes on top.
313, 322.
Clear person, Thompson, wants to keep it.
Go ahead.
Hey, 241 to transport this guy. You're able to meet him, that's not okay.
I thought you were gonna be at Ozark Lane. You need me to meet you at an alley?
Clear hands up, Mike.
I mean, 240, that's gonna be the arrestee is requesting a sergeant.
Yeah, I got a DUI for him, so he'll be getting into there.
Yeah, that's fine, I'll give you,
That'll be 91 2 cars, Paul First Side, County Line, in South Emerson. Larry Rogers, arrest and travel.
Perfect, 23, 23, 37, 23, 32, include all 43, 31, that's fine.
No, downtown, I'm clear.
We do some controls there on the east side of the city.
Negative.
I'll take care of it.
Share 154.
You will keep monitoring, can you advise you and do things or what it's worth for?
Right now, the plates on that, so all I got is possibly something that was the one in the, AT&T armed robbery. I think it's 344.
Okay. So which year is it? That's probably one that don't be on this county.
340. I'll try to catch back up to it. They want me to pursue it. I don't even know if it's on Noblesville once or not.
Who's looking for it? Robbery detectives?
Noblesville's looking for it.
Okay, if you don't have tired of it, let's go ahead and just terminate, and then I can meet wherever you're at.
1807.
Control, just make sure that plates run, and it's, I think, on a black Camaro.
I'm clear on the termination, and they should be in the run there.
And let Noblesville know and possibly something they want.
Friends are all calling myself.
340, still on Hansel, and 4.
Control 335.
Include vehicle cars, downtown 21 West, or check with President 500 West Master 7.
Thompson 512 for that church.
Go ahead.
I'm coming from, recovery. Over 16.
First vehicle 3, install can be 32. Vehicle offers us to crossover plate number. Started with TK98, swerving lanes, turning music, and popular taxi, speeding, flashing left on that, and following taxi, 37. Eastbound,
Check it out.
Control 345.
Go ahead.
2432 to camera.
Go ahead.
Real one control.
Go ahead, here.
Let me look up the email for me. I don't have the second last name. Yeah, but it was birth of June of 90s. Maybe a white female, this one is Cody. Ocean, David, Ida. Last name is Mark. Mary, Adam, Robert, King, Sam. The month is June, and the date of birth is 90, but I don't have a date. Are they still tracking us at that downtown pursuit? Do we need to keep things patched and split?
Here.
The video that you had from the Colts play place on the canal with the individuals carrying firearms, can you email that to me or share it with me? So I can see if these two males are in fact the two that were part of it.
4 hours of that.
333, that's the strong.
Yeah, 3335 control.
This West End is,
Go ahead.
301, it looks like they're possibly still tracking to.
intersection side,
Okay, thank you.
so it's white male, brown hair, yellow shirt, waiting to go in the air.
Thank you.
Record for Mermaid, please.
Charles Dillon.
345, 322.
And 301, they still are, their request is a channel still stay patched. Frank, you got Z on the channel. Frank, you got that?
Go ahead.
Be sure 60 seconds, you guys get there. And we're going to okay, for Charles Dillon, so your body worn down and on for a while.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I was in a car. Yeah, that's the car.
Caroline, he's okay. He's good, I just haven't forgotten, he's fine.
250, Frank 313.
There. Fine.
I think your target's over at the intersection you were sitting at earlier. If you want to break off, I'll follow Frank 240 down to Economy. What do you think, sir?
If nothing being a local, I have to look it up in my case.
Looked like it was over at the house by the steady restaurant there, the model.
And this is Michael. Go ahead.
Yeah, please. And can you, disregard medics, please?
You know, wasn't that you need to look at cart?
K9 complete. 2-345 control, I was trying to hit for him, I found her.
There. There, date versus 6.7, 1990.
Instructions to release the phone.
Supervisor, are you clear?
Control 1106. Oh, 201's clear, yes, we can break down the road.
Go ahead. All units reference the perimeter Ohio and Senate.
They don't stay together.
You told me on the 2928 JPS.
Your cops. 332. All units reference the perimeter Ohio and Senate. You can now release the perimeter. 332. Get it, you keep for picture, please. Yeah.
Clear down, got me as smart, and you get over here, but then get back down, keep that down.
273, if you're seeing it in my case, most likely they're not gonna take them. It's not coming up in the season, I've seen on gas. What's the charge?
Plus 52, Frank 328, Frank 336, Sherlock person, 4631, Edward Ian Circle.
In Southwest,
Operating a vehicle without a license.
Richard won't say on, about the flanker.
okay, I'll take a look at
Thompson, obviously.
It's just not showing in NPI.
it. Right, but normally when they do that, they don't want it. I'll check and see.
391 or 390 back on to 200 Brookville.
No traffic on it, 301, 2 miles will be monitored, normal traffic will be back on 1.
Which one, please?
What? They're not even about to switch over into Lions.
I'm sorry, you guys, so you didn't do.
Yeah.
322, can you buy through the records for the affordable?
Attention Beach Road, birthday of a resident in progress, 1818 Main Street, Water Follow, 2100 South, 1800 East. Vehicle pursuit, southbound 465, the gray Dodge Charger. One for both, license plate, speed are 90 no traffic.
Clear, I-45 southbound, I-465.
Control 810, put us out in the invest on the east alley of Birchwood.
Question 79, grab 104.
Speed 100, low traffic.
This first action, my apologies.
Burn me on what?
Hold on. Somebody back on in a second.
Should have talked about public park, 1,500, there down charges from you, reference by C and publicly.
30
Go ahead.
Clear, McCarty and Birch Avenue at 20221 in the car.
So, y'all need to do a 2 and I'll be hanging out there.
25, 390.
Hellcat. Next, on 45 southbound Step Street.
Blood bite.
32.
Clear.
Person surprised, you just got us a, email out for service.
It's on the wrong right now.
It's a classified speed 100.
You go out to stand disregard money, 600.
They're counting out.
Yeah.
East Road 64, 34.
7.3. Good. 301 control.
Alright,
Go ahead.
everybody pursue that 70. Back on. Let's see the video and whatnot.
So now we're vehicle stuff on High School Road, just south of the north, south of Place.
I'm sorry, what to what?
391, you available for that line?
Okay, as far as that, I no longer need.
Go ahead with your place.
Hey, back here.
I'm sorry, who are you?
I heard they put it back on the program called the
323, is he not going with you to CJC? High school and more to south at 241 at a time. You will get Super 8.
Okay. Yeah, yeah, 54 back over there.
I'm clear. I'm clear. I'm back on.
Where?
3.3 down the road.
I don't know what reading is first.
Go formal, we'll wait for arguing, no.
Control 335 traffic.
Keep coming at me.
Hornet number 6. That's you, Brian.
Yes, I get it.
Affirmative. Yes, Ron, Victoria residents in Parker, 1819 Main Street. Neighbors calling, 1 to 2 subjects broke into the residence, 2 blackmails. Yeah, and double. People, cooperate on,
337, 320, suspicious vehicle, V11, 2120 Broadway.
327 and 301 back on 12
Close at 205, I'll let you read it on this thing.
328. Appreciate it.
Do we have a female officer that can assist Northwest at 900 block, Northwest Arm,
They're probably like, go over 321,
or search?
go to Garland Street for this friend.
3033. Controller supervisor.
Real one.
Is she assist with the search on Northwest at 206?
They can do it more than that, sure.
55 complexes, and I think most very places.
This is the short 34, still over here. This is dispatch 10. You have to call her. The caller advised the 2 males are in the residence. She didn't know if they're, and she just didn't, on a 911 only phone. Okay.
303.
34, okay.
Control Frankie 6. I was by put the plate in my room. Charles 129 control.
Charles 129.
See a wagon, one adult male. Looking like the old injury.
And I called Henry County, they said it's just a misdemeanor and they'll only pick up in their county.
Go ahead for I'm 311.
129.
William, I think, when you are right.
344, 346, suspicious person, B31, 3475 Boulevard, apartment 303.
Hey, Jay, how, that damn, you have going to the street, you guys have this fucking guy taking some out.
Yeah, William, I think.
Okay.
Pretty excited.
217. Okay, I'm pulling that.
343, 368, 208, Mel Clinton has suicide call. 273, 273, are you hitting him for the
Minecraft party supply.
South Farm? You just helped on yesterday. I brought the waiting outside your red burger.
No, I was, keying in, heard the other.
Yeah, 346, 344, Keenan-Press Boulevard.
I think 23, the fire department there, are they going to the same apartment?
Is there anyone that can help run an investigation, Southeast 32, Laurel Street, Sumner Avenue?
Control Charles 129, are you working OD over there? I'll have to look and see, but this is the one with the hazard on there, and it says the client just called in, and the alarm company said someone was knocking on the door, and nobody's there.
335, in a Brooklyn.
I'm working, that's not the detention.
Where, thank you, and they are there for somebody that fell. Smoke alarm, I don't know alarm, going off with a smoke alarm, but they didn't see anything, there was no specific apartment.
The 911 call.
And then I was said that he grabbed knives and stuff before, so that's him calling. 343, 322 on residential 152, 90 plan out with cameras.
As long as they're shooting that investigation.
Both at 310. There's two different people, Michael and Heather and Carly, and
Is there paper on that one? So I can head that way and take it.
Chelsea, I sent you the original on 232 right?
35 gone?
Control 39, just going to transferring one of all mails, starting on 30686.
So it's on a waiting list for one juvenile now and one adult now. You call them, that's not good.
Yeah.
Maybe one of you cars for this person, 760 ambulance driver from Carlisle.
Absolutely.
324 Southport Sherlock. 211. So.
You go Evergreen or somewhere else.
A male white shirt, black trash bag, impressive black Honda, he's putting a bag in a machine.
Evergreen, I just sent you the original.
Chelsea 31, two cars for trouble with children, 10 to 5 Ethan Aladdin.
Control 5239, put an ambulance to brothers for a female with a laceration to the hand.
5 juveniles in a kiosk, another threatening
Where?
to shoot the college residents and locking at the end of the dead end.
333.
Control 57.
Sorry. Sorry.
And the code, the report of GOA is ready to call.
213.
I'm sure you've already figured it out that Glenarm doesn't run south of 10th Street. So if they're in the 900 block, they're likely on High School Road.
Or 328, you're saying it as well? Yeah, there's a high school now.
Alright.
Lynn, just information downtown in Madison County, Chelsea.
12:25, I got a fight in South Lot, it's across from Harvey.
Find in the South Water across from Harvey's.
The 23 on it.
23, 213. 13, 213. 13.
Well, control 2432.
213.
Well, now, the type 311 earlier.
Should make a note that if anybody calls in, like I found property run for a gun in the path of this pursuit, or near the termination point, the case please.
Where you at? The, south end, southwest, there's a pen right across from Harvey.
Control Sheriff 696.
Okay.
Southwest 21, 33, 43, 3, 21, 30, Street.
S32, Small City.
214.
335. 21435, 214, second-hand info cars in Hendricks County. Saying daughter and the 2-year-old granddaughter are being assaulted by her boyfriend. Mother's in the location of blue, credit square she did. Her boyfriend punched 2-year-old in the face and tried pushing him down the stairs. Control, sometimes traffic.
Go ahead.
Maryland, Pennsylvania, please copy of file.
Maryland and Pennsylvania, 215.
Delaware and Pennsylvania.
Okay, Delaware and Pennsylvania, go ahead.
Delaware, Mass Ave, you can put that.
Okay, Mass Avenue, what's your plate?
You guys were on the north end of South Street in the larger lot.
Which one are you still rolling?
Thank you.
Wait, just in front of your tab, I'm ready for your plate.
Control 235. Good. Continuing to Route 2, 5 East South Street, South Meridian Street. Secondary call, opinion 39 Jackson Place. Female complainant versus another female arguing an assault to the complainant, stating she needs police in background, no response to dispatch. First report plate, Victor Queen, 2340.
Clear.
Just some location is 3-2 and Diddley, I have the female and 2-year-old. Control 273.
Go ahead.
Okay, 251, actually, I'll give you, and you know, count, you know, please, please.
Clear. Control number 328, copy your plate.
Good. This one, officer, the drive down here, 230.
Confirm negative active grade 2006 Chrysler 300 at Anderson, Mancio, valid operator.
There was music and singing on the ship. And as night came on, they lighted hundreds of such brightly colored lanterns.
Well, they're not here.
Might have thought the flags of
You got one, I got one.
were swinging in the air. The little mermaid swam right up to the window of the main cabin. And each time she rose with the swell, she could peek in through the clear glass panes, looking at the crowd of brilliantly dressed people within. The handsomest of them all was a young prince with big dark eyes. He could not be more than 16 years old. It was his birthday, and that was the reason for all the celebration. Up on deck, the sailors were dancing, and when the prince appeared among them, 100 or more rockets flew through the air, making it as bright as day. These startled the little mermaid so badly that she ducked under the water. But she soon peeked up again, and then it seemed as if all the stars in the sky.
Well, there we went and then put me out on the vandalism at 45 Physics Place.
Great suns
Clear,
spun
come
around.
on,
Splendid firefish floated through blue air. And all of these things.
Here's our, there's no suspect or anything on scene, you don't need a car, do you?
No, I think so.
It was
35 minutes, right?
she had seen every little growth of the ship.
Still 25 World 10 South Lawn. Thank you, Bill.
1919.
Oh, how
Which one were you in the paper about?
Probably.
he smiled
Over there, one.
and shook
Here.
me by the hand.
Go to that now, I'd like to lay around.
Bring out the perfect evening. It got
Well, we talked up for all that's going on the rest of the city, but that's what's going on.
take her
Yeah.
eyes off of the ship and the handsome prince. The brightly colored lanterns were put out.
2432, that was 332.
But
More cannon boomed. But there was a mutter,
I found one of your guns along, Bacardi, right by the coroner's office.
and the swell
So 333, if we have one more car, can you show more to this side, that, this way?
cabin. Now the ship
Which one?
began to sail.
here it is. Yeah. If you have a camera, you can photo it. If not, if you can start the photos and I'll get it collected.
Crowds gathered. Lightning
That's 50, 335, 323, tractor trouble with children, 222, Prairie View.
Control 336.
Mariners made haste to
Go
refill
ahead.
sails.
323.
The tall ship
335.
pitched and rolled as it sped through
We'll be out on the party at whatever the corners off the bridge, and we have an ED, I think that's where they, thanks for shooting it down.
If we have an 18, I can start for that.
That's why 7 will come do it.
This one.
220. Both use 220 cars, rising as a group of teenage kids in front of the location. Then started yelling, there's two callers I was phone up saying they were recording them.
To the Little Mermaid, this scene
We had like,
Right, give it on the time that is around.
stand by.
That, Bacardi at west.
creaked and labored.
Yeah, it'll be just west before it turns into Oliver.
345, 346, and that's like one thing on our phone.
The ship.
Really?
Mast snapped
Go
into
ahead.
it like a reed. The ship
Okay, that was right back into 3120, let's 21st.
burst into the hold.
Hang on, April.
I'm gonna store the wire until this storm passes.
Were in
Clear mill run back into 3121, 21st.
peril. Must take
220, no call ever seen on who would be trying to kind of keep it up.
tossed about by the sea.
3130. I'm clarifying about that, they just turned the corner after I said that.
She couldn't see it.
Alright, clear 313.
The lightning flashed so brightly.
Control, start more cars and get from around that house, he's one for a domestic battery.
Everyone was looking out for himself as best he could. She watched closely for the other prints.
Ran around the back side of the house.
Split in two.
Hard to tell if he went back in or if he's coming out on the other side.
At first, she
Oh, you can just do these runs and not make a new one.
Where? Sorry, where are we beeping this to? Units are off to the domestic 110 North Arsenal Avenue, female house with male one breaking items and then people began on her for the fifth Friday today. Black male gray shirt, red, black and white shorts, black flip
So
flops.
she swam in among all the floating,
521 west Bacardi one.
completely forgetting
Okay, but what's the other one we need to do the two?
she died.
Control EV 742.
Here, thank you.
Christ, the length she
He went
reached,
to the vehicle back on the road.
he was no longer able to swim.
And then Harris, it's on the, north sidewalk for charging purposes.
His
Ten four.
life
Number 323, were you the officer that was with the car?
would have time.
Yeah, I think you can get one down the driveway, back behind the residence, I've been there before.
She held his
Yeah,
head
I believe that was 325.
and let the
Do
waves
you need a jump started or do you want to give a jump?
wherever the
We
waves
can get it dry, that'd be helpful.
325, 2432.
when the storm was over.
Drone northwest line, drone northwest line.
Trace of the ship was in
Drone
view.
northwest line, drone northwest line.
The sun rose out of the water's
Three
red
four
light.
three on it.
Its beams
335, you didn't see anybody run, back through the wood line on the other side of you, did you?
Okay.
his eyes
No.
remained
Hello.
closed.
Off, where'd you say you went in?
The mermaid kissed
In
his
the car, on the
eyes.
2-3 corner, the floor side is all fenced in, you can't see back there.
Seemed to her
Where's the pistol?
he looked just like the
Supervised, don't can't fly the ring.
in her little garden.
So it's into a couple set cars to run Georgia Street west of Meridian and make an outlook for the cars first and Meridian on the median police.
Dry land.
They had to drop her up on that area.
Mountains.
I don't know, whether it's where it's all that, we do it on the street, tell me, unless they, that's the right now.
Copy, the street cars for a welfare check, 5027 Round Street.
Good. It's currently raining over where I'm at, is it raining while you got it? Yeah, we don't have any rain here.
Attention downtown 22, over 327, over 329, trespass, 130 South Pennsylvania Street, Hyatt Place. Second floor lobby, Hispanic male, black, white, striped shirt, black pants, previously trespassed 200 South to be.
Clear on route 10.
We're pretty on 325 man across the street.
Over 327, over 325, and 229, over 329, disregard.
Because that car's back on the trailer and let get her to the business for Georgia Street.
45270, resident, document North District 72, 8058 Shore Ridge Terrace. It's gonna be at the Drescher residence, dropped as a master bedroom window. Where's that car in for Georgia Street?
235, 27327.
Yeah.
Second.
Second.
Because of PWC spending it 5 days in reference to 5 year housing rules and the suburbs, yeah, off the map, driving by the neighborhood.
343, you wanna head up, with me and Alex Road, I got people running across the street in the back and thing.
The Meridian.
Thank you.
Medium for the west, there, the west.
Georgia Meridian.
I'm just advising because, if you can see the back door from where you're at. Back door to the side.
Southeast 23 reports subject armed at 1417 Denver Street, North Hollow, 2800 South Property.
Very much, you come.
Charles 335 at 225, Charles 324 back in yard subject at 1417 Denver Street.
Yeah, right. Madison, Middle.
Charles, 24, you show me the logo.
Hey, Charles, can you take my phone to 4600 block and
Yes. Do you still need to be logged on?
I did. Okay, copy again.
Okay. And Charles 323 at 225, Charles 324 disregard. College advising that a front porch trying to open her screen door, 2 black males and 1 white male. One of the black males had a gun in his holster. They're now near her vehicle in Green Forest Fusion. Yeah.
Black, Glock 9mm, Baker, Sam, Union, Nora, 221.
Clear.
Control for a rough description, it's gonna be a black male, approximately 6 foot, white and blue structure. Clear, black male, 6 foot, short dread, black, decent blue structure, white structure. We've got one riding bad side, the one for a level 6 felony warrant, walks in and
There's different types of one. 226, rider on the BMW, North Stop, handling the wreck.
slides across the alley west, clear, wearing touch across.
Yeah, well, that's.
We got injured, that's off east and west. What about the
She lives around the 1417 East Denver Street. She's advising the male caller looking out the window, eastbound towards the dead end. What are you coming out to go with? What 346 one's been after the club and at 110 Arsenal? What 347 line got part of the circle of your back? And 327.
Revising information, I'm still being something now. He's a blackmail, get a big talk about it.
Okay, they're blocking out the hot one on stage, and towards going big for it.
Go very good.
And 331, from 331 Eastern.
465, just before the 38th Street exit northbound, there's a motorist pulled over that's trying to, give some attention.
Item 331, storm alarm, North District 41 at 901 East 64th Street, at the ice cream shop that's on the front door.
Showing a white sedan for the parking door.
345 is the guy, we saw in the park earlier, walked up on it. Zero.
220.
And what the head is, keep an eye on it, I'm gonna go.
So they're gonna be at the 15.8 marker.
Reverend Denver, be advised, if there are any homeless camps in the area you're familiar with and maybe head that way, she said she recognizes the white male as a homeless male from the area.
Traffic 15.8. Anything say?
Yeah, let me see.
So is there any brief cars that are posted out along? Let's keep the bar open.
Keep going up. Hold on a moment, please. For the one on 64th Street, 331 year in service, they called back to King-Press.
Which one is the 34? Are you fit? Fixing?
And 339 Which over on that one or something else?
15. What did you expect with the room?
Okay.
We've heard they're probably going to start pushing out, get rid of the car, right now, to get, can't keep that fine state on the whole street, so. 245. Is, but when you give the address where he lives on any place, it's probably where we back here. 49, yeah, I'll go over and check. Thank you for your control. Thank you for your deal control. Alright, he's in the hospital control, he may not be able to hear you. I'm clear. The military's trying to find you. Do you have a better location where you're at?
We're actually going to help us all out, start to point that in.
Here. Where you picked up that car and left? I'm feeling the alley, kind of different area. Yeah, I'm canning. Thank you. Any weapons in the house or anything? Control 3-4.
Yeah.
There was a stolen vehicle at 855 Main Street in B41. She said that she got the car back. They paid it, but the key fob shut it off and she got it back and took it on pretty salary, kept 277.
Sir. Also, it is a knife in the house. But there's no weapons in the house.
Right, 147. Yeah, he's very nice. You need to nine.
Alright, take it up, you run it in for me?
Go ahead.
David 312, the air ops unit. I'm sitting over here. This fellow was looking pretty excited, so I got here, I think it was
Gonna be a GMP Yukon, 1 George, King Sam, 1 John, King Lincoln, 9 Gary, Robert, 215465.
Waiting hours.
I think that's the silver key out there. I'm going to
Do you have anything else back at my phone? Go around 44.
Go ahead.
Do you have intimidation? You put out at the parking garage next to the old spaghetti factory on Inverse.
What is the property? 2036 through 42, South Register, 5125, Grade 1 Drive, Firewood Falls.
I'm at Georgia and Meridian, but it's right next to the whole spaghetti factory.
1464 Main Street, front door.
Georgia Meridian at 232, do you want another car? 222.
Not right now.
Well, you want the A, no, sorry, the third plate.
Yeah. 344, 347.
222, female neighbor, Trevor Carver, 13, threatened fuel harm, complaining during argument, unknown weapon. 975, Charles Victor, what is the option?
347.
Both 232 is permanently on the crash notification.
You've been in there, didn't you? So, yeah. Hey, I'll put the return around.
Control area here, you can just direct take that vehicle's moved on.
Control set 15, copy of it.
Go for it.
Fair enough, that's in the back.
Okay.
321 is active negative on its over kiosk, and that's what Lauren Stevens.
Unit roughly no information action at 3810 Fall Creek Parkway North Drive. I also had an incomplete call from an automated iPhone crash detection from a different phone number. When asked if everything was okay, the female disconnected. She did just answer for me on callback and also disconnected again. Female on the northwest corner.
551 328.36 again, Elizabeth, just here at 3424 West Post 6. 360. 326. So myself and 321 are at only stop the vehicle and the rest of shoot at the house. We're gonna get Shelby and we're gonna go on water up. North around Shelby. Posting this.
Second.
Winter Park Pavilion. No. Just hanging out. And then. Open Goose Road Good. And then shoot at 29 on 21st Street. I'll be right back together.
That was probably 210 or 320 items for purpose of 250 North Belmont Avenue.
Control 54 annotate and we'll have it down for 3 days.
Well, thank you very much.
Control David 312, are you clear on that? I am now, you said you're establishing a 6 10. 21st and at 235. 235. Go ahead. Back me on the 360. I'm 311, if you want to keep going, go ahead. Back on the 360 and, I'm almost 1023 on that van, we're working with progress. Here's something to come back here. Hello? Hey back there. I'm gonna change that. 86 in Township Line. And back 343 in the warranty.
We have another caller given 3 and Fall Street, previous accident and no injury.
11, frame 339, frame 320, auto alarm 11, and 116. 322, 36, 59, 85. Control 235. Go ahead. Can you have DVD here, please? Thank you.
Alright. 321, you're here.
Anyone for looking at, like a temporary. Okay, back, you came out back door. Wherever they are,
I believe it was Shelby and Norton. Which one takes control?
Shelby and Nelson. Driving in 12, emergency traffic. Three, 362. Something about left. 312. 308 over here. According to his birthday, he's showing him 18 years old, not 17, so he's an adult. When we bring Bill now, and that's next brother, that's not much on that. One charge, one, 6Q.
Body work and play check.
391, are you able to divert from the CJC to that run?
Cut off a little bit and then I'll have her with your camera. Is it 1 Charles 162? That's a whole serial number.
I'm trying to confirm. There's one I have 406.
322, you okay?
Your number is 1 Charles 162 617. I have the cracked back door.
Or do you want another car?
326, go ahead.
Oh, man.
in among the slimy polyps that
You
stretch
could have it for a second for a, you know,
to seize her.
So high up, quick and breathing.
She saw that
neighbor.
every one of them held something.
Oh, perfect. Keep them copy plate.
It's hundreds of
Okay.
little tentacles.
Okay.
And twitching claws with strong
251, David Adam Williams, I believe it's the suspect in our robbery.
I'm sorry, what do you have the vehicle?
Big boy.
You got the 325.
Control 376, you have to cover 2 records. We got 3 vehicles, one can be a Dodge Ram and sedan and that can be.
I don't know if they're in it or if there's people that are walking right now behind us.
was a little
Hey,
mermaid
I'm still one of the dentist dead, you just record.
and strangled. She
Okay.
she
Yeah,
lodged
maybe
right
not
in the
that.
middle of the forest.
All of them have significant brain damage.
The snakes slid them out.
We actually negative black, right, 200 to a Kelvin line
In
left.
the middle of this clearing was a
We don't know what kind of vehicle this thing and the SUV are.
Anything.
and there
Control 313,
sat the sea witch.
and the jet and the SUV can be over it.
Just as we might feed
Yeah, we can be able to run this road around if you call. 360, you guys are coming.
water snakes held
325.
committees.
And then what's fire department?
Out on her sponge.
360, I believe, we were in 2007, with the new 2017.
Said the sea
But I'll fix it.
witch. It is very foolish of you, but
331.
just the same.
337.
940 North Boulevard.
For it will bring you to grief.
And so you can get 200 easy because
We want to get rid of your
Three
fish.
thirty-one, 370, and 341, 2 females, that was locked out wire open.
You can walk about
I'm
like
sure
a
Jeremy was,
human
but
creature.
I could show my Jeremy before.
They cross the street.
With him and an immortal soul.
345 Washington.
344, 371, this is 10612, Washington Street, B63 at Washington Park,
The
Louisiana.
toad and the snakes
Okay.
were shaken to the ground.
241 for a male who's being combated with
Writhing.
IPS.
You are just
241.
in time, said the witch.
Nothing rush.
After the sun,
Northeast exit Oregon.
a whole year
And then if we need to record, we have to go
before
number.
it can be of any help to you.
Control 2 to 3 insurance, you can leave.
Draft.
Control.
For some reason, you must
330.
swim to the shore with it. Seat yourself
335, you guys
land and drink
The mom showed up at the victim, you still need to talk to her, down in
tale
town.
will
I'll
define
give you a case file quick and if you give it.
becomes what the people
Yeah,
on
she
earth
started as, her mom's on it, so I got it all.
but it will hurt.
Yeah, if you give it, then they get.
Sharp sword slashed through you.
There was 3 talk.
Everyone who sees you will say that you are the most graceful human being
370, you see everyone contact?
laid eyes on.
26, I'm coming inside.
11-3-4.
And 342, the balcony patio in the back of the house, say, that you found almost pushed on it. No alarm going off, but you can make the blood.
Knife blades.
It was 390, already has the TJC, 391's in round, he has a show car, already has one, and the Southwest wagon's already on round.
This.
Yeah, the trophy,
Yes.
they won't clean up, they can dog right, of course. 3 from weed, 3 to corner.
Gaining a human soul.
Control road, that one will be.
Which,
Yeah.
once you have taken a human
326, you clear.
Template call 131. 30
you can never
and Boulevard Place stated he needs protection from people that disregard
Yeah.
connected with any criminal.
so completely.
Simple, I'm down, Shelby, pick up going for the car, Shelby and Southern.
Believes to you with his
Got
every
the car on the tower from the shore.
and his whole heart.
3 from down.
Lets the priest join your hands in
Anyone, go with that same location.
win your immortal soul.
337 from Hall Farm.
If he marries someone else
325 from Circle, touching down, 3 take those up.
on the very next morning,
373, 337, and 240, 330 this room. Over the South Bend, Northwest.
I shall take that risk, said the little mermaid. But she turned as pale as death.
So if you had 243, place in her wallet, money's missing from the resident, under issues, and when she's in grocery 1-8. 391, 335.
Alright.
You in right here. 391. And Southwest 22, David 359, David 330, David 359, David 330. Vandalism just occurred 1931 West. Occurred 5 to 10 minutes ago. More to follow. Telephone South 1900 West. David 359, David 330 at 245.
We're going to get 313. Yeah, 313. Dispatch, I think they actually get the message.
Clear. 2 cars to charge for Southeast 41, 450 Dutcher Road. 324, 245, Super 8, 145. 30-year-old white female in a DV situation. She's not texting me.
Have you lost your courage?
Not working, Donald.
Clear terminating incident.
So the car's going over to Calvary, they're still on the phone when you get there, just advise, and they're gonna stay inside. The patio is upstairs, but it's in the backyard, and then you'll have to go to the back door because the front door, they don't use it, it's broken.
Will be turned 41 adult male to 2000 Lafayette. Beginning mileage 93834.
In such ghastly shapes that anyone would have been terrified by them. The witch constantly
50 cars for CMS 1301 South Emerson Avenue.
to boil with a sound like that of a crocodile shedding tears. When the draft was ready at last, it looked as clear as the purest water.
That car, if you're free, and not on a traffic location, move up to the bar area, please.
Incomplete call, 2350 North Cleveland Avenue.
311, Garper, Hannah, and Ephraim.
The polyps should
308, 309,
back through my wood to the witch.
301, Acton, 74.
This, and the drop of this brew upon them, and
Unit
then
Charles,
it
Denver.
break into 1,000 pieces.
237, Justification 52, Vantage Call.
Polyps curled up,
Clear, thank you.
terror. As soon as they saw the bright drop,
Keep on hanging.
it burst into the little mermaid's hands as if
Second target number 2 in the drawer.
Forward sign.
so she said,
Second medical situation, mayor requesting medic for a female which
Vandalism just occurred. Please look at my road. This happened.
she could see her father's palace.
back pain.
12 Arlington does not have any prescription or further.
201 North Delaware, Bell Collar Transportation Company.
She did.
Black 2014 GMC broken window by white male, white shirt, blue jean passenger with later EMS refused 250 North Kennedy to the vandalism.
They were arguing as well, I'm gonna put around the station.
She
So,
tiptoed
you're gonna have on that.
one flower.
The door's not run. Three behind us, 10-9. You all black trucks. One southbound on Drexel.
And then mounted up.
35 left, so.
Cell phone Bristol, what was the other?
3020.
Carol 329, Arrow 320, and a 247.
Hey, it's on the southbound Drexel. They'll be approaching Michigan here soon.
Cooper Easy, New York, Park.
You have the closest thing to go westbound on Michigan Street. We'll be heading towards Sherman here soon.
And it was as if a two-edged sword shot
Really thought we had late one behind you.
body. She swooned away, then lay there as if she were dead.
373. Do you guys have an ETA for Calvary?
She awoke with a flash of pain.
Clear. Let's go.
Front of her
Yeah, westbound.
stood a
I'm
handsome
not
young
far.
man, gazing at her with his cold,
Colorado. The westbound.
lowering her gaze. She
Too
saw
far, westbound.
was gone.
There you go, got control.
She had a loveliest pair.
Could you ID these rest to 3475 Boulevard Place? Looks like it's gonna be the, same, individual for Outlash Run from apartment 303. Control 324, will be 1023, and mileage 93835. That's it for you.
Clear, unfortunately, time apartment 303. 326, they're staying inside until you're fine.
Okay, we'll do it. 2800 Lafayette.
Took her hand
Hunter.
palace.
373 and 37, I'll call 330, what was that?
She
314 control side of the caller, 358 on incomplete, please.
She moved as lightly as a bubble
Turn on.
as she walked beside the prince.
Ring your medical.
All who saw her marveled
Very
at
good.
the grace of her gliding.
Everyone.
Once clad in rich silk and muslin garments that provided
Their car department, normal alarm 1305
the
Avenue.
loveliest person in all the palace.
We're at the red light, I'm sure. They want to go home now?
Speak.
Turn northbound.
Beautiful slaves attired in silk
I should put that in.
came to sing before the
They told us
prince.
what they sent for now, how big that. I saw it these 2 times.
Sweetly
If I have to go in there.
Occupation behind.
when the prince smiled
Like
at
that
her,
can get on
his
the.
hands
Yeah.
the little mermaid
Yeah, we can get me.
for she knew that she
And
was
21, 22, think I'd be fine.
much more sweetly.
We'll be at the yellow gas station.
If only he knew that I am parted with my
Yeah.
eyes forever, so I
Oh, we'll try to call for
All units will have it.
slaves began to
Yeah, black,
dance to those
10 millimeter.
music.
Baker, Zebra, Charles, Sam, 722.
Downtown 21, over 327, over 332, trouble person, 110 East New York Street, 16-bit. Maxwell, shirtless, black pants, pushing a wheelchair, type of liquor, and got into a customer's vehicle, acting going into the public side of the parking garage across the street. Smoking trespass, 100 North,
Directly to the heart.
327, over 332 at 50.
She charmed,
326 dispatch, reference cavalry.
and especially the
You
prince.
gonna ring in front of everything, okay?
His
They
dear
can't use the front door, if you can go to the back door, the front door with the balcony and patio, that, we'll have them come down.
and though every time she touched
Hold on, 22 second now,
as if she were treading
Perfect.
a sharp-edged steel. The prince said,
Okay, 13.
with
Got
always
Is the ET in service
a
yet?
velvet pillow.
Or battered her, oh, good.
Outside his door, he had a
We
rich
need
suit made for her. So she
313 there.
was back through the sweet scent.
Okay.
339 and 331, 339, 331, check Walker of the subject, North 42, 5623 Winthrop Avenues. Further information in the run, possibly 1096.
Vote 301. What is there at one? What is there at one? That's a police street.
Said he needs animal control for a rattlesnake inside the residence, and then said something about, subject dying.
Like a flock of birds in a flight
Oh, they got
towards
some. Okay,
and
so.
home in the prince's palace.
311,
While the others slept,
353, 313.
she would go
There's a wreck related,
down steps to cool her burning
you
feet.
can track. There's a full picture for that. And everything.
She would
Can you bring me a cat car you can?
with the sea.
Clear on 18 wagon.
we're associating them, and then just
Her sisters came by,
In the very beginning.
taking notes and all of it.
singing sadly as they breasted the waves. When she
Okay,
held
I've
out
already
her
talked
hands,
to her once tonight. We're not going back out.
she was.
250,
I
240.
told her how unhappy
We
she
still have 5100.
They came to see her.
We're gonna find everybody out there. I know. Did you get everything from my father again?
She
Yeah.
saw her old grandmother.
I never heard that you, did that car already know that it says
This many
Control 330.
with her
control
arms
345? Okay, I think Gretel never showed up there.
345.
They stretched their hands to her,
390.
but they did not venture.
You can put me on that storm alarm on Bill.
Clear 365.
Okay, so 10 was the fight.
Day after
I'm thinking
day,
the definitely,
she became
yeah.
dear to the prince.
For
One
one, juvenile,
little child.
male to Florida,
She
Florida,
never thought of making
beginning
her his
wrong,
queen.
3425,
Yet she
then
had
proceeding
been
on
his
to
wife.
Tuesday, 241.
Or she would
Clear, taking them into custody. What's your location? 252.
South 211 there, the two available cars that operated service of a weapon, Orange Street and Shelby Street.
tell you
You
love
can
me
put
less.
this first
The
recommended.
little mermaid's eyes.
696, I'm sorry, I'm just not better.
The 253 Conoco white male orange pants versus vegan orange Indian male, one shirt, one turban with a mask.
Dear to me, said the
Northwest 2344, 23 domestic, 3413 North Chicago.
339, 331, a call for help, he's 4256. I left the pin again.
326, you can take this alarm, I'll take the, some right down the street with picking up the.
Waves cast me ashore near a
301 now, he's going through the language line.
Looking at 254 from the color, for like,
Thank you, Toner's operating, or I guess he's saying.
colors key through vehicle. So I'm getting putting that on the line.
He's calling the 911 and then saying something about several filings.
344 is right over with 232. What about? 345, I'm sorry, I was talking to this caller. Control, can you put me on the line that you're on? That'll work.
Right.
You guys are there.
Yeah, we're good.
349, 332. I'll bet on the journey picture there.
We're doing those boards from clearing right now.
And 4013.
401.
Girl said 23.
That's 255.
You know, the other operators know that they can broadcast better now.
Control, but I'm in server. Is there anywhere?
It's done for the night.
Yes, after they're gonna go to the property and all that junk.
Yeah. Anywhere that 323 may be needed.
Control, you said there's a.
I'll be 1042.
Beach Grove 34. 256.
If the left aid make the center, that'll be a self-directed problem.
Okay, we're on the south side of the hotel for a high score 200, it's gonna be telephone station.
Eastern to 53, basically, 006 Hopkins Drive.
Yeah, they have came for about a half hour, 45 minutes.
I'm sorry, what do you need?
Case on MB 245. 352.
Clear, 245 South Meridian.
And record, police car for 200, it's gonna be towed 2 hour station.
Okay, okay.
Speaking, Breeze being, Taylor's refusing to leave, suspect downstairs, no lessons this time.
Yeah.
US refused, no, quarterback 352.
321
Transit, well, yeah, they can walk back your way.
10-9. We get away from that.
South 21, Unit 3633, start for the service, 3632,
The Nathan's walking back your way, pretty agitated. We're trying to get back and forth.
311, that's her.
I'm clear.
336.
332, you with her? We will also need a wagon for the moment.
Okay, so 257 is Kirby and Maryland 211.
Sir, wanted to control, we're gonna need a DC at roll call for pictures.
DT to time for roll call for photos.
Sure, come in here, roll call. I go grab a camera.
33320 and complete call beat 331 West 28th Street from the cell phone for the map.
Back in on the Tech Michael Meridian. Clearable mail in front of Park and Rec. He was our victim for a second ago. Completely agitated, so let's keep an eye on him.
Yeah, agitated male, looks like he's getting agitated with me now.
Yeah, he was looking around.
So we're gonna be hard to see, so.
Control from 56%.
Sounded from
3 o'clock.
high towers, while soldiers lined up with flying banners and glittering bayonets. Every day had a new festivity, as one ball followed another. But the princess was still beginner. They said she was being brought up in some faraway sacred temple, where she was learning every royal virtue. She came at last. The little mermaid was curious to see how beautiful this princess was, and she had to grant that a more exquisite figure she
Go
had
ahead.
never seen. The princess's skin was clear and fair, and behind long dark lashes, her deep blue eyes were smiling.
They said it was about 3 gunshots,
It was
Penny
you who
McCarty,
always cried.
so that
You were the
the
one
investigating it in some Yankee car.
when I lay
That's an information accident on the hardboard. I'm here with the driver there, but his voice is alright. Right, I'm just handling it.
his arms.
Was that kind of, you have to do anything?
Clear. Keenan McCarty just passed 301. Another car start.
My fondest dream, that which I
301.
dared to hope,
Can I
has
open
come
please?
true. You
Hardcore
share my
TV.
great joy. You
That's
love me
report, that's
more
26.
than anyone does.
Yeah, that's one thing.
The little mermaid
You are
kissed
welcome.
his hand,
Yeah.
and felt her heart was beginning to break. For the morning after his wedding day would see her dead and turn to watery foam.
You gave the right info.
The church bells rang out.
325, so we have female officers
Ship
for
was to announce the wedding.
Okay.
Upon
Maybe bring you like that.
scented oils were burned
Hey,
in
fine.
costly silver
Three,
lamps.
4 acres.
Priests swung their censers.
Uh,
The bride and the bridegroom joined their hands. The bishop blessed their
clear.
marriage.
I need calling back again as well.
The little mermaid, clothed in silk and cloth of gold.
Northwest 92, train 231, 238, business form, 8314, Michigan.
The wedding march and lined
Okay.
to the holy
Rich,
ritual.
I'll pay for it, but I.
Yeah.
Turned on her
330,
horse
on the
like
big road.
Yeah, 3325, are you at Shader 370?
as well.
320, you're still coming over that 110, you know, we're down. Yeah, yeah, the lower.
We went aboard the ship.
Okay,
Cannon thundered, banners waved. On the deck of the ship, a royal pavilion of purple and gold was set up, furnished with luxurious cushions.
322, yeah, Indiana.
Here, the wedded couple were to sleep on that calm, clear night.
located 303, and speaking,
Breeze
female city and intoxicated men
and
currently.
so lightly that it scarcely seemed to move over a quiet sea. The little mermaid could not forget the first time that she rose.
District 5 for commercial burglary alarm 9160 Rose Avenue.
On in such pomp and
Okay.
elegance. Light as a swallow
Yes.
soon by his enemies. She joined in a
74 and 26. It's going to be the Fort Harrison, but it's going to be an audible burglary from the laundry room.
for never had she danced so wonderfully. Her
Well,
tender
if it's in the drawer, it's in the back home.
pierced by daggers. But she did not feel it. Her heart suffered far greater pain. She knew that this was the last evening that she would ever see him, for whom she had forsaken her home and family.
Control 34, 251,
She had sacrificed her
324.
voice and suffered such constant torment, while he knew nothing of these things. It was the
Black male, last name, Hatter,
the same
Hatter, first name Caleb, date of birth 12/01/1992.
Houston.
Well, Baker 231 and Baker 361, disturbance 110.
Caleb with the C or a K. Okay.
Baker 325, Baker 354. No, those 2 females, no weapons, taking the information. Caller's nephew is trying to leave and 2 females are assaulting it, ready to leave.
Charles 323, Charles 326, 323, 326 with suspicious vehicle southeast 24. at 2918 East Berlin Street. Black truck keeps driving through the neighborhood. Last seen going southbound Muslim.
Looking for cover for 225.
331, come on back here.
323, 335 at 305.
So, you got here 361, and somebody else sent, I'll be on, please.
South 31 is 322, 321, Fabric Control Person, 2552 Full Street.
342. More units to start hardcore and getting off.
333. At 305, you're gonna be checking out a 6-month-old stuttering complaint 21-year-old girlfriend named Kia Vine. She's been sending weird texts, all these things, she's in danger, and now she's quit responding.
322 and 344, you got anything?
I like 40 cards.
Find out if you know when to carry any weapons as well, Pete. 322, truck that homeless man under the bridge here is taking finally to west, they, 10.
352.
You can do a call back for John J. Not on Marshall, how to find it there. Control the sun.
370.
Sorry if I missed it, I don't know if record's been ordered for this, you want yet?
He's military. That's why I like honest. He said it's on the fire on now, but it's somewhere. We're on the level. We're trying to get it back to us. So tell them there.
Okay, so it's possible to still make that. So if it hasn't, I'll take a record for us, and keep working on the keys are with it.
East District 42, Baker 331, and Baker 324. Site 5607, Greenfield Avenue.
324 Southbound Avenue. He is negative, confirmed to an ID card to show the fire.
307, cross from locations, there's those three people arguing and fighting at a weapon.
We're going to use the channel, please. Beechcraft 52, go ahead.
Can you run one out of Illinois, and she might also have an ID out of Indiana?
Go ahead.
Last name William, first name David Adam Victor Idenora Edward. 9/30/02, black female, out of Illinois. Middle initials E Edward.
Okay.
Control Baker 3.2, Williams, Rumble High.
You can just change our location of 100, just talk to Marshall Carver. Let's try to just take his card, you guys can pick up to that.
And her voice sounded like those above her. So spiritual that no music on earth could match it. We are the daughters of the air, they answered.
344, can you take that card right there? And now the.
And can never get one unless she wins the love of a human being. Her
Silver said he saw a construction car rock into between southbound.
Like,
It's not southbound, 333 will be in vehicle pursuit.
Where the whole poisonous air kills human beings unless we bring
We're southbound is just past 20th of Circle Lutheran. 32 monitoring, unseasoned traffic, please.
Metro vehicle into some kind of thing.
Control 360, also need to turn off the pressure. Traffic light, speed 80, keep traffic cross 16.
Continue downtown 21 over 329 over 328 disturbance, Alabama, New York. Horizon Lane, smell versus smell, and over broken window and stolen wallet. Officers were just found 330.
People in body down to Liverpool, Canada.
Over 328 over 329, 311.
He's been doing south on his
342, 323, you guys can disperse.
clear on Hotels.
Go ahead.
Southbound is up to check on first car.
If you wanna take mine, to my last, whenever you get done, I don't wanna do all waiting for the, people for switch.
This morning at 90. Great, 1179 kid.
I'm clear, I'm picking up on that car right now.
First letter.
You available for a halfway roll call?
Clear ran into house 1179 kid.
Yeah, no worries, I appreciate it.
Got one running. Got one running. Clear, mail running. Clear, mail running.
Besides, you go.
Alley east, okay, full traffic. Go ahead. Pick up going alley east of Fifth. Pick up going alley east of Fifth.
Calling in for emergency traffic. Calling in for emergency traffic. Medic for adult, no, gonna. Clean your right leg.
Go ahead. Williams is. Apprehension 11 to 50.
Okay. Paper 33, paper 315, paper 358. Call for help, 7058 Eastern Street.
Fairway is resumed traffic apprehension 11 to 10 Southeast. Oh, sorry.
Street, phase 2 location down map.
Was there two? Did one make it into the house?
Reference to pursuit that one, it cuts below.
Control 3, recording.
Go ahead.
Call again, can't speak only, phase can physically assaulted, then disconnected.
No, they actually ran to the, on Greenvale with one guy.
So, 3-5, there was another call here.
He was 3541 Fairmont.
Yeah, that's the apartment into the new one.
317-912-6750. Clear.
390, 313.
The greatest of Britain's kings.
We don't.
Christmas festival.
If you have a minute before our district, I'll hold off a minute. So 360, you can cancel my account first, or 390 just gonna take it down to the jail and let them do it.
This little company celebrates
We are starting.
my religious service.
Sure,
And a store of gifts. And the most
Enjoy
joyous
people.
mirth. Lords and ladies take their seats at the table.
Okay. Yeah,
Queen Guinevere,
Control 3, over.
maid gaily dressed, sits at the dais.
Medic for a checkout, not get tips, adult female, waiting for the complaint back there.
In other words, of the round table.
Maybe mild, 34276.
Child is blood young and his
control me, copy plate.
declares that he wants meat
Got
nor
it.
sits on at the table.
Edward Lincoln, Ida, D3, Sheriff Ford,
Control 34278, photos.
324, sir.
restart assault and second life, and hearing the story of
Charles 380 control. District 5, 2 cars served for return trip purposes 1, 9160 Otis Avenue, Fort Harrison Veterinary. 32040 photos at 415 Victor Road. I also have a request for an ET.
Provide this check report. Put on.
Wants to use, see if we have a rep for this building, please.
3541 Piermont Drive. You can make which one you're closer to.
They're all the same.
No over 349, 443.
Clear copy of the 172. Which one? Shop's gonna be the lobby.
Negative after. For feedback, whatever, thank you, have whatever shenanigans going on with my, thread drawer open, please.
It's looking basically decent down that, so
Alright. 182.
Alright.
So what runner needs to see how I'll show you one.
Everything.
Alright.
And 11.
Okay.
1810, they're gonna need your services around the front, as well.
He doesn't have 7038.
Westfield Boulevard is clear, including the bank parking lot, there's only about 4 cars left. What's the stop lot looking like?
Slowly clearing out.
Control, thank you, people. I need to recognize one for the chicken elder in my run, heavy frame damage, Lafayette, and the Jose 341. Right.
Go ahead, sir.
You called it Clinton back. I'm not in the
Great.
354. I'll call that, she's trying to get a hold of Ohio PD to, check out there, so, maybe tonight.
317.
Three 9313.
I should have left my helmet, shield, sharp spear, and other weapons behind me. Because I desire.
Yeah, we need you to 11, so, please.
If they'll be so bold.
Sure, 90, we're down here,
They'll grant me the request.
Eastern part of roll call.
Sir, courteous knight, my traveler.
Is it like anything?
Matter lonely.
We're putting our guy in right now, and we'll be over there.
Thanks, isn't it?
No, what Preston did is actually cross street instead.
Hereabouts on this bench are only
Control
babies
39.
and children.
Pretty much.
Before I arrayed in
Control
arms of
29,
ice,
40,
even
control
a man
32.
here would be a match for me.
35, 11, get the something.
But it is now
317.
Christmas time.
Could you please type up the transfer run for 370 there for the only limit around?
If any be so bold as to
341.
dare strike a stroke for another,
Good.
I shall give him this rich axe to do with it whatever he pleases. I shall abide the first blow.
She advised she's at the 16 all around, but they saw you drive by, they're supposed to be stepping outside.
Provided that I deal him another in return. And yet I
This
give
is
him
one.
respite.
Everything right here saying, verbal argument.
No haste, let's see time to
You actually will kill you, Mom.
say.
Did
He
I?
astounded them at first. Much more so did he after this
That's the one that
speech.
did the female named Carrie.
Fear held them all silent. The knight righting himself in his
Yeah,
saddle,
I'm up to it.
fiercely his red eyes about, bends his bristly green brows, and strokes his beard, awaiting a reply.
For a left tongue, a tongue from
Finding no one would come up with him, he exclaims, "What? Is this Arthur's house, the fame of which has spread through so many realms? Forsooth, the renown of the realm
Steve, this is 34 Baker Street, 6 calling Baker 328, Troubles, person 3525, located right out here.
without a blow being struck.
Beautiful.
Did this he laughed so loud that Arthur blushed for very shame.
Question 319, second hour hat, black shirt, white shorts, is refusing leaving, 21 from trespass, no
Tis the
weapon.
cast of thy great words, give me now thy hands, and I will grant thee thy request.
Go over 349, you know the place code for fleet.
Sternly branches it about.
Control 390.
398.
Stern
Now we're shooting out to 313.
stroking
Charles O.
Marshall, Charles Ocean.
Second. First one, 21, 2335, 2350, that's your 17, 18, like this.
his uncle to let him,
More, you go into it.
and at the earnest entreaty of his nobles,
Well,
he consents to give
You
Gawain.
got what you kind of in that.
Sir Gawain takes possession of
Yeah,
the
I'm
axe.
gonna bring that Facebook down on one of you.
The Green Knight
35, 33, 20, 35, 85, second.
What was that on?
1718 North Tibbs.
You got 322 on it?
332, he went upstairs, he didn't, and he was here. So yeah, came over the window, I was calling last shitty Malibu, and was arguing with them, they'll stop talking to my translator, and they're thinking.
Big 250 million, sounds all back.
Oh, very excited. You can back it up to that very close. Please take 1 month to make a model of the vehicle.
It is a white Nissan Mermaid.
Like, where's the birthday from? That 90.
Yet the knight never faltered nor fell, but boldly he started forth on stiff shanks and fiercely rushed forward, seized his head and lifted it up quickly. Then he runs his horse, the bridle he catches.
13 seconds. You don't need this sheriff or anyone.
He was on the wrong call.
He holds in his hands and
Yeah,
seizes
I'm going to
his saddle.
Maybe you
As
can
if
get.
the mishap had ailed him,
Good.
though headless he was. He turned his ugly trunk about that ugly body that bled, and holding the head in his hand, he directed the face towards the dearest on the dais. The head lifted up its eyelids and looked.
Just information, I think I can hear them. Trying to open the back window.
Happily built.
As thou hast promised. Seek till thou find me according to thy promise made in the hearing of these knights. Get thee to the great chapel. I charge thee to fetch such a dint as thou hast dealt, to be returned on New Year's morn. As the knight of the Green Chapel, I am known to many.
2051, sorry, this is person 5027 Railroad Street.
Fail to find me.
390, if you want to come on around here, you can turn on the 12th Street and go to where they are.
The fierce start, the reins he turns, rushes out the hall door, his head in his hand. The fire of the flint
321 Belly Arch.
at his fall. To what kingdom he belonged knew not there,
324.
nor knew they from whence he had come. What then?
We're watching from the ring camera and we see a female standing across the screen.
They laugh and grin.
She's watching.
Though Arthur would not much of the marvel, he let no one see that he was at all troubled about it. But full loudly thus spake to his comely queen with courteous speech. Dear dame, today be never dismayed. Well happens such craft at Christmas time. I may now proceed to meet
325, 355.
that I have witnessed a wondrous match this day. He looked upon Sir Gawain and said, Now, sir, hang up thine axe for enough as a hew. The weapon was hung up on high.
Yeah, get your like 5 minutes to try to figure out the
Control 21, 22, some happy fire.
To their seats at the table.
God.
So did the king,
Back on.
and they were there served with all dainties.
Smith and Wesson 9mm. Frank Charles Zebra 0901.
First a seed mate, now with their hands full of stern work, and the marvel affords them good subject for conversation. But a year passes full quickly and never returns. The beginning is
Control 335.
wherefore this
Go ahead.
Christmas passed away in the year after, and each season in turn followed after another. Thus winter winds
Can you put a record for the Chevy Silverado heavy brain damage?
his wearisome journey. On All Hallows Day, Hardwick entertains right nobly the lords and ladies of his court, in honour of his nephew, for whom all courteous knights and lovely ladies were in great grief. Nevertheless, they spoke only of mirth, but joyless themselves made many a joke to cheer the good Sir Gawain. Early on the morrow, Sir Gawain, with great ceremony, is arrayed in his armour, and thus completely equipped for his adventure. He first hears mass, and afterwards takes leave of Arthur, the knights of the Round Table, and the lords and ladies of the court, who kiss him and commend him to Christ. He bids them all good day, as he thought, forevermore. Very much was the warm water poured from eyes that day. Now rides our knight through the realms of England with no companion but his foe.
2122.
Holds converse with save from Camelot
That
in
was stolen local.
proceeds through Gloucestershire and the adjoining counties into Montgomery,
Jason Unruly.
thence through North
Yeah.
Wales to Holyhead, adjoining
Even
the
tested.
Anglesey.
Clear to cheap.
Passes into the very peninsula,
There's 314.
Oh, too low.
where dealt with
Can you today to save this one?
Gawain inquires
Yeah.
after the Green Knight of the Green Shadow,
Can you advise what date it's going?
declare that they have never seen any man of such
It's down Virgin Street, leave northbound close.
pursues his journey.
That's the answer, my friend.
Arms over hill and
12, 5, or 23.
14 on two.
So you probably 2 or 3 step cars to go inside the car lot, not put it out. It's still in there. And hold the big one from all that. Hey, Carl, I need to, I'll get laid on the call with, I can do it. I can do my video, sometimes if they're in church in my car, so I'll have to do whatever you can do. Okay, we'll do it on Park Dale, I'll do it.
342, 368. I may have missed it, but did you guys move somewhere?
That's what now. You can text for that one. There's one that one.
Brings a push vehicle, 8523 Castleton Boulevard. Heard 20 minutes ago, subject pulled up in a silver or gray Kia Soul, left the plate the vehicle, or left the keys in the vehicle, walked away. He has video of it. He believes he may try to return.
C48.
0521, 341, 343, Park Road, for call 379, South William Street.
340.
41, that's okay. 43, Kentucky right there.
328.
Awesome, 68.
Control, wasn't there something about Noblesville robbery involving a gray Kia Soul earlier tonight? I think the information was put up.
Yeah,
Not gonna leave you out, you see right by the hot dog finger in his place?
Yeah, it's a little bit live.
being advised it was CAD 2179 from earlier, possible plate on the vehicle. KA 1508.
331, 368. Is there any paper over there?
Nope, I got it.
Okay, thank you.
Wouldst thou go to the high lord of this house and pray for lodging for me? Here, my Peter, replied the porter. Well, I know that thou art welcome to dwell here as long as thou likest. The drawbridge is soon let down and the gates open wide to receive the knight. Many noble ones hasten to bid him welcome. They take away his helmet, sword, and shield. Many a proud one presses forward to do him honor. They bring him into the hall, where
That's
on
great.
and put on rich robes, which so well became him that all declared.
But inside of the south lot, there's no cars with anyone near them.
A table is soon raised, and Gawain having washed proceeds to eat.
You show us how far they're keeping.
Many dishes are set before him.
Right.
Sows of various kinds, fish of all kinds, some baked
You copy Noel Wayne out of Virginia for me, please.
Got
some oil, others seasoned with spices. The knight
Adam,
expresses himself
65406059.
princely feast.
David 290, David 390.
Numerous questions, he tells his host that he is Gawain, one of the knights of the Round Table. But this was made known.
Can you text me the transportation, the CAD number for this transportation with this gentleman in it, please?
Now we shall see courteous behavior.
Roll 311, 3 more, 3 4,
Since we have amongst us that
That was 13.
398, 331.
truly God has
Confirm negative.
guest. But Sir Gawain
Okay, well, we sent a video on scene, and there's no one wrong for help.
desires to take his departure from the castle. His host persuades him
You can
to
call that run out.
promising to direct him to the Green Chapel,
200, you can close that.
that he may be there.
Clear, I'm sorry, I can put up control. I said there's no one playing us now. Can we please close here?
Which the lord of the castle should go out early to the
Yeah,
chase.
thank you very much.
Gawain meanwhile should
I
ride
love it, you disregarded it. Our, Class D, very low 911.
sit at a table
Right.
with his hostess. And that at the end of the day they should make an exchange of whatever they might obtain in the interim. Whatever right way in the wood, says the Lord, shall be yours, and what thou gettest shall be mine. Full early before daybreak the folk uprise, saddle their horses,
Real one reference, yeah, I ran through Claw.
and array for
It should hit on multiple cameras down here based on the information that you did not, and it hasn't hit at all. Last time it hit was 10 o'clock at town and country, looking piles, but more.
847.
Control Q50. Keystone, Wall Street, Big Lumber, Sharon, Go.
Copy, Keystone, Fall Creek.
700-159. Actually, I did run Belmont, whatever Parkway. I got the vehicle.
Temporary plate, Sam, 700159. Fall Creek 333.
The 12 and chapter. Yeah, yeah. Later.
334, there's a few talk of Walking Border Road to resident, progress 392029, Department 8, U52.
So that one is the chapter girl or something. Another unit will start. 12 and chapter.
246, this is related to the remedy.
333, complaint takes now on female that have already been discovered in her neighbor's apartment. She saw them enter on Living Doorbell at midnight 43 and they have not left. Taser, black male dress, and a black female window. Just like Jack 40, you can take
349, were you referred to his traffic stop?
Yeah, related to the vehicle or something completely different.
324, can you tell me the TX 950, please?
Totally different.
334, there's 4 or 5 people sleeping on the front steps of the library and they're not supposed to be there. Reporting their calling.
Most of the need to call you at Belmont and, Northwest. Get that one, I got the car to go there.
Be advised, safety position. People pursue I-70 Northwest Road. They were in field, pursuit of a stolen vehicle, Cadillac, license plate C15 gas, last name X-Wing. I-70 at Post Road, state is no longer in pursuit.
Animal control, they can over running units, head killing.
Sheriff 9331, can you provide an HUA for the record here? Well, that's where the name 5979.
It's not popping up on my screen.
Sam, I have not read the plate yet.
His taxiway on Southeast 7520 exploded. There's a Southwest 12 years and 59 through 35 for shot fire. 315 people over.
I'm clear, thank you.
It's pending. 350, 273, 335. At 335, Hosmine. 335, Hosmine, commenced building 20 plus trucks. Bus for low location.
That's one step in the top of three, I'll put up one, I'll recommend it.
Which was up 113, who's like having my location?
Yeah, boy, no problem with it.
There's no genetic violence protected on the air. 246, that is the last four of the VIN on a 2011 Audi to a subject at 95 or check 9253 Graham Miller Street.
Yes, our guy, he knows where checking on it.
329 and 322 Sherlock Holmes, Jack, Washington, and Alabama. Third car closed, second car floor, Belmont and White River. 250 witnessed a crash at the location.
It's on the, so back and forth.
Supposed to be 34 normal.
337. At 333, 23, 30320 has been 3109 Austin Square Court, apartment 2-5 between a male and female. Male is destroying the home.
Sure, I'll put it down.
250, top up with the mouth, check on that other vehicle.
333, are you current?
Low cost.
At 337.
That call from me?
Negative.
Just for now, lose weight.
349.
Frank 331, the ETA is showing 10 minutes for your time.
I'm not sure if this thing went from Noblesville, but this does appear to be stolen. You put in a watch on the CAD 22.
Clear.
And maybe this is it then.
It's a totally separate plate from the one they gave earlier.
Copy one by one.
I didn't do it.
So,
348.
5400 375251.
King, Lord, David, John, Nora, 2, Adams, 2, 9, George, 7, 8, 2, 1, 6, 2, 0.
Okay.
He's a negative valid on our driver's license.
Here.
We're over here in the park, crossing the train thing.
C20. 354, there's still the answer.
Okay, thank you. You can look at the screen and tell me if you see anything. I'm having some issues with Motorola and I'm not seeing anything on my screen in there.
So,
32, Baker 324, Baker 364, agency call 5473,
You're on the run on your own, and then it's anyway exploded. You might have to, talk and with that phone. Have you been like, on the bill?
Do you advise if the DRE or any DUI cars working?
Everything around really, so I just tried logging out, not back on, so
SCF 348, you get application base 2. Call back to claim coverage community East and refusing answer to the question.
restart my computer when I get to it stopping. Right now, could you just let me know if anything else pops up in pending?
348 copy on the Yeah.
Go ahead.
Community East security has been made aware in the question area as well.
Thank you. Just one thing,
Coming back negative, a 2016 Kia sold to a Holly Cooper at 4303 Stone Mill Drive. Plate should be 602 Adam Young Baker.
Okay, you're expecting to know an issue of the place. It's been happening for a while. Probably black and white, 466 dollars, but it's
Imagine how we put on this one.
For quick, can you use that address, just to go with the card?
April 354. So, P40.
Yeah.
472 East 16th Street. I haven't, he's never called for me. He said he's at the BP gas station, so I'm trying to argue with him. There's a strong language barrier. I have no description of him.
48301.
And they don't let them.
Sorry. Complaint on the call.
I was trying to call an essential welfare on the address is gonna be 3706 Joanne Place, Joann. They're checking up on an adult male who's, starting suicide.
His name?
Remember. 390, 391 are picking up people and paying with CJC now, having to issue one in other districts or all in the same system.
Seven people, 323, 321, take care of residents, they stopped giving that.
Control 313, who needs login? 240 does that, Astronaut.
Color on screen, chat room.
390, I think they'll probably drop by there and pick them up on the way to DJC. Maybe a coincidence that that place comes to 3017 North Capitol, where the air tag in the car was hitting, and the two males that matched the description that we didn't scoop up were walking around, so there would be a coincidence. Is this? UIDRE, non-personal DRE, not personal. UIDRE, non-personal DRE, not personal. Someone else handles for DR or DRE. 320 TW. Southwest 32, train 344, train 65, and plate column, and student. 570 there, West Bay.
I've got some mail, he's walking into the apartment, you can go to the apartment, talk to her, make sure you didn't hit her or anything. It's all from over your head.
361, no one's hitting up. Thank you so much. Central alarm, Zone District 11 at 1460 North Alabama Street. Gonna get the Garner resident on a motion detector. 337 at 343, 330 are you say?
Go over 329. You put it in no report.
Adam 330 control.
Washington and Delaware, I think that.
724, car shots fired, 1601.
347.
Control record for the 59.
Adam 3.
That's
Just ask for 345.
control for the 13.
Where do we have Greg, and me and 321 to fix truck part real quick.
Control.
Clear, everybody,
Dispatch train 345.
there was a 10 to 30 minutes, I heard a total of 21 shots. Usual.
Sir, will you clear the alarm?
Your complainant is requesting a call from you.
373 ring service.
Going on my way to, Keenan-Press.
Okay.
250 is the Mitsubishi, Spartan Sheffield or some on White River. It's Spartan Sheffield. Go ahead.
346, what do you want to be back on to?
Here, I will rest.
Bad boy, use at least those fire.
346 is that's when we got that question on copy, so I can call them too.
Right here, Keenan-Press.
The district on Sherman, Washington, south of the gas station. On Indiana.
25 and
East District 43, Baker 331, Baker 368, suspicious person, 1073 North Short Ridge Road.
I'm clear. Ready to say.
Baker 331, 368, 345, Piano Department E, black female, white male, and unknown black word, Florida first all day, male seen, have a gunman on his person.
Northwest 32 frame, 344 frame, 65, actually call possible disturbance, 5720 West 38th Street. This is the,
324, did DB call you yet?
344, 337, 346. Inspector of loud music, people screaming in the background, there's multiple calls on it.
the legal material laptop. Well, the two from 21.
You said it might take it, people they were just hating.
Sleeper at 50, one person high, traffic white, white Cadillac.
White Cadillac. White Cadillac. 348 control.
299 license plate, the state limit is 570. We are westbound Cumberland Pike, a person 465.
I found something by the person 465.
Vice President 465 for Storm White.
We're gonna be in the 465, traffic right.
Oh, yeah, I'm
Safety getting on board for 65.
That's it.
well,
One, two, if I take it.
Clear.
Traffic light, 90.
Traffic light, speed 90.
information on Susan Vehicle Pursuit for 65 southbound from Thousand Pike, the person for stolen plate, stolen cabin.
Alright, that's all the information, if you blacked out, we don't have.
Terminating pursuit vehicle blacked out.
Thanks for the.
Controlling the record for distribution mirage.
Terminated, they said it's not that.
You should probably get everything.
Here, 62, 330, something circle first.
Yeah.
338, 348, 360, correct?
Sure.
Alright, 348, you're checking on Jesse Morales, who's on the phone with somebody, stating that he was going to end the
Control Franklin 60, will you check to see if Nicholas Waters has any prior DUI charges?
Okay.
So back to the 346, so. 361 on your license.
362, 338 says that he might be, yeah.
Shut
4353.
254-52, South Superior Residence, 3920 Drive, Apartment 8, U52.
And nothing happened, so we weren't able to get a site.
Entry circle, east apartment 4.
Alright, here as well. 35 to arrival. 14. Yeah.
Rita, he is calling Tina.
If not, the 37 gunplay. The nail might be in his box and upon this week outside.
Control 8335. I don't see the run in Fish phone. Can you send it, please?
Player has good friend.
Control 314. Three. As soon as the record driver is back, Carol back on.
Southwest 13, second progress, 1404 Buckingham Street, Speedway, 1 South, Fort Terminal. Southwest 13, second progress, 1404 Buckingham Street, Speedway, 1 South, Fort Terminal. Contender 329, 353, suspect occurred 1404 West Washington Street. Speedway, racial whiteness, and white shirt, black shorts, black hat, post box became seasonal behind the building, 1 South, 2001.
Never forfeited since thou was first born.
units around 8137 Century Circle East. I believe I may have just spoken to your female. Had a female call in who couldn't give the location aside from the street name, but was put in the same address. And said a male had her car keys, but just returned them. Rapid SOS did shimmer going inside the building afterwards.
Clear.
This is 1404 West Los Street. I verified the suspect's description. If you're thinking of wearing a white shirt, black shorts, black jacket that has orange tape over it.
There's a female, is she wearing a long black shirt?
I told her why she doesn't know if there's a female. She just said it was.
Like I said, that the individual, one subject got out of the vehicle, walked around a little bit, and just east towards where you're at right now, down Hanging Court, you never saw him come back out. Light colored top, dark pants. He couldn't tell particular age, race, any of that stuff.
She has an orange hat on the female with the flannel.
Hello there, and welcome to tonight's episode of Down to Sleep.
No.
Listening to the YouTube version of my
So yeah, that's her. She just told me right.
of books and bedtime stories to help you listen for free on Spotify or other podcast apps.
Now we're gonna be on the truck back here, you know, one minute.
Including access to every single reading I've done so far and completed audiobooks. Thank you so
She
much
said they both came in separate emails, all on the phone thing.
this video, but for now I think you're here to get down to sleep tonight. So let's go ahead and hit that thumbs up button and subscribe to this channel if you would like to hear more readings. And we'll begin. Once upon a time,
2024,
there were 4 little rabbits.
big car trouble children, 1542 Nelson Avenue.
Cottontail.
East 50 Tall, Baker Street, Policeman, Baker Street, State, Residential Line 334, North Randolph Street.
The route to the lake,
342.
big fir tree. Or down the lane.
2 feet,
Don't.
36 days.
hit 30 juvenile bikes and skateboards riding back and forth on Mermaid in the location.
342, Mendez residence, and strong motion considered the kitchen.
Mrs. Rabbit took a
Three
basket
different
and
things on that, here, show me more.
to the bakers. She bought a loaf of brown bread and 5 currant buns. Flopsy, Mopsy, and Cottontail, who were good little bunnies, went down the lane to gather blackberries. But Peter, who was very naughty, ran straight away to Mr. McGregor's garden and squeezed under the gate. First, he ate some lettuces and some French beans, and then he ate some radishes. And then, feeling rather sick, he went to look for some parsley. Around the end of the cucumber frame, whom should he meet but Mr. McGregor? Mr. McGregor was on his hands and knees planting young cabbages. He jumped up and ran after Peter, waving a rake and calling out, "Stop, thief!" Peter was most dreadfully frightened. He rushed all over the garden, for he had forgotten the way back to the gate. He lost one of his shoes among the cabbages and the other shoe amongst the potatoes. After losing them, he ran on 4 legs and went faster, so that I think he might have got away altogether if he had not unfortunately run into a gooseberry net. He got caught by the large buttons on his jacket. It was a blue jacket with brass buttons, quite narrow.
Yeah, 14 for
Lost and shed big tears. His sobs were overheard by some friendly sparrows who flew to him in great excitement and implored him to exert himself. Mr. McGregor came up with a sieve, which into the tool shed and jumped into a can. It would have been a beautiful thing to
2359, 330 at 401, one follow.
Mr. McGregor was quite sure that Peter was somewhere in the tool shed, perhaps hidden underneath the flower pot. He began to turn them over carefully, looking under each.
359, look into the other, you get a minute, I'm about to get over here, but I'm still on.
Tissue
1820 is not gonna be
was
okay.
after him in no time. He tried to put his foot upon Peter, who jumped out of the window, upsetting the three plants. The window
You
was
deny
too
me?
small for Mr. McGregor, and he was
That's
tired
not gonna be okay.
after Peter.
Okay.
To his work,
Charges still there.
Peter
273.
sat down to rest. He was out of
Here from vandalism, deterred, 401 North Bellevue Place.
He had not the least
Put me
idea
on the
which
end,
way
but,
to go.
38
So he was very down,
North Station.
sitting in that can.
Turret black pants on a hike, unknown direction on travel.
He began to wonder about.
Creighton Station at 402
That 379.
Looking around,
and 27.
he found a
Definitely District 33, subject occurred 2615 North Emerson Avenue, Speedway, 1 follow 2609 North 51 Interview. District 32, subject occurred 2615 North Emerson Avenue, Speedway, 1 follow 2609 North 51 Interview. Baker 350, Baker 3,
asks her the way
Baker 324 at 402, Baker 350.
such a large pea in her mouth that she
People from back to Bell Bank, you can go in with 20 cars here.
Peter.
And I got second in it.
He tried to find his
It's
way
really
to
important for
the
every
hospital,
word.
but he became more
That's
than
it.
puzzled. Presently, he came to a pond where Mr. McGregor filled his water cans. A white cat was staring at some goldfish. She sat very, very still, but now and then
This month of the vandalism, deterred, 401 North Bellevue Place. Third is a prevent vehicle window, unknown if anything was stolen. Subject now left southbound on a fight. The plane originally said he didn't know where he was.
he went back towards the tool shed, but suddenly, quite close to him, he heard the noise of a hoe. Scratch, 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 scratch. Peter scuttered underneath the bushes, but presently, as nothing happened, he came out, climbed on a wheelbarrow, and peeked over. The first thing he
So,
saw
8,
was
125.
Mr. McGregor hoeing onions. His back
I want to get behind this place narrow and see the plate on.
beyond him
Good.
was the gate.
You copy of this?
Peter
Go.
got down very quietly off of the wheelbarrow and started running as fast as he could along a straight walk behind some blackcurrant bushes. His
told you not to
sight in the corner, but
Well,
Peter did not care.
1,
He slipped
Frank,
through the gate and
Adam, Frank,
passed
Paul,
outside.
4, 0, 4,
Mr.
8,
McGregor
2,
up
Frank,
into the jacket
1,
she
5, 3, 5, 6, 8.
Houston Circuit.
never stopped running all behind him till he got home to the big fir tree. He was so tired. He flopped down upon the nice soft sand on the floor of the rabbit hole and shut his eyes. His mother was busy cooking. She wondered what he had done with his clothes. It was the second little jacket, a pair of shoes, that Peter had lost in a fortnight. I'm sorry to say that Peter was not very well during the evening. His mother put him to bed and made him some chamomile tea, and she gave a dose of it to Peter. 1 tablespoonful to be taken at bedtime. But Flopsy, Mopsy, and Cottontail had bread
1825 control.
and milk and blackberries for supper. The end.
That's actually a Mustang, however, I can't get a return out of Indiana.
Matrix Potter.
351.
What a funny sight it is to see
It's
a
good.
group of ducklings with a
I tried Illinois and Ohio, and I can't get returns out of there as well.
story of Joanna Puddleduck, who was annoyed because their father's wife would not let her hatch her own eggs. Her sister-in-law, Mrs. Rebecca Puddleduck, was perfectly willing to leave the hatching to someone else. I have not the patience to sit on a nest for 28 days. No more have you, Joanna. You would let them go cold. You know you would. I wish to hatch my own eggs. I will hatch them all by myself, quacked Joanna Puddleduck. She tried to hide her eggs.
348, are you able to answer a basic information?
Jemima Puddleduck She set off on a fine spring afternoon along the car road that leads over the hill.
She drove through car, efficient vehicle, 1837 Prospect Street.
When she reached the
Or
top of the hill,
recording.
she saw a wood in the distance. She thought it looked like a safe spot.
What
Jemima
was
Look was not much in the
That
habit
might
of
be
flight.
like
She ran downhill a few yards, flapping her shawl.
345 road, pull down the rest.
Off into the air.
The 406,
Beautifully when she had
Wayne said, larger white van, smaller to twice in the traffic in the area.
She saw an open place
Go to supervisor.
where the trees and brushwood had been cleared.
Zero.
Jemima
They're on it.
meditated rather heavily and began to waddle about
Right there.
in search of a convenient drive.
So I think it's the first round.
She rather
Bring
fancied
it up
she
to
saw
25. Did you put that return in the message?
seated on the stone. She was startled to find an
11:45.
gentleman reading the
Right.
newspaper. He had black prick ears and sandy-colored whiskers.
Where do you get that? Did they go around from,
Her head and her bonnet
look around on these district, kids aren't there?
353, 32,
raised
pages
his
down,
eyes
very
above
good.
his newspaper and looked curiously at Jemima.
About it.
"Madam, have you lost your way?" said he.
Information, a female on Prospect is very panicked and hysterical because there's a white man and a white SUV.
Jemima thought him mighty civil and handsome. She explained that she had not lost her way, but that she was trying to find a convenient drive.
332, hop over to 16, 15, 24, 33.
Gentleman with sandy whiskers, looking curiously at
Engineer.
Jemima. He folded up the newspaper
Did they
and
want?
put it in his coat-tail pocket. Jemima complained of the superfluous hand.
408 behind the budget 8, now, they almost
I wish I
not
could
responsible.
meet with that fowl.
Okay.
I would teach it to mind its own business. But as to
Come
nest,
come over to my favorite place on Addison, I got a little bit of a
sack
place.
of feathers in my woodshed. No, my dear madam, you will be in nobody's way. You may sit there as long as you like, said the bushy, long-tailed gentleman. He led the way to a very retired, dismal-looking house amongst the foxgloves. It was built of sticks and turf, and there were two broken pails, one on top of another by way of a chimney. This is my summer residence. You would not find my winter house so convenient, said the hospitable gentleman. There was a tumble-down shed at the back of the house, made of old soap boxes. The gentleman opened the door and showed Jemima in. The shed
I
was
continue to interrupt the shots fired East 16th Street, North Shadeland Avenue. Secondary call at 16th Street, East Pleasant Run Parkway, North Drive. Anonymous caller called, heard 2 minutes ago, saying for 50 shots near that intersection.
such a vast quantity of feathers. It was very
Sure,
comfortable.
they don't like, it's like this.
Without any trouble at all. When she came out, the sandy-whiskered gentleman was sitting on a log reading the newspaper. At least he had it spread out, but he was looking over the top of it. He was so polite that he seemed almost sorry to let Jemima go home for the night. He had promised to take great care of the nest until she came back the next day. He said he loved eggs and ducklings. He should be proud to see a fine nest from the woodshed. Jemima puddled up and came every afternoon.
373, 68, with 716 on Glenwood, B21.
Nest. They were greeny white and very large. The foxy gentleman admired them immensely. He used to
370 Michigan, Sherman.
count when Jemima was not there. At last, Jemima told him she had
At 410, I just talked to the guy who said it's been off about an hour in here. Subject outside yelling and arguing, so he didn't know anything else.
until the next
You better not, I think that might have a, but doubt out the other one.
Jemima. Madam, I beg you not to trouble yourself with the bag.
325, 342, 6 person, 10 to feeling,
Dear
14.
sitting, I intend to
Where's your show dragon?
let us have a dinner party, all to ourselves.
I'm a
I
home.
ask you to bring up some herbs from the farm garden to make a savory omelette. Sage and thyme, mint and 2 onions, and some parsley. I will provide lard for the stuff, lard for the omelette, said the hospitable gentleman. with
New yellow car, attorney complete call, 1724 Orange Street,
was
East Wall.
not a simpleton. Not even the mention of sage and onions made her suspicious.
3.
She went round to the farm garden.
When I left that there, you can take another.
Sorts of herbs that are used
Hold
in
on.
stuffing, roast, duck. She waddled into the kitchen and got 2 onions out.
I thought we were
The collie dog
like
Ken
a window.
met her
Didn't
coming
you
out.
want that?
What are you doing with those onions? Where do you go every afternoon by yourself, Jemima Buttercup? Jemima was rather
Yeah,
ignorant
how
of
we
the
go.
collie. She told him the whole story. The collie listened with his wise head on one side. He grinned when she described
You
the
guys don't have
plant
idea about that.
with sandy whiskers. He asked several questions about the wood and about the
They
exact
were
position
causing a little bit
of
of
the
problems.
house and shed. Then he went out, trotted down the village,
Well,
and he
that's
went to
what
look
the
for 2
fuck.
foxhound puppies
Mhm.
who were out at walk with the butcher. Jemima Buttercup went up the car road for the last time on a sunny afternoon. She was rather burdened with bunches of herbs.
It's one for myself and 360 arrived at Eskenazi, any mileage 41529.
The house of a bushy, long
Think I'll be 28.
348.
was sitting on a log. He sniffed the air and kept glancing uneasily round the wood.
Okay.
When Jemima alighted, he quite jumped. Come into the house as soon as you've looked at your eggs. Give me the herbs for the omelette to be sharp. He was rather abrupt. Jemima Buttercup had never heard him speak like that. She felt surprised and uncomfortable. While she was inside, she heard pattering feet round the back of the shed. Someone with a black nose sniffed at the bottom of the door.
348, please still has not sent anybody to the southeast address. You wanted to disregard on that?
A moment afterwards, there were the most awful noises. Barking,
No, we'll gotta get that. I'm gonna tell me anyway. Tell me that was.
and nothing more was ever
Tell
seen.
me the auto card.
Whiskered gentleman. Presently, Kemp opened the door of the shed and let out Jemima Buttercup. Unfortunately, the puppies rushed in and gobbled up the eggs before he could stop them. He had a bite on his ear and
Wasn't
both
that the
puppies were limping.
Why?
Jemima Buttercup was escorted home in tears on account of those eggs. She laid some more in June, and she was permitted to keep them herself.
Black, 43X, 9mm. Generally gonna be bigger. Mike, Union, Edward, 957.
The Tale of Mr. Jeremy Fisher by Beatrix Potter. Once upon a time, there was a frog called Mr. Jeremy Fisher. He lived in a little house amongst the buttercups.
346.
The water
Go ahead, man.
was slippy, sloppy in the
Before
larder.
you go, thank you, Edward.
But Mr. Jeremy
It's kind of like I got an apology anyway.
Nobody ever scolded him, and he never caught a cold. He was quite pleased when he looked out and saw large drops of rain splashing in the pond. I will get some worms and go fishing.
324, 831,
It's my dinner, said Mr. Jeremy Fisher. If I catch more than 5 fish, I will invite my friends. Mr. Alderman told me to get to some eyes open. The alderman, however, eats salad. Mr. Jeremy put on a Macintosh and a pair of shiny galoshes. He took his
343 is the guard.
set off with them.
That's Glory Road.
Place where he kept his boat. The boat was round and green, and very like the other lily leaves. It was tied to a water plant in the middle of the pond. Mr. Jeremy took a reed pole and pushed the boat out into open water. I know a good place for minnows, said Mr. Jeremy Fisher. Mr. Jeremy stuck his pole into the mud and fastened the boat to it. He settled himself, cross-legged, and arranged his
41.
fishing tackle. He
Right.
had the dearest little red
You started wagging from the dog now.
his rod was a tough stalk of grass. His line was a fine long white horsehair, and he tied a little wriggling worm at the end. The rain trickled down his back, and for nearly an hour he stared at the float.
Control 341, just to confirm address
I
scene.
think I should like some lunch, said Mr. Jeremy Fisher. He punted back again amongst the water plants and took some lunch out of his basket. I will eat a butterfly sandwich.
This one
Wait
can
till
go.
the shower is over, said Mr. Jeremy Fisher. A great
Control 2341.
beetle came up underneath the lily leaf and tweaked the toe of one of his galoshes. Mr. Jeremy crossed his legs up shorter, out of reach, and went on eating his sandwich. Once or twice, something moved out, with a rustle and a splash amongst the rushes at the side of the pond. I trust that's not a rat, said Mr. Jeremy Fisher. I think I had better get away from here.
Reading the photo shots of it in front of the building.
Dropped in the bait. There was a light almost directly. The float gave a tremendous bobbit. A minnow, I have it by the nose, cried Mr. Jeremy Fisher, jerking up his rod. But what a horrible
Control
surprise.
2341.
Instead of a smooth, fat minnow, Mr. Jeremy landed little Jack Sharp the stickleback, covered with
Control radio check.
the stickleback floundered about the boat, pricking and snapping until he was quite out of breath. Then he jumped back into the water, and a shoal of other little fishes put their heads out and laughed at Mr. Jeremy Fisher. And while Mr. Jeremy sat on the edge of his boat, swinging his sore fingers,
2341, are you over here?
peering down into the water,
Attention Northwest 31, Frank 344, Frank 344. accident, West 34th Street, Air Lane. Anonymous last name at intersection. Car wreck with a light pole. Driver Hispanic male, red and gray shirt, red pants, walking around. He's intoxicated. EMS and route.
splash,
Nope.
then seized Mr. Jeremy with a snap.
Report.
And then
That's
it
where
turned
the wagon at Paramount or somewhere else.
Another caller back now. Life protection around has been partial by location for about a week. Two females in the vehicle have been there for over a week. Possibly representative.
was Mr. Jeremy's galoshes.
Frank 344, where he can.
Mr. Jeremy bounced up to
Yeah, so it's gonna be a TMI.
like a
30,
bubble
21.
bubbles out of a
Thank you.
water bottle.
332, some of it, like in
His
50
way
times,
to
and
the edge of the pond. He scrambled out onto the first bank he came to, and he
He took 54,
across the meadow.
34.
Macintosh in tatters.
Going to.
What a mercy that was
You
all
can-
behind
I'll
me,
tell you.
Mr. Jeremy Fisher. I've
I'll
also
spit it out. You go down there,
but it does not much
through the
matter,
room,
for I am sure
take
I should
photos,
have
and
dared
search
to
for potential property.
Some sticking parts
There you
from
go.
his fingers, and his friends
Make sure only if on property take photos before you
had
shoot.
something else in his larder. Sir Isaac Newton wore his black and gold waistcoat, and Mr. Alderman Tommy Tortoise brought a salad
Oh, wagon go now.
in a string bag. And instead of a nice dish,
Control report.
they had a roasted grasshopper with
Yeah.
ladybird sauce, which folks consider
Oh,
a beautiful treat. But I think it must have been nasty. The end. The Tale of Johnny Townmouse by Beatrix Potter. Johnny Townmouse was born in a cupboard. Tiggy-Winkle was
No, it's gonna be a long shot, but reference the vehicle I'm checking on.
Mouse who went to town.
If there's anything to do with a possible global bill robbery,
Once a week by
I think
carrier
that was the text I did.
in a camper.
Not kidding. I'll let you call, check on that, or.
By the garden gate, so that the carrier could pick it up when he passed. Tiggy-Willy corrected
345, 11, 20, 43, 53, 26, no longer.
Tiggy-Willy
345.
fell fast asleep. He awoke in a
345,
fright while the hamper was being lifted into the carrier's cart.
Yeah, 420,
Then there was a
20,
jolting, and a
Something a wagon for an adult man
packages were thrown in.
at Belmont and Washington.
Tiggy-Willy
One of the phone cards was used at 34 on top of 270. Can you take my location there, please?
and sat down.
Hi.
The cook gave the carrier sixpence. The back door banged, and
One
the
of
cart
43.
rumbled away. There was no quiet. There seemed
Sorry.
hundreds of cars passed.
Please, man,
Dogs barked, boys whistled in the street, the cook laughed, the parlourmaid
we all
ran down the stairs, and a canary
56
sang
and
on the
80.
steam engine.
kind of like,
He lived all of his life in the gardens.
Belmont View and Washington.
I'm clear.
Presently,
Fine.
and to unpack the vegetables.
Charles,
Outside,
X. Ray Williams,
terrified Timmy Willie
3-0,
up jumped
Bingo.
on the chair, exclaiming,
Then walking over the overhang of it.
Timmy Willie did not wait for Sarah with the poker. He rushed along the skirting board till he came to a little hole in. He plunged.
Control date is 341.
He dropped half a foot.
Their license could be related, but they're not sure at this time.
Dinner party.
Morning, Sheriff.
3 glasses. And look what this inquired Johnny Townhouse.
It was DC for photos, and you get a hold of the parking complex and see if they can have someone respond.
Three.
Right.
Four tickets.
And I feel
But they were too well bred to make
Oh my
personal
God.
remarks.
working probably quick.
Asked Timmy Willie if he had ever been in a trap.
But,
The dinner was of 8 courses.
can I get another car in a rush?
All the dishes were brought to Timmy Willie.
Charles, George, 207, and I was on 73, and so hotel as well.
Anxious to behave with company manners.
Control room for 41.
Boys upstairs
Good.
made him so nervous. He dropped a plate. Never mind.
We can cancel that wagon for now. I'm going to work this person through on
Let's come
7,000.
back with the dessert.
Clear.
It should be explained that 2 young mice who were waiting on the others were skirmishing upstairs to the kitchen between courses. Several times they came tumbling in, squeaking and laughing. Timmy Willie learned with horror that they were being chased by the cat. His appetite failed. He felt faint. Try some jelly, said Johnny Townmouse. No. Would you rather go to bed? I'll show you a most comfortable sofa pillow. The sofa pillow had a hole in it. Johnny Townmouse quite honestly recommended it as the best bed, kept exclusively for visitors. The sofa smelled of cat. Timmy Willie preferred to spend a miserable night under the fender. It was just the same next day. An excellent breakfast was provided for mice accustomed to eat bacon. Timmy Willie had been reared on roots and salad. Johnny Townmouse and his friends racketed about under the floors and came boldly out all over the house in the evening. One particularly loud crash had been caused by Sarah tumbling downstairs with the tea tray. There were crumbs and sugar, smears of jam to be collected in spite of the cat. Timmy Willie longed to be at home in his peaceful nest in Sunnybank. The food disagreed with him.
What's open eyes?
The noise prevented him from
Yeah.
sleeping. In a few days, he grew so thin that Johnny
I'm not
Townhouse
concerned. I didn't probably can get my eye.
He listened to Timmy
Big one for your question that time was going in.
about the garden.
Good,
It sounds rather a dull place.
Yeah, you did. You're gonna do something different. Initially.
I sit in my little sandy burrow
Huh.
and shell corn and
Where's that?
seeds from my autumn store. I peep out at the throstles and blackbirds on the lawn. My friend called Robin. And when the sun comes out again, you should see my garden and the flowers. Roses, pinks and pansies. No noise, except the birds.
I'm not getting any access to it.
There goes that cat again, exclaimed Johnny Townmouse, when they had taken refuge in the coal cellar.
Three. Southeast did not get an answer over there.
I confess, I am a little disappointed. I've been tempted to entertain
I'll
you
make
to
it hard.
William.
Sure, people see.
Yes, you have been most kind, but I do feel so ill, said Timmy.
Problem, something going like that.
Either your teeth and digestion are unaccustomed to our food. Perhaps it might be wiser for you to return in the hamper. Oh, cried Timmy Willie. Why, of course, for the matter of that, we could send you back last week, said Johnny rather huffily. Did you not know that the hamper goes back empty on Saturday?
call back. I don't think there's address in this.
Violence and spring grass. He had nearly forgotten his visit to town. Went up the sandy path, all spick and span with a brown leather bag, came Johnny Townmouse. Tiggy-Winkle received him with open arms. You have come at the best of all the year. We will have herb pudding and sit in the sun. It is a little damp, said Johnny Townmouse, who was carrying his tail under his arm out of the mud. What is that fearful noise? He started violently. That, said Tiggy-Winkle. It's only a cow. I'll beg a little milk. They're quite harmless, unless they happen to lie down on you. How are all our friends? Johnny's account was rather middling. He explained why he was paying his visit so early in the season. The family had gone to the seaside for Easter. The cook was doing spring cleaning. On board wages with particular instructions to clear out the mice. There were 4 kittens, and the cat had killed the canary.
That was 62, 340, 45 call, so now 5225, hidden room.
Whatever is that fearful
Right.
racket?
3023 control.
I'll fix some of the grass clippings present.
He advised you that he's sleeping after you don't
And
eat.
better settle the country, Johnny. We shall see by Tuesday week. The hamper is stopped while they're at the seaside. I'm sure you'll never want to live in town.
Office 31, 333, 322, Carpenter, please call for 911, South 42, South Rochester, others.
Hamper eventually,
333.
he said, it was too quiet.
Talking 428.
One place suits one person, another place suits another person. For my part, I prefer to live in the country, like Tiggy-Winkle. The end. The Tale of Benjamin Bunny by Beatrix Potter. One morning, the little rabbit
First 3.1 checking room.
he pricked his ears and listened to the trit, trot, trit, trot of the pony. The gig was coming along the road. It was driven by Mr. McGregor, and beside him sat Mrs. McGregor in her best bonnet. As soon as they had passed, little Benjamin Bunny slid down into the road and set off with a hop, skip, and a
Control
jump
Bishop 34.
to call upon his relations who lived in
Right.
the wood at the back of Mr. McGregor's garden. That wood was full
Control County,
of
Sydney, Ryan,
rainbows,
1 ball field.
and in the neatest, sandiest hole of all lived Benjamin's aunt and his cousins, Flopsy, Mopsy, Cottontail, and Peter. Old Mrs. Rabbit was a widow. She earned her living by knitting rabbit wool mittens and muffatees. I once bought a pair at a bazaar. She also sold herbs and a rosemary tea and rabbit tobacco, which is what we call lavender. Little Benjamin did not very much want to see his aunt. He came
He dropped
round
that
the
one,
fir tree and nearly tumbled on the
Yeah.
top of his cousin Peter. Peter was sitting by himself.
Did you eat the same Eris tea that took her ankles off by?
A red cotton pocket
Never
handkerchief.
I'm sorry, 11.
Peter, said little Benjamin in a whisper, who's got your clothes? Peter replied,
Can be corroborated, that helps.
in Mr. McGregor's
Okay.
garden, and described how he had been chased about the garden and dropped his shoes and coat. Little Benjamin sat down beside his cousin and assured him that Mr. McGregor had gone out in a gig, and Mrs. McGregor also, certainly for the day, because she was wearing her best bonnet. Peter said he hoped that it would rain. At this point, old Mrs. Rabbit's voice was heard inside the rabbit hole calling,
Control 64, 34.
Good.
chamomile. Peter said he thought he might feel better if he went for a walk.
You can't find his wallet in the car, any purse, so,
The flat top of
you might look for that.
the wood. From here, they looked
Yeah, look through this whole room. I didn't find anything. I'm not finding
Peter's
anything.
coat and shoes were plainly to be seen upon the scarecrow, topped with an old tam o' shanter of Mr. McGregor's. Little Benjamin said,
She doesn't know if he answers the call 482 South Rock. Another call from the same phone number, but I did not get a base to no voice contact.
They went along a little walk on planks under a sunny red brick wall.
Here's your report. He is from the person who called this video over 422 and Ferguson Avenue.
They winked at Peter
Yeah, just throw me on the road.
Peter let the pocket handkerchief go again. They got amongst flower pots and frames and tubs. Peter heard noises worse than ever. His eyes were as big as lollipops. He was a step or two in front of his cousin when he suddenly stopped. Around the corner, those little rabbits
Pretty nice.
saw a cat. Little Benjamin took one look, and then, in half a minute less than
I'll fill you with
he
30.
hid himself and Peter and onions underneath a large basket. The cat got up and stretched herself and came and sniffed at the basket. Perhaps she liked the smell of onions. Anyway, she sat down on the top of the basket. She sat there for 5 hours. I cannot draw you a picture of Peter and Benjamin underneath the basket because it was quite dark and because the smell of the onions was fearful. It made Peter Rabbit and little Benjamin cry. The sun got round behind the wood. It was quite late in the afternoon, but still the cat sat upon the basket. At length there was a pitter-patter, pitter-patter. Some bits of mortar fell from the wall above. The cat looked up and saw old Mr. Benjamin Bunny prancing along the top of the wall of the upper terrace. He was smoking a pipe of rabbit tobacco and had a little switch in his hand. He was looking for his son. Old Mr. Bunny had no opinion whatever of cats. He took a tremendous jump on
These things are sweet.
the cat.
You told her to come wagging.
Off the basket.
Go ahead.
Into the greenhouse, scratching off a handful of fur. The cat was much
Are
too
you available to start the Super 8 at 4530 South Emerson Avenue for bistro? They have an adult female who tried to escape twice and wanted for robbery.
They don't refer across straight to him. Community incorrect.
East Road 34, you have a county wagon en route.
Then he took out his nephew Peter. He took a handkerchief of onions and marched out of the garden. When Mr. McGregor returned about half an hour later, he observed several things which perplexed him. It looked as though some person had been walking all over the garden in a pair of clogs. Only the footmarks were ridiculously little. He could not understand how the cat could have managed to shut herself inside the greenhouse, locking the door on the outside. When Peter got home, his mother forgave him. She was so glad to see that he had found his shoes and his coat. Cottontail and Peter folded up the pocket handkerchief. And old
No,
Mr.
but- okay,
Rabbit
okay.
strung up the onions
7169 Rockville Road.
from the kitchen ceiling with bunches
Thank you, you do fine for my phone, man.
of rabbit tobacco. The end.
437 is carrying talks to a white shirt, green shorts at the front door.
Once
The two-way asking people to run.
there were 3 little kittens.
East of 63 Baker Street, 7th Business Corner, 2339 East Washington Street.
They had dear little fur coats
54 and 14 for a
that
week.
tumbled on the doorstep, laid with dust.
East
One
of
day, their mother, Mrs. Tabitha Twitchett, expected friends to tea, so she fetched the kittens indoors to
Customer
wash and dress them before the fine company arrived. First, she scrubbed their faces. Then, she brushed their fur. Then, she combed their tails and whiskers. Tom
They
was
didn't
very
get
naughty.
scrubbed.
He scratched. Mrs. Tabitha dressed Moppet and Mittens in clean pinafores and tuckers. She took all sorts of elegant,
Control 41.
Okay.
Still have no idea.
The dirty ash pit. And from Sally Henny
District 41 does another, starting mileage 58432.
And 14, go ahead. And 413. And 413.
When they stood up, there were several green smears. Let's climb up the rockery and sit on the garden wall, said Moppet. They turned their pinafores back to front and went up with a skip and a jump. Moppet's white tucker fell down into the road. Tom Kitten was quite unable to jump and walking upon his hind legs in trousers. He came up the rockery by degrees, breaking the ferns and shedding buttons left and right. He was all in pieces when he reached the top of the wall. Moppet and Mittens tried to pull him together. His hat fell off and the rest of his buttons burst. While they were in difficulties, there was a pin, pat, paddle, pat, and the three puddle-ducks came along the hard, high road, marching one behind the other, doing the goose step. Pin, pat, paddle, pat, pin, pat, waddle, pat. They stopped and stood in a row. They stared up at the kittens. They had very small eyes and looked surprised. The two duck-birds, Rebecca and Jemima Puddle-Duck, picked up the hat and tucker and put them on. Mittens laughed so that she fell off the wall. Moppet and Tom descended after her. The pinafores and the rest of Tom's clothes came off on the way down. Come, Mr. Drake Puddle-Duck, said Moppet. Come and help us to dress him. Come and button up Tom. Mr. Drake Puddle-Duck advanced in a slow, sideways manner, picking up the various articles, but he put them on himself. They fit him even worse than Tom Kitten. Fine morning, said Mr. Drake Puddle-Duck. He and Jemima and Rebecca Puddle-Duck set off up the road, keeping step. Pit, pat, paddle, pat, pit, pat, waddle, pat. Tabitha Twitch came down the garden and found her kittens on the wall with no clothes on. She pulled them off the wall and smacked them and took them back to the house. My friends will arrive in a minute, and you are not fit to be seen. I am affronted, said Mrs. Tabitha Twitchett. She sent them upstairs, but I'm sorry to say that she told her friends they were in bed with the measles, which was not true. Quite the contrary. They were not in bed
Great, William.
in the least. Somehow, there were extraordinary noises overhead which disturbed
District 40 adult male, TJC, getting mileage 93865.
I think someday
Okay.
I shall have to make another larger look to tell you about Tom Kitten. As for the puddle-ducks, they went into a pond. The clothes came off directly.
Same caller earlier tonight.
Mr. Drake Puddle-Duck
Male, I should say, I believe it did not die.
ever since. The end. The tale of Mrs. Tiggy-Winkle. Once upon a time, there was a little girl called Lucy who lived in a farm called Little Town. She was a good little girl, only she was always losing her pocket handkerchiefs. One day, little Lucy
332, Adam 362, 332, 362, Sexual Welfare Center, north of 72, 8375 East 96th Street, behind the Meyer.
have you seen
The
Daddy?
truck appears to be passed out.
Kitten went on washing her
Hey,
money.
Rachel.
So Lucy asked her speckled hen,
Bus minutes
Sally
443.
Henny Penny,
Disregard those, start at 349.
Hankins.
Wait,
The speckled hen ran into a pond.
332, 362, you can disregard down to 349 on the run at 444.
Effort Lucy asked
3:30 Canadian and service office.
Cold Robin looked sideways at Lucy with his bright black eye, and he flew over a stile and away. Lucy climbed up on the stile and looked up at the hill behind Littletown. A hill that goes up into the clouds as though it had no top. A great bit up the hillside, she thought she saw some white things spread upon the grass. Lucy scrambled up the hill as fast as her stout legs would carry her. She ran along a steep pathway up
Take it out.
until Littletown was right away down below. She could have dropped a pebble down the chimney. Presently, she came to a spring, bubbling out from the hillside.
Downtown 22, over 332, over 627, and Cooper's Hall, 376, East Louisiana, Phase 2, Robertson Rapid SOS, check. Rapid SOS says 231, Virginia. Abandoned call, 300 South Trinity. Over 327, over 332, at 1240.
Another park, 28 cars, no park.
Props cut from broken stems with lines of heaps of tiny clothespins with no pocket handkerchiefs. But there was something else. A door straight into the hill. Inside it, someone was singing. Lily white and clean, with little frills between. Smooth and hot, red rusty spot. Never hear thee seen. Lucy knocked once, twice, and interrupted the song. A little frightened voice called out, "Who's that?" Lucy opened the door. And what do you think there was inside the hill? A nice, clean kitchen with a flagged floor and wooden beams. Just like any other farm kitchen. Only the ceiling was so low that Lucy's head nearly touched it.
Control Sheriff 360.
Hands were small and so was everything. There was a nice hot singy smell at the table.
I'm sorry, they changed the location of 103 Main Street.
Savory stout. Staring anxiously at Lucy.
Blair.
Her print gown was tucked up. She was wearing a large apron over her striped petticoat. Her little black nose went sniffle, sniffle, snuffle, and her eyes went twinkle, twinkle. Underneath her cap, where Lucy had yellow curls, this little person had prickles. "Have you," said Lucy, "have you seen my pocket handkins?" The little person made a bold curtsy. "Oh yes, if you please. My name's Mrs. Tiggy-Winkle. Yes, if you please. I'm an excellent clear starch."
Nobody asked for money.
She took something out of a clothes basket and spread it on the ironing blanket. "What's that thing?" said Lucy. "That's not my pocket hanky." "Oh no, if you please. That's a little scarlet waistcoat. It belongs to Conroy." She ironed it and folded it and put it on one side. She took something else off the clothes horse. "That isn't my penny," said Lucy. "Oh no, if you please. That's a
Everybody's got one of those little
sorts and sizes of
clear
clothes,
guys.
small brown coats of mice, one velvety black moleskin, a waistcoat, a red tailcoat with no tail belonging to Squirrel Pumpkin, and a very much shrunk blue jacket belonging to Peter Rabbit. The petticoat, though marked, had got lost in the washing, and at last the basket was empty. Then Mrs. Tiggy-Winkle made tea, a cup for herself and a cup for Lucy. They sat before the fire on the bench and looked sideways at one another. Mrs. Tiggy-Winkle's hand holding the teacup was very brown, very, very wrinkly with the soap suds. All through her gown and her cap there were hairpins sticking the wrong end out. Lucy didn't like to sit too near her. When they had finished tea, they tied up the clothes in bundles, and Lucy's pocket handkerchiefs were folded inside her clean penny, fastened with a silver safety pin. They made up the fire with turf, came out and locked the door, and hid the key under the doorsill. Away down the hill trotted Lucy and Mrs. Tiggy-Winkle with the bundle of clothes. All the way down the path, little animals came out of the fern to meet them. The very first they met were Peter Rabbit and Benjamin Bunny. She gave them their nice clean clothes, and all the little animals and birds were so very much obliged to dear Mrs. Tiggy-Winkle. At the bottom of the hill, when they came to the stile, there was nothing left to carry except Lucy's one little bundle. Lucy scrambled up the stile with the bundle in her hand. She turned to say good night, to thank the washerwoman. But what a very odd thing. Mrs. Tiggy-Winkle had not waited either for thanks or the washing bill. She was running, running, running up the hill. And where was her white-frilled cap? Where was her shawl, her gown, her petticoat? House,
What did you say that on?
how brown, covered with
And
wrinkles.
for-
Mrs. Tiggy-Winkle
3:45.
with a hedgehog. Now some
Please
people
note
say
that,
that little Lucy had been asleep
Control is my
on the
13.
stile.
Go ahead. Perfect.
Napkins and a penny, pinned with a silver safety pin. And besides, I have seen that door into the back of the hill.
Can you find a picture probably of the city county building on the Alabama Street side? There's a woman out here, I don't really know what she wants, but she's trying to find a library and the mental state's not good. And I don't really know what she wants.
On tonight's
Go ahead.
episode, to sleep.
Stand by. Can I get 2 cards started for the city county building?
Anyone on late shift want to work day shift for overtime?
You told that to happen.
Go ahead.
John down, please.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Send me a text. If you just, or do you want this pay, or do you want, ATL? Pay, please.
Yeah, well, now that the job goes down,
That's what I was doing.
341.
Yes.
Go ahead. If I, anything, AF, given here, good enough.
all I could do was leave a message for somebody to respond, so nobody's called back, so I can call and leave another message if you'd like.
This is my podcast, How to Sleep, where I read books to help you get a good night's rest. You can listen for free here, Spotify, or other apps. Come and support the podcast on Patreon and get a bonus episode every single week, as well as vote on what book I read next. Like and subscribe, and enjoy Hansel and Gretel by the Brothers Grimm. Hard by a great forest dwelt a poor woodcutter with his wife and his 2 children. The boy was called Hansel, and the girl, Gretel. He had little to light to break, and once when great dearth fell on the land, he could no longer procure even daily bread. Now when he thought over this by night in his bed and tossed about in his anxiety, he groaned and said to his wife, "What is to become of us? How are we to feed our poor children when we no longer have anything even for ourselves?" "I'll tell you what, husband," answered the woman. "Early tomorrow morning, I will take the children out into the forest, to where it is the thickest. There we will light a fire for them, and give each of them one more piece of bread, and then we will go to our work and leave them alone. They will not find the way home again, and we shall be rid of them." "No, wife," said the man, "I will not do that. How can I bear to leave my children?
Control 2013.
The wild animals would soon
Go
come
ahead.
and tear them to pieces." "Oh, you fool," said she.
Deputies at City County Building were asking what the problem was.
"You may as well
Thank you. How long has been a problem?
coffins."
Clear.
She left him no peace until he consented. "I feel very sorry for the poor children, all the same," said the man. The 2 children had also not been able to sleep for hunger, and had heard what their stepmother had said to their father. Gretel wept bitter tears. and said to
329 and
Hansel,
333, residential on 852, 1845 Crossing Drive.
"Do not distress yourself.
329 Council.
We will soon find a way to help us." And when people were asleep,
Both 457 is a permanent cast.
coat opened the
Can we
door
drop
of the
the
Gretel cell.
indoor camera?
The
No,
moon
we're
shone
doing-
brightly, and the white pebbles which lay in front of the house glittered like real silver pennies. Hansel stooped and stuffed the little pocket of his coat.
335, 340, trouble with 52 at 88, Madison
And said to
Avenue.
Gretel, "Be comforted,
Both
dear
at 457.
and sleep in peace. God will not forsake us." And he lay down again in his bed.
There's a female in a t-shirt and underwear and shoes grabbing the door handles and looking back and forth into the apartment.
Saying,
The caller will turn yellow when it tries her.
"We're going into the forest to fetch wood." She ate each a little piece of bread and said, "There's something for your dinner, but do not eat it up before then. We will get nothing else." Gretel took the bread under her apron as Hansel had the pebbles in his pocket. Then they all set out together on the way to the forest. When they had walked a short time, Hansel stood still and peeped back at the house, and did so.
324, did you take for the ET run on Big Sur or did it need to 10?
What are you looking at there?
390 up there.
This is the girl I did.
And do not forget how to use your legs.
Actually,
"Ah, father," said Hansel, "I'm looking at my little white cat, which is sitting up on the roof and wants to say goodbye to me." The wife said, "Fool, that is not your little cat. That is the morning sun shining on the chimneys." Hansel, however, had not been looking back at the cat, but had been constantly throwing one of the
390, 327.
stones out of his pocket.
390.
At 373, at 344, 373 for incomplete call, 1.
Now, children,
3402 Meridian, subject yelling something into the phone and disconnected without brother.
Hansel
put that
and
spaghetti.
Gretel brushwood together, as high as a little hill. The brushwood was lighted,
Yes, sir.
and when the flames were very high.
I'm gonna look there and drop the property.
Now, children,
Button 459.
lay yourselves down by the fire and rest.
61, Baker 316, Baker 338, domestic 3934, Calvin
When we
Boy.
have done, we will come back
360.
and fetch you away.
250, just make sure you don't need that flagging up the sign.
Right.
Each ate a little
316,
piece of
338, 459, 100 versus 48 girls. Oh, no weapons. Hero said their son's mental emotional but now refused EMS.
was a branch which he had fastened to a withered tree, which the wind was blowing backwards and forwards. And as they had been sitting such a long time, their eyes closed with fatigue, and they fell fast asleep. When at last they awoke, it was already dark night. Gretel began to cry and said, "How are we to get out of the forest now?
Control Sheriff Holden,
Go ahead.
1042 from High House.
Hi, Nicole.
Followed the pebbles, which shone like newly coined silver pieces, showed them the way. They walked the whole night long, and by break of day came once more to their father's house.
Real quick before you went, you copy Eddie Howard.
Go ahead.
58446.
She
I
said,
see that. I'm rolling.
"You naughty children, why have you slept so long in the forest? We thought you were never coming back at all." The father, however, rejoiced, for it had cut him to the heart to leave them behind alone. Not long afterwards, there was once more great dearth throughout the land, and the children heard their mother saying at night to their father, "Everything is eaten again. We have one half loaf left, and that is the end. The children must go. It will take them further into the wood, so they will not find their way out again. There is no other means of saving ourselves." The man's heart was heavy, and he thought, "It would be better for you to share the last mouthful with your children." The woman, however, would listen to nothing that he had to say, and scolded and reproached him. He who says A must say B likewise, and as he had yielded the first time, he had to do a second time also.
Hers reference at 3402 North Meridian. That's that same number from earlier from the tag on 59 when they said they got stabbed.
And when the old folks were asleep, Hansel again got up and wanted to go out and pick up the pebbles as he had done before.
He used it to go backwards.
And locked the door.
Yeah.
And Hansel could not get out. Nevertheless, he comforted his little sister and said, "Do not cry, Gretel. Go to sleep quietly. Good God will help us." Early in the morning came the woman and took the children out of their beds. Their piece of bread was given to them, but it was still smaller than the time before. On the way into the forest, Hansel crumbled his in his pocket, and often stood still and threw a morsel onto the ground. "Hansel, why do you stop and look around?" said the father. "Come on. I'm looking back at my little pigeon sitting on the roof. It wants to say goodbye to me."
She has
Answered
one
Hansel.
double weakness.
"Fool," said the woman. "That is not your little pigeon, that is the morning sun shining on the chimney." Hansel, however,
But
lit
it's fine. Look, I didn't teach her one.
crumbs onto the path. The woman led the
They got
children.
primaries down at like eye level here. Somebody's gonna come racing through here and get
A
them.
great fire was again made, and the mother said, "Sit there, you children. When you are tired, you may sleep a little. We are going into the forest to cut wood. In the evening, when we are done, we'll come and fetch you away." When it was noon, Gretel shared her piece of bread with Hansel, who had scattered his by the way. Then they fell asleep, and evening passed, but no one came to the poor children. They did not awake until it was dark night, and Hansel comforted his little sister. "Just wait, Gretel, till the moon rises. We shall see the crumbs of bread that I have strewn about. They will show us our way home again." When the moon came, they set out, but they found no crumbs. But the many thousands of birds which fly about in the woods and fields had picked them all up. Hansel said to Gretel, "We shall soon find the way." But they did not find it. They walked the whole night, and all the next day too, from morning till evening. But they did not get out of the forest. They were very hungry. They had nothing to eat but 2 or 3 berries, which grew on the ground. And as they were so weary that their legs would carry them no longer, they lay down beneath the tree and fell asleep. It was now 3 mornings since they had left their father's house. They began to walk again. They always came deeper into the forest, and if help did not come soon,
Attention Southwest 11, person shot 758 North Livingston Avenue, water follow 600 North 3700 West.
they saw a beautiful snow
Attention Southwest 11, person shot 758 North Livingston Avenue, water follow 600 North 3700 West. And shot 758 North Livingston Avenue, water follow 600 North 3700 West.
it spread its wings,
This is 914 exit.
and they followed it until they reached a little house.
David 329-1810, David 334 at 505. Male shot himself with a gun. EMS will be around.
What was the marathon we were on?
758 North Livingston.
I'll eat a bit of the roof and you Gretel eat some of the windows. It will taste sweet. Hansel reached up above and broke off a little of the roof to try and see how it tasted. And Gretel leaned against the window and nibbled at the panes. And a soft voice cried from the parlor, "Nibble, nibble, gnaw. Who is nibbling at my little house?" The children answered, "The wind, the wind, the heaven-born wind," and went on eating without disturbing themselves.
1825, you get out.
Hansel, who liked the taste of the roof, tore down a great piece of it, and Gretel pushed out the whole of one round window pane, sat down and enjoyed herself with it. Suddenly, the door opened, and a woman as old as the hills, who supported herself on crutches, came creeping out. Hansel and Gretel were so terribly frightened that they let fall what they had in their hands.
Still David 113.
However, nodded her head and said, "Oh, you dear children, what has brought you here? Do come in and stay with
Just
me."
give my 1 second for trying to pull up on the first show.
She took them both by
Oh,
the
yeah.
hand and led them into her little house.
Do my sound check.
Food was set before them, milk and pancakes, with sugar, apples, and nuts. Afterwards, 2 pretty little beds were covered with clean white linen, and Hansel and Gretel lay down in them.
R/21, frame 345, frame 325, suspicious vehicle, 2246, following up,
Woman pretended to be so
345.
kind. She was, in reality, a wicked witch who lay in wait for children, and had only built the little
Right here is 507, it's a dark colored SUV driving around the neighborhood, possibly with no fingerprints, but unknown to the area.
And that was a feast day for her. Witches have red eyes, they cannot see far.
Stop license, like, where they're rolling, for the different police.
Beasts
Negative, I don't believe so.
that are aware when human beings draw near.
Yeah.
When Hansel and Gretel came into her neighborhood, she laughed with malice and said mockingly,
Clear scene take from my.
"Have them. They shall not escape me
Taking
again."
the wind,
Early in the morning, before the children were awake,
recently found a few more
she
jump
was
on the
already
line,
up,
up to here.
and when she saw both of them sleeping and looking so
Okay,
pretty,
okay, good one,
with
yeah,
rosy
good
cheeks,
one.
she muttered to herself,
301,
"That will be a dainty mouthful."
301.
Then she seized
Figure
Hansel in her
361, figure 324, residents of Vodafone line. 2157, like that means.
grated door. Scream as he might, it would not help
If
him.
you want to disregard, I'll take care of it.
She went to Gretel,
Report.
shook her till she awoke and cried, "Get up, lazy thing. Fetch some
You've
water.
all heard
I've got
now.
something good for your brother. He's in the stable outside and is to be made fat. When he is fat, I will eat him." Gretel began to weep bitterly. It was all in vain, for she was forced to do what the wicked witch commanded. And now, the best food was cooked for poor Hansel, but Gretel got nothing but crab shells. Every morning, the woman crept to the little stable.
Taking investigative information, how places on the person shot, he shot himself in the hand. Every license password system.
Anybody else coming here can slow down, self-inflict.
And thought it was Hansel's finger, and was astonished that there was no way of fattening him. And 4 weeks had gone by and Hansel still remained thin. She was seized with impatience and would not wait any longer. "Now then, Gretel," she cried to the girl, "stir yourself and bring some water. Let Hansel be fat or lean. Tomorrow I will kill him and cook him." Ah, how the poor little sister did lament when she had to fetch the water. How her tears did flow down her cheeks.
M332, M362, 332, 362, a business alarm. Should be at the Washington Township Transportation Center, 1815 East 86th Street, on the main entry door and the break room door. They're getting also multiple motion detectors.
Early in the morning, Gretel had to come out and hang up the
332, checking advised at 510, 362, disregard.
"We will bake first," said the old woman. "I have already heated the oven and kneaded the dough." She pushed poor Gretel out to the oven, from which flames of fire were already darting. "Creep in," said the witch. "See if it's properly heated so you can put the bread in." And once Gretel was inside, she intended to shut the oven and let her bake in it.
Can you see if you can get a,
But
Nothing was wrong. I was told the whole earlier. Three times, like, yeah, that's unicorn. And then the run over here, I'll put more back then.
Sergeant. So this is 113, please. And 344, talking loud music room.
344.
I think it's an ongoing issue for 301 North Meridian. Music's coming from the 6th floor. There's information in the run how to get into the building. You want another person to the secured building? Okay, check it out, 551. Three 23 and 331, they start for Sunday, third spring, AES called in and they need traffic assistance, their lines down. 323 and 367 and 511 and 27.
Well, it's not gonna take a little bit. You put a note to, basic control operator, make sure it's a vacation for the kid.
Control area, so probably transfer David, 329, 323 just defined. And this is 513. Okay. 330, 320 trouble.
Okay, which side we need to come down, north or south?
They put information in the run. I'll try to find out. 330, 320 trouble, just said they'd be 13, 2501 North College, check it out. Close at 512, 5 buses are arguing with the third. Their card was declined.
344 control. We have a lot of rush down traffic. So they said, I'm going to block down traffic.
They're requesting that a unit can't stay with that pole until they can get there, just in case it does fall.
That'll be 24, 323, and another car from calling them to charge 222 St. Page Street.
323 and 321.
513.
And 331 and 339, 331, 339, check the welfare. 61 Carrollton Avenue, reference SUV facing northbound as the stop sign's been there for 30 minutes, hazard lights on, also loud music coming from the vehicle. Buzzing is 513.
Engineers want to come with a person, 8809 Madison Avenue. Secondary call at 8811 Madison Avenue. Black female, yellow shirt, possibly blue jeans short, walking around the unit, banging on doors, screaming grandma left me 2 minutes ago, and non-directional travel.
363, do you still want me to call them and try to find out?
Looks like that you're so little out. Then you must even know in there, they need north and south, south, traffic block.
335, you can Mr.
Control the deputy just called, Mystic Fire, 1 ring. Disregard.
Here.
320, take a traffic investigation, 62, 612, Cooper Road.
Take them to your grandmother. She is ill and weak, and they will do her good. Set out before it gets hot, and when you are going, walk nicely and quietly.
344, 313.
Or you may fall and break the bottle, and then your grandmother will get nothing. And when you go into her room, don't forget to say good morning.
Sounds like you're gonna need release, but
Into every corner before you
okay.
do it. I will take great care, said Little Red Cap Tower.
5101, 313.
Trigger box.
Out in the wood,
Good.
half a league from the village.
Okay, it's recorded.
And just as Little Red Cap entered the wood, a wolf met her. Red Cap
So 2344 will need somebody at 34th and Carroll Lane
was not at all,
to sit on a light pole until I get off and make it.
said he. Thank you kindly, wolf. Whither away so early, Little Red Cap? To my grandmother's. What have you got in your apron? was baking day, so poor sick grandmother is to have something good to make her stronger. Where does your grandmother live?
It's a big like the house out, at the top, like the lights, 71st Meridian, Southwest, and that's the IPS logo.
The nut trees are just below. You surely must know it. Replied Little Red Cap.
I'm gonna go to 64, come north from there.
What a tender young creature, what a nice plump mouthful. She will be better to eat than the old woman. I must act craftily so as to catch both. So he walked for a short time by the side of Little Red Cap. And then he said, "See, Little Red Cap, how pretty the flowers are about here. Why do you not look around? I believe, too, that you do not hear how sweetly the little birds are singing. You walk gravely along as if you were going to school. While everything else out here in the wood is merry."
Where?
Little Red Cap raised her eyes, and when she saw the sunbeams dancing here and there through the trees, pretty
517.
flowers growing everywhere, she thought, suppose I take grandmother a fresh nosegay. That would please her too. It is so early in the day that I shall still get there in good time. And so she ran from the path into the wood to look for flowers.
Southwest 32, 342, 333, Southwest Call for Help, Raymond and Sheila.
There was still pretty
Okay.
one farther on, and ran after it, but so got deeper and deeper into the wood. Meanwhile, the wolf ran straight to the grandmother's house and knocked at the door. Who is there?
Celsius 517, call is advised that there's a female screaming, call the police. There's also another female with her. It appears that it's also one with a white female, black shirt, black pants, and the other white female, white shirt, red shorts.
The wolf lifted the latch. The door sprang open. And without saying a word, he went straight to the grandmother's bed and devoured her. Then he put on her clothes, dressed himself in her cap, laid himself in bed, and drew the curtains.
Just walk right there, the tree is down, line coming down, so I think, in the tree.
Okay, well, we definitely probably don't need any from it.
You do a call back, you go broke up into the apartment.
She was
Maybe
surprised
41.
to find the cottage door standing open.
Go for 341.
When she went into the room, she had such a strange
112 or 114, they'll make release at 73rd and Springfield.
how uneasy I
They
felt.
gotta take him to, desk and out there for that
Grandmother
place.
so much.
I'm
She
good.
called out, "Good morning,"
How many cars?
but received no answer.
Joe 2145, she back on the 14th.
Curtains.
518.
One that comes south from 73rd Free Will, and one that comes northbound. There's a tree blocking the road on the power line.
Grandmother, she said,
Clear.
"What big ears you
We're gonna take you to Esplanade.
The better to hear
Hello.
you with, my child," was the reply. But grandmother, what big eyes you have, she said. The better to see you with, my dear. But grandmother, what large hands you have. The better to hug you with. Oh, but grandmother, what a terrible big mouth you have. The better to eat you with. And scarcely had the wolf said this, that with 1 bound he was out of bed and swallowed up Red Cap. When the wolf had appeased his appetite, he lay down again in the bed, fell asleep, and began to snore very loud. The huntsman was just passing the house, and thought to himself, "How the old woman is snoring. I must just see if she wants anything." So, he went into the room, and when he came to the bed, he saw that the wolf was lying in it. "Do I find you here, you old sinner?" said he. "I have long sought you." And just as he was going to fire him, it occurred to him that the wolf might have devoured the grandmother, and that she might still be saved.
Not having connection. She may turn service and love nothing.
But took a pair of scissors
2122, you're 1044, 520.
When he had made 2 slips, he saw a little red cap shining. And then he made 2
Oh,
slips,
there's
and
one
the
copy of
little
it.
girl sprang out
Go ahead.
crying. How frightened
Oh, 353, I just get a medic turn about came all the way from breaking, she's gonna hit the face.
And after that,
Here,
the age
331, go ahead.
out alive also,
Three, which one?
scarcely able to breathe.
Temporary plate, that's found, 746.
Filled the wolf's belly.
At the location of 4947 West Regent, start me another car.
The stones
Another car holding
gravity
in South Regent.
once and fell
This
dead.
one,
Then all 3 were
Alright,
delighted.
well.
The huntsman drew off the wolf's skin and went home with it. The grandmother
122, that was just 2122 again, did you need something?
Three,
but Redcap thought to herself, as long as I live,
three,
I will never by myself leave
Quick.
the path to run into the wood when my mother has forbidden me to do so. It also related that once when Redcap was again taking cakes to the old grandmother, another wolf spoke to her
north side
and
of the
tried to entice her from the path.
copy that on the way.
Redcap, however, was on
331 is returning negative on 2017 for 2018 and 805 Bellhaven.
clear.
and that he had said,
Oh, 333.
warning to her,
What?
but with such a wicked look in his eyes, that if they had not been on the public road, she was certain he would have eaten her up.
Copy, I confirm right now. Last name Mayhew, M-A-W-H-U-G-H.
Come in.
First name Ashton, date of birth 7/21/03.
Knocked and cried, open the door, grandmother, I am little
Copy,
Redcap, and
63 years, 43, 54, Sharpen, service to the weapon, 4303 Wisconsin Road.
will open the door.
That's fine.
So the great beard stopped,
Copy is 522, 32 man, college seats,
and at last jumped on the roof.
white male, long hair, with dark clothes, CDs, and cutting.
Home
His grandmother just gave the location and showed his gun.
devour her in the darkness. But the grandmother saw what was in his thoughts. In front of the house was a great stone trough. So she said to the child, take the pail,
332 and 273 have business alarm, B22, 79 San Jose.
which I boiled them to the trough.
Put 343 on that.
Until the great trough was
Close at 523.
The smell of sausages reached the wolf, and he sniffed
322 takes second half. He's on big, Mr. Grant.
and at last stretched out his neck so far that he could no longer keep
332
his
disregard.
to slip, and slipped down from the roof straight into
273, you're in service. 343 and 322 at 523. It's cornerstone, dermatology, audible, and employee insurance, no arrest.
never did anything
349, 341.
to harm her
Go ahead.
again. That silly wolf. Let's read another one.
Let's-
Still scared.
Our guy in there knows that the executive is 5 minutes out, so if he can hang tight for just a little bit, we'll be
In a
out of the
country
favor and no
way
die.
off.
Great.
Ran a fine stream of water, and upon the stream there stood a mill. The miller's house was close by, and the miller, you must know, had a very beautiful daughter. She was, moreover, very shrewd and clever, and the miller was so proud of her that he one day told the king of the land, who used to come and hunt in the wood, that his daughter could spin gold out of straw. Now this king was very fond of money, and when he heard the miller's boast, his greediness was raised. He sent for the girl to be brought before him. He led her to a chamber in his palace where there was a great heap of straw, and gave her a spinning wheel and said, all this
333.
must be spun into gold before morning, as you love your life.
He's confirmed and
It
negative.
was in vain that the poor maiden said that it was only
Three
a
rounds.
silly boast of her father, for she could do
Three
no
rounds.
such thing as spin straw into gold. The chamber door was locked. She was
Okay,
left
right here, I get a couple more cards in the area. He's gonna be wanted for domestic battery and strangulation times 2.
fate.
You're back in
All of a
reverse.
sudden the door opened and a
Yeah, looks like I'm 51 over here. Because she's not 100% sure if he's gonna go to PGC or
spin
go.
the straw into gold, and I know
They're just 6.
Or
Sorry, Shoemaker.
Yes.
Everybody's down there. Come down here and sit with this female, please.
My necklace, replied the maiden.
Charles 412 clear, I'll get a date that's set in there
To
too.
the wheel and whistled and sang.
Thank you.
Roundabout, lo and behold.
And 311 calls my favorite, off the guy that couldn't reach me.
And roundabout the wheel went merrily, the work was quickly done. And the straw was all spun into gold. When the king came and saw this, he was greatly astonished and pleased, but his heart grew still more greedy of gain. He shut up the poor miller's daughter again with a fresh task. Then she knew not what to do and sat down once more to weep, but the
Go ahead.
dwarf opened the door and said,
Dispatch to any unit on scene 8809 Madison Avenue.
task.
Martin 1041, tonight,
My
you
fingers
guys
and she,
Sorry,
the
22.
little friend took the ring and began to work
go
the
ahead.
wheel again, and whistled and sang.
320 control, can you copy again?
Roundabout,
Did y'all locate anything? I just had a delayed call in stating they saw Hispanic female that somehow got separated from her children. Children were able to get over the fence and they all walked towards Madison. Go ahead.
The king was
Yeah,
greatly
whole
delighted to
female
see
wearing a
this
red shirt.
treasure. But still he had not
SQ Elite, serial number 44450 445.
Unknown, they're floating the person of the Hispanic female. One older child is retarded.
446.
Yeah, that's fine. And yes, here the location, our updated location is in 8805 Madison. Alright.
The first little child you may have when you are queen. That may never be, thought the miller's daughter, and as she knew no other way to get her task done, she said she would do
Feel
what
free to
he
come on.
asked.
I just clear on the rim if you will, about
Round went the wheel again to the old song. The mannequin once more spun.
I don't care. I said treasure throw for me. Would you like?
The king came in the morning and finding all he wanted was forced to keep his word. So he married the miller's daughter and she really became queen.
329 your side.
At the birth of her first little child, she was very glad and forgot the dwarf and what she had said. But one day he came into her room where she was sitting, playing with her baby, and put her in mind of it. Then she grieved sorely at her misfortune
329
and said
your
she
side.
would give him all the wealth in the
Yeah,
kingdom
we're
if he
on
would
that.
let her off. But
I
in
hear
vain,
that, just pulled up.
till at last her tears
Okay,
softened
we're
him and
done.
he said, I will give you 3 days' grace, and if during that time you tell me my name, you shall keep your child. The queen lay awake all night thinking of all the odd names she had ever heard. She sent messengers all over the land to find out new ones. The next day the little man came and she began with Timothy, Ichabod, Benjamin, Jeremiah, all the names that she could remember. But to all and each of them he said, Madam, that is not my name. The second day she began with all the comical names that she could hear. Bandylegs, Hunchback, Crookshanks.
What radio number is coming across that? Northwest 72, Frank, 58, 1063, take off on the first one, Michigan, 465.
There were two thirties.
Not my name. The third day, one of the messengers came back and said, I have traveled 2 days without hearing of any other names, but yesterday, as I was climbing a high hill among the trees of the forest where the fox and the hare bid each other good night, I saw a little hut. Before the hut burnt a fire, and round the fire a funny little dwarf was dancing, up on one leg, and singing. Merrily the feast I'll make. Today I'll brew, tomorrow bake. Merrily I'll dance and sing, for the next day will a stranger bring. Little does my lady dream, Rumpelstiltskin is my name. what is my name? Is it John? Asked she. No, madam. Is it Tom? No, madam. Is it Jemmy? It is not. Can your name be Rumpelstiltskin? Said the lady slyly. Some witch told you that. Some witch told you that, cried the little man and dashed his right foot in a rage so deep into the floor that he was forced to lay hold of it with both hands to pull it out. Then he made the best of his way off, while the nurse laughed and the baby crowed and all the court jeered at him for having had so much trouble for nothing, and said, "We wish you a very good morning and a merry feast,
333.
Mr. Rumpelstiltskin." Shall we have one more, just in case you need a little bit of extra time to get down to sleep tonight?
Are you good with the cars that you have down there now, or do you
The golden
want me to
goose.
start down there and help look?
There was a
You
man
might be inside this house, it'd be nice having one back.
who was called Dumpling
Like,
and was despised, mocked, and sneered at.
122.57.
It happened that the youngest wanted to go into the forest to hew wood, and before he went, his mother gave him a beautiful sweet cake and a bottle of
I'll
wine,
go from the
and
north
he would
if you
suffer from
can come in
hunger
from the south.
thirst.
I'm clear.
When he entered the forest, he met a little gray-haired
Before
old
I
man
have you play for the room.
who bade him good day and said, "Do give me a piece of cake out of your pocket and let me have a draught of your wine. I am so hungry and thirsty."
122.
The clever son answered, "If I give you a cake and wine, I shall have none for myself. Be off with you." And he left the little man standing and went on.
East District 41, Bigger 331, Bigger 323, over to E40 Northwest
He
Avenue.
made a false stroke and the axe cut him in the arm.
For the portable stop signs, they don't have any, they advise DPW, and when I called DPW, they said they're clear, they're on the way to assist them, but they don't have any portable stop signs, and they can't call those out when it's the weekend unless it's an absolute emergency.
3
The
today.
little grey man met him likewise and asked him for a piece of cake and a drink of wine.
Looking at
But the second
533.
son too
Police
said,
friend took LSD and melatonin last night.
"What I give you will be taken away from myself. Be off."
341 here, I got
And
it.
he left the little man standing and went
121,
on.
152, an alarm at the vote,
His
66,
punishment, however, was
college
delayed.
MB41.
When
I can
he
hear you
got
back. You know what?
close to the tree, he
One
struck
point
himself
one,
in the
one,
leg
one.
and had to be
You saw
carried
one
out.
before night, you can go, but beyond that overdose, I'll go
Then
45.
Dumpling said,
Disregard, I'll leave it.
"Father, do let me go to cut wood."
Bigger 331,
Father answered,
360,
"Your brothers
UK.
have heard
So
themselves
fast,
when they went
533. It says 45 LLC, but it's the vote and it's audible burglary from the
begged
office.
so long that at last he said, "Just go there. You will get wiser by hurting yourself."
821 E Edward 494 on Indiana temporary.
Baked in the cinders.
She's been back on the
And
Blue
the
Sun
bottle
Road.
was here. When he came to the forest, the little old grey man met him likewise, and greeting him said, "Give me a piece of your cake and a drink out of your bottle. I am so hungry and thirsty." Dumpling answered, "I have only cinder cake and sour beer, if that pleases you. We will sit down and eat." So they sat down, and when Dumpling pulled out his cinder cake, it was a fine sweet cake, and the sour beer,
349 is negative on that black.
so they ate and drank up
309, 2021 East Line Road, to the left, name Kirkshire, on Hippo Fishers.
The church what?
cut it down
Fasten at the window on the right side of the house is broken.
at the roots.
That's what the BMB said.
Then the little man took the
Last 4 events.
Dumpling
906.
cut down the tree, and when it fell,
It's over
was a
the wall.
goose, sitting
Right.
in roots with feathers of pure gold. He lifted her up and, taking her with him, went to an inn where he thought he would stay the night. Now the host had 3 daughters who saw the goose and were curious to know what such a
On the right
wonderful bird
line,
might be.
Salem, just south
They
of
would have liked to have
Washington
one with its
Street.
golden
I'm not involved
feathers.
in Keith on your record.
The
Someone
eldest thought,
check that water under the
"I shall
bridge
soon
fast
find an
until
opportunity of pulling out a feather."
1, 2, 2,
As soon
6.
as Dumpling had gone out, she seized the
The front right one is broken out, so I don't know if they did that or if he did it.
Okay, that looks like it.
But DPW know that, 73rd and Meridian, the traffic lights because of this incident are completely dark. They need to put kind of signage or something.
Well, traffic on,
Yeah, that is an emergency.
and it's 73rd Meridian, is it also 71st Meridian?
There's, I believe 71st and Meridian on one side and, not actually 73rd, but it's, Meridian Hills and Meridian or something like that.
So one is 71st Meridian, and then one is 73rd Meridian Hills.
Yeah, as soon as I get stopped, I'll look at Google and figure out what the intersection is actually called.
71st and Meridian.
Okay, that's great.
Pieces are pretty few vacant pieces here, maybe just one person, so 964 on Silver Avenue. Taking 158, no, caller right now, you're needing outside caller's house. Right here, right?
And was himself obliged to run behind. Before long, the sexton came by and saw his master, the parson, running behind 3 girls. He was astonished at this, and called out, "Hi, your reverence, whither away so quickly? Do not forget we have a christening today."
329, are you ahead of something?
But was also held fast
I'm
to it.
indeed waiting.
Master five
You had a relationship?
was one behind the other two,
I'm on the way.
with their hose from the fields. The parson called out to them and begged that they would set
311,
the sexton
226.
free. They had scarcely touched the sexton when they were held fast, and now there were 7 of them running behind Dumpling and the goose. Soon afterwards he
14246.
came to a city where a king ruled, who had a daughter who was so serious that no one could make her laugh.
Go for it, Charles,
But for the degree that
445.
whosoever should be able to
2022, I passed it along, but it didn't sound promising.
and Dumpling heard
You can
this,
get your going to get released.
before the king's daughter.
Okay, awesome, thank you.
As soon as she saw
Control
herself
top 113.
running on and on, one behind the
Yeah.
other, she began to laugh
Okay.
quite loudly,
This information we've
as
got,
if she would never stop.
at least the traffic signal at, that one and the one here at 73rd and Springville
She
River Drive.
did not like the son-in-law and made a
Just for information, if we get a call back, that individual is residing in David 210 at 8805.
Okay, they have somebody on the way, so if any other people make it up there, will you make sure to let them know as well?
In the same place where he had felled the tree, he saw a man sitting who had
333 on about
a
10.
very sorrowful face.
Okay.
Dumpling asked him what he was taking to heart so sorely.
359, before they get transported, can you ask them what started all this and get an exact story from them?
Water accounts.
Yeah, I don't know that.
The barrel of wine I had just emptied, but
You need me
that
up.
to me is like a drop on a hot stone.
Yeah.
There he can help you, said Dumpling. Come with me.
Draw
You
up
shall
one
be satisfied. He led him into the king's cellar, and the man bent over the huge barrels and drank until his loins hurt. Before the day was
Yeah, I
out,
think
he
we
emptied
in the dirt.
all of the barrels. Dumpling asked once more for his bride, but the king was vexed that such an ugly fellow, whom everyone
Yeah, I
called
checked it. I'm from the ranch. It's 45 southbound from 570
and he made a new
westbound. They were on the side of the road, but they're in the back lane.
Do you know what kind of vehicle it is?
What's the key?
They're like a pickup truck, flatbed, located right on top.
Making an awful face and saying, I have
Like,
eaten a
put
whole
me
oven full of
into
rolls,
the
but what good is that when one has such a hunger as I? My stomach remains empty and I must tie myself up if I am not
5 minutes, you're gonna have to restart it, we're gonna roll call, plug it into a hard wire and restart it.
and said, get up and come with me, you shall eat yourself full. He led him to the king's palace where all the flour in the whole kingdom was collected, and from it he caused a huge mountain of
Litro 48.
time asked for his bride. But the king again sought a way out and ordered a ship
Litro 8 Citizen
which could
Service.
sail on land and on water.
Clear. So you should go 48, you should go station and service at 541.
You shall have my daughter for wife. Dumpling went straight into the forest, and there sat
Well,
the little
that's
grey
very
man to
Go
whom he
ahead.
had given his cake. When he heard what Dumpling wanted, he said, "Since you have given me to eat and to drink,
Transporting mail back to the Piermont address, beginning on 58446.
once and kind to me." Then he gave him the ship, which could sail on land and water. And when the king saw that he could no longer
333, do you still need me in the back?
his daughter,
Yes.
the wedding was celebrated, and after the king's death, Dumpling inherited his kingdom
Okay.
and lived for a long time contentedly with his wife, Snow White and Rose Red. There was once a poor widow who lived in a lonely cottage. In front of the cottage was a
336 is on the southwest side of the building.
one of which wore white
122, 157.
roses. She had
Oh, that's go ahead.
who were like the two rose trees, and one
Okay.
was Snow White, and the other Rose Red. They were as good and happy, as busy and cheerful as ever two children in the world were. Only Snow White was more quiet and gentle.
They're trying to reroute some power up here to try to get some of these lights back on while they work on
flowers
the
and catching
circuit that's affected.
the Snow White
So some of this stuff will start coming back pretty
helped
soon.
her with her housework. Or
Until appointment 45 on 623.
Okay,
two
I'm good.
children were so fond of
Five forty-two.
that they always
One group, one
held each other by
thing.
the hand when they were
One
out
of them.
together. And when Snow White said, "We will not leave each
Yeah.
other," Rose Red
What
answered,
stage your car need to leave?
"So long as we live."
320 makes her leave at 34
One has,
and down.
she must share
and 31.
with the other.
Franklin, 1 off.
Often ran about the forest alone and gathered red berries, and no beasts did them any harm, but came close to them, trustfully. The little hare would eat a cabbage leaf out of their hands, the roe grazed by their side, the stag leapt merrily by them, and the birds sat still upon the boughs and sang whatever they knew. No mishap overtook them. If they had stayed too late in the forest till night came on, they
High
laid
43.
themselves down near one another upon the moss, and slept until morning came. And their mother knew this, and did not worry on their account. Once, when they had spent the night in the wood,
329, 335, zero, the shield team disregard.
they saw a beautiful child in
329,
a shining
623.
white dress, sitting
Here,
in
we
their
can move up to
bed.
6.
He got up and looked quite kindly at them, but said nothing, and went into the forest. And when they looked round, they found that they had been slipping quite close to a precipice, and would certainly have fallen into it in the darkness if they had gone only a few paces further. Their mother told them it must have been the angel who watches over good children. Snow White and Rose Red kept their mother's little cottage so neat that it was a pleasure to look inside it. In the summer, Rose Red took care of the house, and every morning laid a wreath of flowers by her mother's bed before she awoke, in which was a rose from each tree.
Think we'll move it now?
In the winter, Snow White lit the fire and hung the kettle on the
Yeah.
hob. The kettle was of brass and shone like gold, so brightly was it polished. In the evening, when the
Is that
snow
what you
fell,
want?
the mother said, "Go, Snow White, and bolt the door."
For this 73rd and Meridian, 31st and Meridian,
And the mother took
the DOT said that they're going to stop loading hours and they don't have anyone on the way to your location yet. And then they said that there won't be much they can do, but they'll have a tech come out and they only have one driver.
Working on some stuff now, you can wait for 5 minutes, but it's not allowed to stay.
As they were thus sitting
Yeah, we went.
comfortably together,
Okay,
someone
that
knocked at the door as if he
1,
wished to be let in.
14, can you text my mobile, please?
Click, Rose Red.
Who is this?
It must be a traveler who is seeking shelter.
Yep.
Rose Red went and pushed
152 to 121, I got an open door in the back.
It was a poor man.
Okay, I'll be right there.
It was a bear.
This incident was out, I did tell them it was an emergency.
Rose Rose Red screamed and sprang back. The lamb bleated, the dove fluttered, and Snow White hid herself behind her mother's bed. But the bear began to speak and said, "Do not be afraid. I will do you no harm. I am half frozen and only want to warm myself a little beside you." "Old bear," said the mother, "lie down by the fire. Only take care that you do not burn your coat." And then she cried, "Snow White, Rose Red, come out. The bear will do you no harm. He means well." So they both came out. And by the by, the lamb and dove came nearer and were not afraid of him. The bear said, "Here, children, knock the snow out of my coat a little." So they brought the broom and swept the bear's hide clean. And he stretched himself by the fire and growled contentedly and comfortably. It was not long before they grew quite at home and played tricks with their clumsy guest. They tugged his hair with their hands, put their feet upon his back and rolled him about, while they took a hazel switch and beat him, and when he growled they laughed. But the bear took it all in good part. Only when they were too rough he called out, "Leave me alive, children. Snow White, Rose Red, will you beat your mother dead?" When it was bedtime and the others went to bed, the mother said to the bear, "You can lie there by the hearth, and you will be safe from the cold and the bad weather." As soon as day dawned, the two children let him out, and he trotted across the snow into the forest. Henceforth, the bear came every day at the same time, laid himself down by the hearth, and let the children amuse themselves with him as much as they liked. They got so used to it, until their spring had come and all outside
790-230.
one morning to Snow White,
And
"Now I must go away.
should be on
I cannot come back for the whole summer."
Bob, what do you?
"Where are you going then, dear bear?" asked Snow White. "I must go into the forest and guard my treasures from the wicked dwarfs. In the winter, when the earth is frozen hard, they are obliged to stay below and cannot work their way through. But now, when the sun has thawed and warmed the earth, they break through and come out to pry and steal, and what once gets into their hands and in their caves does not easily see daylight again." Snow White was quite sorry at his departure, and as she unbolted the door for him, and the bear was hurrying out, he caught against the bolt, and a piece of his hairy coat was torn off, and it seemed to Snow White as if she had seen gold shining through it. She was not sure about him. The bear ran away quickly and was soon out of sight behind the trees.
128.
A short time afterwards, the mother sent her children into the forest to get firewood. There they found a big tree, which lay felled on the ground. Close by the trunk, something was jumping backwards and forwards in the grass.
Active negative on a 2018 Nissan, registered to a Masterbird
They saw a
Lobicure. Last four of the VIN 1178.
and a snow-white beard a yard long. The end of the beard was caught in a crevice of the tree. The little fellow was jumping about like a dog tied to a rope, did not know what to do. He glared at the girls with his fiery red eyes and cried, "Why do you stand there? Can you not come here and help me?" "What are you up to, little man?" asked Rose Red. "You stupid prying goose," answered the dwarf. "I was going to split the tree to get a little wood for cooking.
114.
The little bit of food that we people get is immediately burnt up with heavy logs. We do not swallow as much as you coarse, greedy folk. I had just driven away safely and everything was going as I wished. The cars
You
were
can check
just
and
too
if
smooth.
there's any traffic
Suddenly
signs out.
sprang out. The tree
323
closed up
coming
and I
to
could
them.
not pull out my
They're
head.
done now.
So now it is tight,
Clear.
and I cannot get away. And the silly
Alright,
snake milk-faced
we're on the
things laugh
southwest
how
corner
odious you are.
of the property.
The children tried
Attention Northwest 21, 136, Frank 179, Frank 136, Frank 179, suspicious person, 1740 Lafayette Road, Gateway Motel, Unit 119, male requesting EMS for trouble breathing, also stated a black male, all black clothing in front of his residence, believes he is going to break into his room, EMS en route, 1800 North, 28350 West.
impatient, said Snow White.
Wondering if I can.
She pulled her
One's
scissors
up
out of
close.
her pocket and cut off
Frank 136, Frank 170, 550, Frank 179 disregard.
Felt himself free.
Control 160.
He laid hold
160.
of the hand which lay amongst the roots of the tree, and was full of gold. He lifted it up,
Can
grumbling.
you contact DOT and see if they could bring out a high water sign for this bridge under here? It's pretty bad. We
He
can put
swung
it
back
back.
on his back.
Okay, sir.
Without even one
Just let me
second
keep
of
it.
attraction. Sometime afterwards, Snow White and Rose Red went to catch a dish of fish. As they came near the brook, they saw something like a large grasshopper
I said when the
towards the water,
forestry
as if it
are
were
here at 73rd, but they don't know if the power's
It was the dwarf.
out on lines yet.
Okay, I'm sorry, sir. Yeah, yeah,
Shortly
check
after
the
into the water.
working as well.
I'm not such a fool, cried the dwarf. Don't you see that the accursed fish wants to pull me in? The little man had been sitting there fishing, and unluckily the wind had tangled up his beard with the fishing line. A moment later, a big fish made a bite, and the feeble creature had not strength to pull it out. The fish kept the upper hand, then pulled the dwarf towards him. He held on to all the reeds and rushes, but it was of little good. He was forced to follow
139.
the fish, and was in urgent danger of being dragged into the water.
I'm from there.
The girls came just in time. They held him fast and tried to free his beard from the line, but all in vain. Beard and line were entangled fast together. There was nothing to do but bring out the scissors and cut the beard, whereby a small part of it was lost. When the dwarf saw that, he screamed out, "Is that civil, you toadstool, to disfigure a man's face? Was it not enough to clip off the end of my beard? Now you've cut off the best part of it. I cannot let myself be seen by my people. I wish you had been made to run the soles of your shoes." Took out a sack of pearls which lay in the rushes. Without another word, he dragged it away and disappeared behind a stone. It happened that soon afterwards the mother sent the two children to the town to buy needles and thread, and laces and ribbons. The road led them across a heath upon which huge pieces of rock.
Car station 1 for PD accident on Pike Post Road.
Noticed a large bird hovering in the air, flying slowly, round and round above them. It sank lower and lower, and at last settled near a rock not far away. Immediately they heard a loud, piteous cry. They ran up and saw with horror that the eagle had seized their old acquaintance, the dwarf, and was going to carry him off. The children, full of pity, at once took tight hold of the little man and pulled against the eagle so long that at last he let his booty go.
Frederick, no.
As soon as the dwarf had recovered from his first fright, he cried with his shrill voice,
We already asked for ET for street photos.
"You dragged at my brown coat, so now it's all torn and full of holes, you clumsy creatures." He took up a sack full of precious stones and slipped away, again under the rock into his hole. The girls,
just stay in the run.
used to his ingratitude, went on their way and did their business in town.
You're needing an ET correct?
Across the heath again on their way home, they surprised the dwarf, who had emptied out his bag of precious stones in a clean spot.
From the fucking ET arrangements, you'll get photos of street, I'm back, and photos of the house as well.
Brilliant stones,
Control 2145 on 10
glittered and sparkled with all colours.
L49, L55, suspicious vehicle, 1991, East 56, North 43.
191 Hill traffic.
There, cried the dwarf.
149.
Ashen grey face
You're
became
talking full off emergency traffic, full off emergency
He
traffic.
was still cursing when aloud.
L149, L133 at 554, L155, East Car. Complaint about there's a tan SUV sitting in front of a residence running for an accident.
Dwarf sprang up.
Unsure if anyone's inside.
She's cave. The bear was already close. Then, in the dread of his heart, he cried, "Dear Mr. Bear, spare me. I will give you all of my treasures. Look at the beautiful jewels lying there. Grant me my life. What do you want with such a slender little fellow as I? You would not feel me between your teeth. Come, take these two wicked girls. They're tender morsels for you, fat as young quails. For mercy's sake, eat them." The bear took no heed of his words, but gave the wicked was bewitched by that.
Good morning, Northwest, car seat 81. Flight 179 and 141, incomplete call. 6117 Dexter Avenue, voicemail on call back. Flight 179, 556.
Punishment. Snow White was married to him, and Rose Red to his brother. And they divided between them the great treasure, which the
135.
gathered together in his cave. The old mother lived peacefully and happily with her children for many years. She took the 2 rose trees with her.
Can you put me
They
as a
stood before her window,
security?
and
Bring
every
in
year,
the 45.
most beautiful roses,
Later.
white and red. The elves and the shoemaker. There was once a shoemaker who worked very hard and was very honest, but still he could not earn enough to live upon. And at last all he had
59 years of service on call back. They said those light damage we're gonna take care of.
to make one pair of shoes. Then he cut his leather out all ready to make up the next day, meaning to rise early in the morning to his work. His conscience was clear and his heart light amidst all his troubles. So he went peaceably to bed, left all his cares to heaven, and soon fell asleep. In the morning after he had said his prayers, he sat himself down to his work when, to his great wonder, there stood the shoes already made upon the table. The good man knew not what to say or think at such an odd thing happening. He looked at the workmanship. There was not one false stitch in the whole job. All was so neat and true that it was quite a masterpiece. The same day a customer came in and the shoes suited him so well that he willingly paid a price higher than usual for
Drop
them.
by 10,
And the poor shoemaker with the money
2010,
was
58.
made too.
to consolidation and service.
Engines and service, 4302, 558.
Went to bed early, that he might get up and begin betimes next day. But he was saved all the trouble, for when he got up in the morning, the work was done, ready to his hand. Soon in came buyers who paid handsomely for his goods. He bought leather enough for 4 pair more. He cut out the work again overnight and found it done in the morning as before, and so it went on for some time. What was got ready in the evening was always done by daybreak, and the good man soon became thriving and well off again. One evening, about Christmas time, as he and his wife were sitting over the fire chatting together, he said to her, "I should like to sit up and watch tonight, that we may see who it is that comes and does my work for me." The wife liked the thought, so they left a light burning and hid themselves in a corner of the room, behind a curtain that was hung up there, and watched what would happen. As soon as it was midnight, there came in 2 little naked dwarfs, and they set themselves upon the shoemaker's bench, took up all the work that was cut out, and began to ply with their little fingers, stitching
Sure, Colonel Gill.
and tapping away at such a rate. The shoemaker was all wonder, and could not take his eyes off of them. When they went,
359,
the
303.
job was quite done, and the shoes
For the person I rent, heat check, range fires, having a concurrent person or SBS.
They bustled away as quick as lightning. The next day, the
You
wife
feel
said to
okay?
the shoemaker, "These little whites have made us rich. We ought to be thankful to them and do them a good
You
turn.
see where his bedroom is?
I'm quite sorry to see them run about as they do. Indeed, it is not very decent. They have nothing upon their backs to keep off the cold. I'll tell you what,
You trying to figure out where his bedroom
a
is?
shirt
Channel 135, 127 to defense, 23209, Charles North 13.
a bargain,
Well, there
and
you
to
go.
you make each of them a little pair of shoes."
So,
The thought pleased the good cobbler very
Channel
much.
135, 127 at 6 o'clock.
When all the things were ready, they laid them on the table, instead of the work that they used to cut out.
22,
They went and hid themselves to watch what the little
2212 will clear at 6 o'clock.
About midnight, in they came, dancing, skipping, hopped around the room, and then went to sit down to
Go,
work
okay,
as
one.
usual.
Good.
But when they saw the clothesline for them, they laughed and chuckled and seemed mightily delighted.
There's
Please doesn't take care of this house. That's not her house either.
The only prior he has is armed robbery, 3 felony, occurred back in 2019.
Wonderful, if you put places on her, please.
And 132 Venture Colony. 3222. All black buildings have been trashed.
I'll be pushing back over to Hancock, yeah.
2 days here, sorry for a person exposing 3502 Highfield Court, apartment P. Charles in Abbey Meadows. Black female, clothing, refusing to leave. It's the complainant's child's mother. 128, 125 at 601, 131 disagreement.
Once I fix the roll call and I'm clear on those. Disregard. Okay.
123, you want it done now? Have a run quick, yeah. Can I get a car to go with 156 on a person exposing 3502 Highfield and B22? I'm sorry, I didn't hear who you disregarded.
Disregard. 128.
128, you're in service.
Control 170, try to call back on the phone. 119 did not call in, does not even.
10-4.
Very early. But keep on you. Resume normal traffic. Resume normal traffic.
174, you can disregard all that, like the other 20 cars when they're done. You know, hurry to get over there, that's the reoccurring problem.
Before the way, call for ET. Edward 131, Edward 128, 131, 128, Troublesome. At the post office, 125 West South Street. It's going to be a male, white male, has his face covered, has on a white shirt, keeps circling around the building.
Way clear. 131 clear.
128.
They're now saying it's possibly room 120. 131, 128, 50. 70, were you clear? He's not answering, but he called dispatch and said it's room 120.
Yeah, I think we got him now. You can pray for matter.
10-4.
Stop at 149, 131, business alarm at 4312 West Minnesota. Quickly cleaning the record.
As soon as the young princess saw the ball, she ran to
Okay,
the air.
just
She
one
was so
second.
overjoyed to have it in her hand again. She
Told us to leave. You want me off, please.
She ran home as fast
The
as she
149, speaking about
could. The frog called after her.
First 2310, I refer about that.
Do as you said.
131 is 10 right there.
The next day, just as the
When you have very clear, that's what we know with you.
strange noise.
One,
Tap, tap.
two.
Flash, flash. As if something was coming up the marbles.
Clear, 614.
And soon afterwards, there was a
Right,
knock
wrong way.
at the door. And a little
Hey, pardon me, right now. Getting a little late, right?
Yeah, we're on the weekend.
the door, my princess.
I'll be there soon. They clear the form.
To thy true love here.
Tower Southwest 212, that's in the wallet for 2950 Kirk Brideway, apartment 206,
The princess ran
225 North, 2900.
the frog, whom she had
They won't have time for report.
at this sight.
David 157 for the report at
As
604.
fast as she could, came back to her seat. The king, her father, seeing that something had frightened her, asked her what was the matter. There was a nasty frog, said she, at the door that lifted my ball for me out of the spring this morning. I told him that he should live with me, thinking that he could never get out of the spring. But there he is at the door, and he wants to come in. While she was speaking, the frog knocked again at the door and said, "Open the door, my princess dear. Open the door to thy true love here, and mind the words that thou and I said by the fountain cool in the greenwood shade." Then the king said to the young princess, "As you have given your word, you must keep it. So go and let him in." She did so, and the frog hopped into the room, and straight
Kitchen Southwest 21, take 137, 147, 12 person,
bottom of the room to
2210 Kentucky Avenue, Joe Johnson.
table where the
Wearing on those
princess
shirts, brass and custom.
pray.
Okay.
On a chair, said he to the princess.
137, chicken advised, 605.
As soon as she had done this, the frog said, "Put your plate nearer to me that I may eat it out
Oh,
of it."
And with 112.
And when he had eaten as much as he could, he said, "Now I am tired. Carry me upstairs and put me into your bed." And the princess, though very unwilling, took him up.
Well, you're not showing every 3:30 or every 123.
There he slept. All
Control David 222.
long.
Go ahead.
As soon as it was light,
I'm sorry, sir, can I that?
122157. Can you confirm that the protection order between Ashton Mayhew and Trinity Foster and I run is active?
Order. There was returning, which was.
Do people get to the country club from the south end?
Crash ship is on that. European
Yes, and it's go, and they just go west of here, turn left, the very first stop sign, turn left again, and you can get to
Okay. They go on like coming across the 330 or 123 now.
Is that what you're supposed to do today? Okay, then I'll do it.
Thanks for the trail. Right here.
Okay.
right over here.
For as long as you live. The young princess, he may be sure, was not long in saying yes to all of this. And as they spoke, a coach drove up with 8 beautiful horses, decked with plumes of feathers and a golden harness. And behind the coach rode the prince's servant, faithful Heinrich, who had bewailed the misfortunes of his dear master during his enchantment so long and so bitterly that his heart had well nigh burst. They then took leave of the king and got into the coach with 8 horses, and all set out, full of joy and merriment, for the prince's kingdom, which they reached safely. And there they lived.
128, he left around the post office. I'm just gonna sit down here for a few minutes now at the corner.
The end.
Security was requesting.
Let's read another one.
And told David 342.
There were once a man and a woman who had long in vain wished
Checking
for a
with
child.
serves, looks like that going 9, 22, 23.
God was about to grant her desire.
122,
At
125.
the back of their house, from which a
Thank you.
splendid garden could be seen,
Go ahead.
which was full of the most beautiful flowers and
They
herbs.
got this intersection back
Was
open
surrounded
going.
by a high wall,
Perfect.
and no one dared to go into it because it
Control
belonged to an
641.
enchantress who had great
Is,
power and was
Can you
dreaded.
check before it can start?
One day the woman was standing by this window and looking down into the
Copy
garden
any mileage?
when she saw a bed,
Yeah,
which was
that's okay.
haunted with the most beautiful
Go ahead with it.
and
That's in unison with the Kirkbride way. Suspect is gonna be a Robin Banks, the caller's mother. She's a light skin black.
58460, and then if you can change my location to the property room.
What ails you?
Channel 13143, the men 62385 Bakewood, Scott, Harmony East.
The rampion which is in the garden behind
Just
my
hold on.
incision thigh. The man who loved her thought, sooner than let
And 130 and 143,
bring
just
her to
hold
the
on.
rampion yourself. Let it cost what it will. At twilight, he clambered down over the wall into the garden
If
with
you
the
pull from there, then it's up also.
hastily clutched a handful of rampion.
125 to you tonight.
She at once made herself a salad of it and ate
54 is up and running.
it. It tasted so good to her.
Okay, thanks.
So very good.
Charles 144, 127, Charles Hurst, in the 5350 Townsend Road in front of the Kroger's. And left to Juvenile and Elvis sleeping in front of the patio.
In the gloom of evening, he let
144 play, I'll go around long.
And when he clambered
That's
down,
it.
he was terribly afraid, for he saw the enchantress standing before
Okay.
him. How can you dare, she said with an angry look, descend into my garden and steal my rampion like a thief? You shall suffer for it. Ah, answered he, let mercy take the place of justice. I only made up my mind to do it out of necessity. My wife saw your rampion from the window and
And
felt
good morning,
such
1041.
Good morning, sir, 16.
she had not got something to eat.
Control
Then the enchantress allowed her anger to be softened, and said to him,
lieutenant.
if the case be
Okay.
as you say, I will allow you to take away with you as much rampion as you will. Only, I make one condition. You must give me the child which your wife will bring into the world. It shall be well treated, and I will care for it like a mother. The man in his terror consented to everything, and when the woman was brought to bed, the enchantress appeared at once, gave the child the name of Rapunzel, and took it away with her. Rapunzel grew,
car, speed 11. Train 173 in another day shift car for a suspicious person. 1702 West 16th at the adult patient housing. There's a black man on a white t-shirt sitting on complainant's front porch and he does not live there. 146, 173, 611.
Rapunzel had magnificent long hair, fine as spun gold. When she heard the voice of the enchantress, she unfastened her braided tresses, wound them round one of the hooks of the window above, and then the hair fell 20 ells down, and the enchantress climbed up by it. After a year or two, it came to pass that the king's son rode through the forest and passed by the tower. Then he heard a song, which was so charming that he stood still and listened. This was Rapunzel, who in her solitude passed her time in letting her sweet voice resound. The king's son wanted to climb up to her and looked for the door to the tower, but none was to be found. He rode home, but the singing had so deeply touched his heart that every day he went out into the forest to listen to it. Once when he was thus standing behind a tree, he saw that an enchantress came there, and he heard how she cried, "Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your hair to me." Then Rapunzel let down her braids of her hair, and the enchantress climbed up to her. "If that is the ladder by which one mounts, I too will try my fortune," said he. And the next day, when it began to grow dark, he went to the tower and cried, "Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your hair to me." Immediately the hair fell down and the king's son climbed up. At first Rapunzel was terribly frightened when a man, such as her eyes had never yet beheld, came to her. But the king's son began to talk to her quite like a friend, told her that his heart had been so stirred that it had let him have no rest, that he had been forced to see her. Then Rapunzel lost her fear, and when he asked her if she would take him for a husband, she saw that he was young and handsome. She thought, "He will love me more than old Dame Gothel does." She said yes, and laid her hand in his. She said, "I will willingly go away with you, but I do not know how to get down. Bring with you a skein of silk every time you come, and I will weave a ladder with it. When that is ready, I will descend, and you will take me on your horse." They agreed that until that time he should come to her every evening, for the old woman came by day. The enchantress remarked nothing of this until once Rapunzel said to her, "Tell me, Dame Gothel, how it happens that you are so much heavier for me to draw up than the young king's son. He is with me in a moment." "Ah, you wicked child," cried the enchantress. "What do I hear you say? I thought I had separated you from all the world, and yet you have deceived me." In her anger, she clutched Rapunzel's beautiful tresses, wrapped them twice around her left hand, seized a pair of scissors with the right, and snip, snap. They were cut off, and the lovely braids lay on the ground, and she was so pitiless that she took poor Rapunzel into a desert, where she had to live in great grief and misery. On the same day that she cast Rapunzel out, the enchantress fastened the braids of hair which she had cut off to the hook of the window, and when the king's son came and cried, "Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your hair to me," she let the hair down. The king's son ascended, but instead of finding his dearest Rapunzel, he found the enchantress, who gazed at him with a wicked and venomous look. "Aha!" she cried mockingly. "You would fetch your dearest."
122157, it's AES, two AES guys yelling at each other.
Will scratch out your eyes as well.
Where is that? Someone tried to go around me again.
To you, you will never see her again. The king's son
124
himself
control.
with pain.
144.
In his
It
dismay,
was 125, 128. Trespass,
begged with his life.
555 Massachusetts
When she
Avenue.
fell, pierced his eyes.
125.
He wanted to
I'm not
wipe
locating
away
anyone, can you
the
call them about complaining back and see if they let?
the roots.
And if they mean the patio that's right outside the Starbucks that's connected to Kroger.
Over the loss of his
148.
dearest wife.
Number.
12615 in the lobby is two homeless males, a black male and the other is quiet and is sleeping.
With the twins to which she had given birth,
144 is going straight to voicemail.
lived in wretchedness.
Go ahead.
He heard a voice.
Alright, I'll see what I can come up with, thank you.
So familiar to him.
Can you put me back out with my first shot, please?
And when he approached Rapunzel,
Car seat 41, 3170 for day shift car for a residential alarm, 2326 Grand Prix Drive, front door.
Before he's getting logged in, I'll pick it up and look at it.
10-4.
He led her to his kingdom, where he was joyfully received, and they
You
lived
look it down.
for a long time.
239, 10-9.
Control 131, you want me to take over for?
You can put me on that as well.
Today, no report. 616.
Skin. There was once a king, whose queen had hair of the purest gold, and was so beautiful that her match was not to be met with on the whole face of the earth. But this beautiful queen fell ill, and when she felt that her end drew near, she called the king to her and said, "Promise me that you will never marry again, unless you meet with a wife who is as beautiful as I am, and has golden hair like mine."
Once you see you get down there.
The king in his grief promised all that she asked. She shut her eyes and died,
I can't hear you. I got a truck next to me.
and for a long time never thought of taking another wife. At last, however, his wife
Now, on 43 disturbance, 2335 East 38 North 21.
so messengers were sent far and wide to seek for a bride as beautiful as the late queen. But there was no princess in the world so beautiful, and if there had been, still there was not one to be found who had golden hair. So the messengers came home, and had all their trouble for nothing. Now the king had a daughter who was just as beautiful as her mother, and had the
157,
same
you can
hair when she was
put 9.
The king looked at her.
Oh, that's his own okay over there.
Just like the late queen, and he said to his courtiers, "May I not marry my daughter? She's the very image of my dead wife."
Yeah, the supervisor said his piece and he's left for now. He'll be back, is what he told me.
When the courtiers heard this,
Clear,
they
that's what I
shouted
figured it was.
that her father should marry his daughter. Out of so great a sin, no good can come.
He's around this service, 2335 East 38th Street, York, check that.
Such thoughts, so said to him,
It's between two black males, one wearing a black shirt, one wearing a dark blue shirt, two buses arguing in the lobby.
"Son, another must be shining silver like the moon, and a third must be dazzling as the stars. Besides, I want a mantle of 1,000 different kinds of fur put together, to which every beast in the kingdom must give a part of his skin." And thus she thought that he would think of this
Attention cars, Southeast Suite 61.
the most skilled
Sent from a business just occurred, 4415 East Washington Street, at the gas station, 1 North, 50, or check 4500 East.
sparkling like the stars.
Attention cars, Southeast 61. Sent from a business just occurred, 4415 East Washington Street, at the gas station, 1 North, 50, or check 4500 East. Charles 133. Charles 133 at 618. 126, he assists, not clear if the suspect is still there. He was threatening the employee.
The sun, the moon, and the stars. In a nutshell,
Charles
wrapped herself up in
124 at 619, 126
smeared
forgot.
her face and hands with soot, and threw herself upon heaven for help in her need, and went away and journeyed the whole night, till at last she came to a large wood. As she was very tired, she sat herself down in the hollow of a tree, soon fell asleep, and there she slept on until it was midday. Now as the king to whom the wood
157, the second AES truck has just left this
Location. So there's no AES people over here now.
333.
You go see, please. They came back again and said, "In the hollow tree there lies the most wonderful beast, such as we've never seen.
Hey, since you're out of here, what do you want pictures of?
Here's the written 4415 East Washington Street. Suspect's gonna be a black male, blue shirt, blue short, is walking away, trying to get a direction of travel.
Southwest 23, 146, 126, Indianapolis, call cell phone, 205 West Troy, base location, West River.
Yes, Miss Catskin.
Okay.
It's my hair that's laying in the doorway, the broken shot glasses, and the overturned tables. And then if you could come over here where we're at, take photos of the female before she gets transported.
137, Chicken Drive, at 6 months.
Okay. Well, you went over there first, but we're not waiting on me.
We are ringing and building.
Just while I'm there, hold on.
Do all the dirty work.
This is Southwest 11,
Thus Catskin
There's 159, 127, and I think at 4130 West Vermont. And his father broke through the garage and called her. He is still on scene. He like if you could speak this one all day, we want to put this like.
Did you not clear from so forth? Well,
621.
Here's reference 4415 East Washington. Caller had originally said the guy walked to the park, but now said he's in front of the door. No known weapons, possibly under the influence. Took about $40 to $50 worth of food. Tried to get caller to come outside so he could assault him.
Car District 1 for a rolling disturbance now at the Speedway on Pelham Pike and Minhawker.
Here's reference 4415 East Washington. Employee stating he did get the food. Mail is still in front of the door.
Both cars. The subject said he's picking up a narcotics dealer. Go ahead. And was now holding them because his phone was taken and is now being followed by other narcotics dealers on trying to get it further.
Florida take 26, you can be backing onto that, up in the area.
Clear. He's in a black Ultima. He should have his flashers on, but he's not too cooperative.
Here's reference 4415 East Washington. Employee disconnected. I'll listen to call back.
I can't get a vehicle description on who was following me. Just keeps saying a bunch of them. But that's Rookie 254, base 149, 204, 149, trucking person, 7155 Twin Oaks Drive, homeless black man resident in the back hallway, sleeping near the stairs, Northeast 34. We're talking about that.
go ahead.
It was served on 4-2 this year. 254-128, 624.
After the dance was at an end, she managed to slip out, so slyly that the king did not see where she was gone. But she sprang into her little cabin and made herself into cat skin again, and went into the kitchen to cook the soup. Whilst the cook was upstairs,
Go ahead.
she got the golden necklace and put it into the soup.
Now say he's on the corner of the building.
Released him as well as before.
The Carter 2950 Kirk Broadway.
For the cook. It was again
Okay, yeah, we're here. You can hang up.
was brought again before the king, but she still told him that she was
The check's free, 2100, the hurry.
But
625.
the king had ordered a feast to be got ready for the third time it happened just the same as before. You must be a witch, Catskin, said the cook, for you always put something into your soup so that it pleases the king better than mine. However, he let her go up as before. Then she put on her dress, which sparkled like the stars, and went into the ballroom in it.
Go ahead.
The king danced with her again, and thought she had never looked as beautiful as she did then. So whilst he was dancing with her,
I thought from the beginning you go with 247 on his time, 11 call, it's gonna be that power lives in domestic.
he kept up a long time. When it was at an end, he would have held her fast by the hand when she slipped away.
That's 30.
So quickly through the crowd that he
That's 31.
she ran as fast as she could into her little cabin under the stairs. But this time she kept
Put
away.
myself at 32,
Stayed beyond
my
the
director, so, okay.
She had not time to take off her fine dress.
Clear. 146, US 137.
I know it's a total of, what, 100 shots going on?
She ran into the kitchen.
$8,000
As soon as the cook was gone, she put the golden brooch into the dish.
13, another car to located 157 on a Kirk driveway.
Ordered Catskin to be called once more. Saw the white finger.
146, sir. 147 is right down the way. He just killed 5 Troy at a 911 call. Can you say?
When she wanted to lose herself and spring away, the fur cloak
Yeah, I'm sorry about the refresh. What's the other one big?
got a hold of
And Doc's male knocking on doors.
her golden hair, her beautiful form was seen. She could
Black and white shirt. And Doc.
She washed the soot and the ashes from her face, and showed herself to be the most beautiful princess upon the face of the earth. But the king said, "You are my beloved bride. You will never be parted from each other." And the wedding feast was held, and a merry day it was.
Charles 137, 127, incomplete, face to cell phone, 5217 Madison Avenue.
In any other, the golden bird
Yeah,
sat
132.
had a beautiful garden.
Charles 11, 2321, 2321, no information accident. West 10th Street, North Livingston Avenue.
Always counted,
Wait a minute.
and about the
More
time
Shoemaker on
they
that.
were right.
Circulation.
Every night, one of
That's
them
627.
was gone. The king
Control Frank
very
146.
this and ordered
Frank 146.
watch.
A two-vehicle accident, unknown injuries, car is involved, the car is connected mid-call, no answering call back, 1000 North, 3 Senior West.
And I'm just sitting at first and probably kind of seeing if makes sense. Should go east or
The
west.
second son was ordered
Yeah,
to
well.
watch, and at midnight he too fell asleep.
Ma'am, can you see if you can contact a taxi for a guy truck, Portland? Should be paying with
The
cash.
son offered to keep
Hit
watch.
127, Q start no information accident, West 10th and Livingston.
Fearsome harm
Denver.
to him.
127.
At last he
Hit
consented,
127,
and the young man,
45 is you locate vehicle at the freeway.
as the clock
Yes, sir, I can do now.
he heard a rustling.
Here 160, you start the 167.
Flying, there was a big
Okay.
field, and it was
Start from
Samuel,
below.
one of the apples with its beak.
327.
The gardener's son jumped up and
126
shot
and
the
go
rabbit,
for 126.
but the arrow did the bird no harm. Only it dropped a golden feather from its tail and flew away. The golden feather was brought to the king in the morning, and all the council was called together. Everyone agreed that it was worth more than all of the wealth in the kingdom. But the king said, "One feather is of no use to me. I must have the whole bird." Then the gardener's eldest son set out and thought to find the golden bird very easily.
Control
When he
146.
had gone but a little way,
Go ahead.
he came to a wood, and by the side of the wood he saw a fox sitting. So he took his bow.
Thornton, Tivy Way, that's a bus stop, facing Riverside, just across the street from this dispatch location.
Don't shoot me.
Okay, by the bus stop, 10-9 that.
I know what your business is.
Attention units to rate the 5217 Madison Avenue. Had another call with an open line with no voice contact, no voice 911 call back. Being at the same location.
One of which is very
They
pleasant
want for them.
and beautiful to look at.
Bus stop, 16,
The rest
Riverside,
in the other.
just across from the dispatch
To
location.
be very poor and mean.
10-4.
But the son
Go ahead.
thought to himself, what could such a
23, 35, 38, did the tail lift checking, black male, blue shirt, gray pants, return.
then set up its tail
146.
and ran into the wood.
143.
Then he went his way. And in the evening
157,
came to the
about
of the two,
18 way.
and one of these would be
Charles 138, 130, disturbance, 4950 Southeast Street of Travel Lane. Male or female gonna be in a green Grand Prix Montana.
And 146 and 143 at 629.
So he went into the small
138,
house,
sorry.
ate and drank at his ease,
138,
called the bird and his country.
629. No, I just wanted to make sure, is that the shit, specialist or active? I have a feeling thing that, she dropped it, so I'm trying to make sure.
Okay, it's ordered.
I'll take another look.
He met the fox who gave him a good advice, but when he came
I'm pretty sure it was, but I'll take another look.
his eldest brother was
I
standing
need that
at the
one.
window where the merry lady was, and called to him.
Citizen UFU 54.
He could not withstand
1831, Victim 153, 1831, Victim West Side 3, Business Farm.
and his
Windows, 2409 North Pulse Road, Northeast 5.
time passed on again, and the youngest son too wished to set out into
One
the
by
wide
three.
world to see
1831, 153, 630.
but his father would not listen to
Unit
him.
on
He
scene,
was
Kurt
very
Price,
his son was
way.
afraid that some ill
Go ahead, he called my way.
Yes, sir, he is.
Yeah, I'm just waiting on another question for you.
I'll disconnect, I'll tell him to talk to you.
Okay.
I'm sure it's still active with no expiration date.
And look, are you software recorded as of the 1701 Senate? 631.
Kitchen's up at 61, day 126 and 129, domestic, 45 foot 3, San Diego Drive, possibly 2 females on it.
129, 139, take that 126 Division Road.
In the morning came the fox again, and met him as he was beginning his journey, and said, "Go straight forward till you come to a castle."
137, I reference to your incomplete call. Email is 156047. Still no voice contact name.
But go into the castle and pass on till you come to a room where the golden bird sits in a wooden cage. Close by it stands a beautiful golden cage. But do not try to take the bird out of the shabby cage and put it into the handsome one. Otherwise you will repent it. And then the fox stretched out his tail again, and the young man sat himself down. And away they went, over stock and stone, till their hair whistled in the wind. Before the castle gate, all was as the fox had said. So the son went in and found the chamber where the golden bird hung in a wooden cage, and below stood the golden cage, and the 3 golden apples that had been lost were lying close by it. He thought to himself, "It will be a very droll thing to bring away such a fine bird in this shabby cage." So he opened the door and took hold of it, and put it into the golden cage.
So, 45, 55 to 65.
The soldiers awoke, and they took him
Okay, so this is our hot call.
carried him before the king.
633.
The next morning,
45, 55, 55.
all was heard.
It's all day.
It
It's
sentenced
46.
him to die,
Go ahead.
unless he should bring the king.
Okay, where's one email from Raymond Blue back to 4947 West Virginia?
He was to have the golden bird given for his own. So he set out once more on his journey, sighing and in great despair, when on a sudden his friend, the fox, met him and said, "You see now what has happened on account of your not listening to my counsel. I will still, however, tell you how to find the golden horse. If you will do as I bid you, you must go straight on till you come to the castle, where the horse stands.
Figure 153.
By his side will lie the groom, fast asleep, and
153,
take away the horse quietly, but be sure to put the old leathern saddle upon him, and not the golden one that is close by it." The son sat down on the fox's tail, and away they went over stock and stone, till the hair whistled in the wind. All went right, and the groom lay snoring with his hand upon the golden saddle. But when the son looked at the horse, he thought it a great pity to put the leathern sandal upon it. "I will give him the good one," said he. "I'm sure he deserves it." As he took the golden saddle, the groom awoke and cried out so loud that all the guards ran in and took him prisoner, and in the morning he was again brought before the court to be judged and sentenced to die. It was agreed that if he could bring thither the beautiful princess, he should live, and have the bird and the horse given him for his own. He went his way very sorrowful, but the old fox came and said, "Why did you not listen to me? If you had, you would have carried away both the bird and the horse, yet will I once more give you counsel. Go straight on."
1752, 147, 144, 154. Person, welfare person, Northern Lake Drive, and South Sherman Drive. Caller suspect, suspected male on scene with an unconscious male in a vehicle. Caller drives a gray Ford Transit, man, EMS around. 8 South, 30 Energy.
The fox stretched out his tail, and so away they went,
141.
over stock and stone.
Truck 127, truck 144, 634.
As they came to the castle, all was as the fox had said. And at 12 o'clock, the young man met the princess going to the bath, and gave her a kiss, and she agreed to run away with him, but begged with many tears that he would let her take leave of her father. At first he refused, but she wept still, more and more, and fell at his feet, till at last he
Southeast 82, Charles.
But the moment she came to
126, 125, business farm.
woke,
11150 Southeastern Avenue.
Then he was brought before the king, and the king
Control
said,
three, we just put that on, posted that on 80.
unless in 8 days you dig away the hill that stops the view from
First, the curses.
Now this hill was so big that the whole world could not take it away. And when he had worked for 7 days and had done very little, the fox came and said,
They're only moving down there.
lie down and go to sleep. I will
Well,
work.
148.
In the morning he awoke, and the hill was gone.
We're gonna need a supervisor, this one is not happy with
I
it.
told him, now
And so supervisor,
must give him the princess. The king
112
was
to 636.
his word. And away went the young man and the princess, and the fox came and said to him, we will have all three, the princess, the horse, and the bird. Ah, said the young man, that would be a great thing, but how can you contrive it? If you will only listen, said the fox, it can be done. When you come to the king and he asks for the beautiful princess, you must say, here she is. Then he will be very joyful, and you will mount the golden horse that they give to you, and put out your hand to take leave of them. But shake hands with the princess last, lift her quickly onto the horse behind you, clap your spurs to his side, and gallop away as fast as you can. All went right. Then the fox said, when you come to the castle where the bird is, I will stay with the princess at the door. You will ride in and speak to the king, and when he sees that is the right horse, he will bring out the bird, and you must sit still and say that you want to
112, 131.
see whether it is the true golden bird.
Go ahead.
And when you get it into your hand, right away. This too happened.
I said, I'll come
Said,
up on
then he carried off the bird. The princess mounted again, and they rode on to a great wood. Then the fox came and said, pray kill me, cut off my head and my feet. But the young man refused to do it. So the fox said, I will at any rate give you good counsel. Aware of 2 things. Ransom no one from the gallows, and sit
yeah.
down by the side of the river. And away he went. Well thought the young
Get a
man.
call for release
So
for
I meant to keep that advice.
You're close to release out of 122 and 73rd Spring Hill.
At last he came to the village where he had left his 2 brothers, and there he heard a great noise.
121 from start from
When
6
he
days and
asked
stuff.
what was the matter, the people said,
Enter car, Southwest Beat 32, David 341, David 121, 341 and 121, domestic disturbance with a weapon on scene, 2220 Manhattan Avenue, so female versus her ex-boyfriend. He's a black male wearing a mauve polo and tan shorts, driving a silver Mercedes Benz, possibly under the influence.
on stage,
Female does have a weapon, but it's secured in her black Toyota Camry in the driveway. Male has caused damage to the front yard.
they came to the wood where the
Thank you,
fox
sir,
first
for
met
you.
them. It was so cool and pleasant that the 2 brothers said,
121 from First Ward,
and they
Rapunzel.
smiled to eat and drink. So he said yes.
One on close there,
Fox's counsel,
341 was
by
up.
the side of the river while he
10
suspected
for David 149, David 341 at 638, David 121, disregard.
princess, the horse,
Feel free
and the
to
bird.
Good, man.
Home to the king, their master, and said,
go down the credit line, please.
then there was great rejoicing made, that the horse would not eat, the bird would not sing, and the princess wept. The youngest son fell to the bottom of the river's bed. Luckily it was nearly dry, but his bones were almost broken, and the bank was so steep that he could not find a way to get out. And the old fox came once more and scolded him for not following his advice. Otherwise no evil would have befallen him. Yet, said he, I cannot leave you here. Lay hold of my tail and hold fast.
Edward 128, 126, Trumbull, Person, 141 East Washington Street, Hotel India, black male, black shirt,
If they find you in the kingdom,
creating a
he dressed himself
disturbance.
as a poor man,
We'll bring
came
it to
secretly to the king's court, and was scarcely within the doors when the horse began to eat. The bird began to sing,
Alright, if I
and the
do,
princess left off weeping.
okay,
Then he
and
went to the king and told him
640.
all his brothers were agreeing. They were seized and punished. And he had the princess given to him again. And after the king's death, he was heir to his kingdom. A long while after, he went to walk one day in the wood, and the old fox met him, and besought him with tears in his eyes to kill him.
I'm pretty good with everything down there.
And turned out to be the brother of the princess who had been lost a great many, many years. That was the golden bird from Fairy Tales by the Brothers Grimm. This is where I was down to sleep, where I read books to help you get a good night's rest. You can listen for free here, Spotify or other apps. Come and support the podcast on Patreon and get a bonus episode every single
What's
week.
on the YouTube for,
The
photographs
selfish
of
giant
possible prints on this,
every
back on
afternoon
this store?
as they were coming from school.
There's one anyone can call.
Play in the giant's garden. It was a
Yeah,
large,
641.
lovely garden with soft green grass. Here and there over the grass stood beautiful flowers like stars. And there were 12 peach trees that in the springtime broke out into delicate blossoms of pink and pearl, and in the autumn bore rich fruit. The birds sound the trees and sang so sweetly that the children used to stop their games in order to listen to them. How happy we are here, they cried to each other. One day, the giant came back. He had been to visit his friend, the Cornish ogre, and had stayed with him for 7 years. After the 7 years were over, he had said all that he had to say, for his conversation was limited, and he determined to return to his own castle. When he arrived, he saw the children playing in the garden. "What are you doing here?" he cried in a very gruff voice, and the children ran away. "My own garden is my own garden," said the giant. "Anyone can understand that, and I will allow nobody to play in it but myself." So he built a high wall around it, and put up a notice
Human reference 5217 Madison. I have
He was a very
the call back on the line. I can hear someone moving around, but no voice
nowhere
response.
to play. They tried to play on the road, but the road was very dusty and full of hard stones, and they did not like it. They used to wander around the high wall when their lessons were over and talk about the beautiful garden inside. How happy we were there, they said to each other. Then the spring came, and all over the country there were little blossoms and little birds. Only in the garden of the selfish giant was it still winter. The birds did not care to sing in it as there were no children, and the trees forgot to blossom. Once the beautiful flower
They got away from it,
grass,
and,
when it saw the notice board, it was so sorry for the children that it slipped back into the ground.
I'm coming through the
Went
end
off to
of
sleep. The only people who were pleased were the snow and the frost. Spring
You're
was
driving
common in
somebody,
this
can you?
garden.
Or something run for me.
Some people live here all year round.
Good.
The snow covered up the grass.
You see 157, I'm send DPW around, put some cones for you.
Silver. Then they
Huh,
invited the
thank you.
man to stay with them. And he came.
55 Charles Zebra Frank, should be on the
Garden
300.
straight once down. This is a delightful spot, he said. We must ask the hail on a visit. So the hail came. Every day for 3 hours, he rattled on the roof of the castle until he broke most of the slates. And then he ran round and round the garden as fast as he could go.
That's what we changed my fast to, Tampa and Rochester,
It
please.
was like ice. I cannot understand
Yeah,
why
but
the spring is so
Somerset.
late in coming, said the selfish giant,
Look.
as he sat at the window and looked out at his cold white
That's
garden.
31.
I hope there'll be a change in the weather. But the spring never came, nor the summer.
The bigger one.
Autumn gave golden fruit to every garden, but to the giant's garden she gave none. He is too selfish, he said, so it was always winter there.
Walker,
And
Ted,
the north wind,
John, Dallas, Patrol, 300 West Mill,
and the snow,
and checking the hotel in
the
Skywalk.
trees. One morning,
129
the
Patrol.
giant
We
was
verify the address, please.
when he heard some
645.
music. It
Yeah,
sounded
no
so
problem.
sweet to his ears that
Yeah,
he
we'll
thought it
come
must be
back.
the king's musicians
Go ahead.
passing by. There was
Let me
a
check the
woman
Google back in. I
sitting
think I'm
outside
going
his
to.
window.
We're okay.
It was so long since he had heard a bird sing.
127, we're good here, and disregard it here on the way.
Beautiful music in the world.
No wagons there.
Then the hail stopped dancing over his head, and the north wind ceased
121,
blowing
I want to do, you have the second person ready.
through the open casement.
No, I'm in
The leaves
Springville.
of spring
73rd and Spring.
Okay. Is there any certain way I need to come?
What did he see? He saw
Either 73rd Street or from Springville from the north.
children who had crept in.
Yeah,
They were sitting in the branches of the trees. In every tree that he could see, there was a little child. And the trees were so glad to have the children back again. They had covered themselves with blossoms and were waving their arms gently above the children's heads. The birds were flying about and twittering with delight. And the flowers were looking up through the green grass and laughing. It was a lovely scene. Only in one corner it was still winter. It was the farthest corner of the garden, and in it was standing a little boy. He was so small that he could not reach up to the branches of the tree. He was wandering all around it, crying bitterly. The poor tree was still quite covered with frost and snow, and the north wind was blowing and roaring above it. "Climb up, little boy," said the tree, and bent its branches down as low as it could. But the boy was too tiny, and the giant's heart melted as he looked out. "How selfish I have been," he said. "Now I know why the spring would not come here. I will put that poor little boy on top of the tree, and then I will knock down the wall, and my garden shall be the children's playground forever and ever." He was really sorry for what he had done. So he crept downstairs and opened the front door quite softly and went out into the garden. But when the children saw him, they were so frightened they all ran away, and the garden became winter again. Only the little boy did not run. His eyes were so full of tears that he did not see the giant coming. And the giant stole up behind him and took him gently in his hand and put him up into the tree. And the tree broke at once into blossom, and the birds came and sat on it, and the little boy stretched out his two arms and flung them round the giant's neck and kissed him. And the other children, when they saw that the giant was not wicked any longer, came running back. And with them came the spring. "It is your garden now, little children," said the giant. And he took a great axe and knocked down the wall.
Control 129.
People were going to market at 12 o'clock. They found the giant playing with the children in the most beautiful garden they had ever seen. All day long they played, and in the evening they came to the giant to bid him goodbye.
Caller, verify the address at 4543 San Diego
He
Drive.
said,
Thank you.
"The boy that I put into the tree, the giant loved him best because he had kissed him." "We don't know," answered the children. "He's gone away." "Well, you must tell him to be sure and come tomorrow," said the giant. But the children said they did not know where he lived. They had never seen him before. And the giant felt very sad. Every afternoon when school was over, the children came and played with the giant. The little boy whom the giant loved was never seen again.
122, the
The giant was
DFT guys are coming drop a couple calls behind you with that car you try coming through.
his first little friend and often spoke of him. "Now I would like to see him," he
Six
said.
one three six, report loud music, Northwest 21 at 2921 Roberta Drive. The complaint advised it's been going on since 2300 hours.
So he sat in a huge armchair,
At 619.
watching the children at their games, and
What,
admired
when are you at 73rd
I
Springville?
have many beautiful flowers.
71st Meridian, I'm almost at 207.
Flowers of all.
I heard you up.
One winter morning, he looked out his window as he was dressing. He did not hate the winter now, for he knew it was merely the spring asleep, and that the flowers were resting. Suddenly he rubbed his eyes in wonder, and looked and looked. It certainly was a marvelous sight. In the farthest corner of the garden was a tree quite covered with lovely white blossoms. Its branches were all golden, and silver fruit hung down from them, and underneath
Yep.
stood the little boy who he had loved. Downstairs ran the giant with great joy, and out into the garden. He hastened across the grass and came near to the child. And when he came quite close, his face grew red with anger, and he said,
Roll to the
"Who has
180.
dared to wound thee?"
Road 180.
For on the palms of the child's hands were the prints of two nails, and the prints of two nails were on the little
I'm not
finger.
gonna do the UP today, I got into a deed, so, pay for that, that's another route.
Tell me that I may take my big sword and slay him. Nay, answered the child, these are the wounds of love.
Any officer with camera that can assist Victor 252 with pictures.
Today you shall come with me to my garden.
At 1230 West Vermont,
Paradise. And when the children ran in that afternoon,
Southwest 11.
they found the giant lying dead under the tree, all covered with white.
I can head that way, it's really closer from 2200 Southwest.
Well, he really likes to come out of nowhere into the fields with these, doesn't he? I
When
guess
they
we should see
send
that
it
coming.
from my report or whatever, and I'll go and close to me.
Let's read another, just in case you need a little more time.
Sorry, so when you're going to the Vermont run?
The
Yeah.
Nightingale and the Rose. She said that she would dance with me if I brought her red roses, cried the young student. But in all my garden there is no red rose.
233.
From her nest in the home oak tree, the nightingale heard him, and she looked out through the leaves and wondered. No red rose in my garden. With tears.
Number.
Oh, on what little things does happiness depend? I have read of all that the wise men have written, and all the secrets of philosophy are mine. Yet for want of a red rose is my life made wretched. Here at last is a true lover, said the nightingale. Night after night have I sung of him, though I knew him not. Night after night have I told his story to the stars, and now I see him. His hair is dark as the hyacinth blossom.
50 Southwest 13, David 149, 120, Residential Alarm at 1815 West Michigan Street. Oliver residence, no red, there is an Anthony Oliver in route, ED 20 minutes, White Crisis Center. 120 Familiar to Raven.
And my love will be of the company. If I bring her a red rose, she will
149,
dance with
120
me.
at
If I
263.
bring her a red rose, I shall hold her in my arms. She will lean her head on my shoulder. Her hand will be clasped in mine. There is no red rose in my garden, so I shall sit lonely. She will pass me by. She will have no heed of me, and my heart will break. Here indeed is the true lover, said the nightingale. What I sing of he suffers, what is joy to me, to him is pain. Surely love is a wonderful thing, it is more precious than emeralds and dearer than finer opals. Pearls and pomegranates cannot buy it, nor is it set forth in the marketplace. It may not be purchased of the merchants, nor can it be weighed out in the balance for gold. The musicians will sit in their gallery, said the young student, and play upon their stringed instruments. And my
Control
love
it,
dances
9025.
herself to the harp and the violin. She will
That's
dance so
9025.
lightly that her feet will not touch the floor, and the courtiers in their gay dresses will throng round her. But with me she will not dance, for I have no red rose.
You are myself and Eskenazi 72 on duty, 49 and 79 East Further Run Parkway, North Drive, AIC until 1900 hours.
Weeping,
Section.
asked a little green lizard as he ran past
So we
with his
just
tail
keep
beat.
the police
Why
keeping that,
indeed,
I
said
think,
the
the
butterfly
justice for
was
America.
fluttering about after a sunbeam.
But
Why indeed, whispered a daisy to his neighbor in a soft, low voice. He is weeping for a red rose, said the nightingale. For a red rose, they cried, how very ridiculous. And the little lizard, who was something of a cynic, laughed outright. But the nightingale understood the secret of the student's sorrow, and she sat silent in the oak tree and thought about the mystery of love. Suddenly, she spread her brown wings for flight and soared into the air. She passed through the grove like a shadow, and like a shadow she sailed across the garden. In the center of the grass plot was standing a beautiful rose tree, and when she saw it, she flew over to it and lit upon a spray. Give me a red rose, she cried, and I will sing you my sweetest song. But the tree shook its head. My roses are white, it answered, as white as the foam.
Control quarter 19, 1041.
in the snow upon the mountain.
Quarter 19665.
Brother who rose
Attention units on City Line Route to 5217 Madison Avenue. Just got another call from that same number, being at this location. Have an open line, you can hear someone moving around but no voice contact. Have an open line, I'll call back, still no voice contact.
shook its head. My
Control
roses are
137.
yellow, it answered,
137.
as yellow as the hair of the mermaid who sits upon an amber throne.
Quarter 12 is 1042,
Till that blooms in the
655.
or the mother comes with his scythe.
Perfect, that number that you
But go to my
calling
brother
her.
who grows beneath the student's window.
Over out.
Perhaps he will give you what you
Like
want.
that, I'm not locating anybody
So
else.
the nightingale flew over to the rose tree that was growing beneath the student's window.
Don't worry.
Give me a red rose, she cried,
That's
and I will sing
Grab one back then.
shook its head. My roses are red, it answered, as red as the feet of the dove and redder than the great fans of coral.
Team location to PJT, hopefully one vote mail, starting lobby 167, 039, day 146 and following.
Clear, 266.
And the storm has broken my branches, and I shall have no roses at all this year. One red rose is all I want, cried the nightingale. Only one red rose. Is there no way by which I can get it? There is a way, answered the tree. But it is so terrible that I dare not tell it to you. Tell it to me, said the nightingale. I am not afraid. If you want a red rose, said the tree, you must build it out of music by moonlight and stain it with your own heart's blood. You must sing to me with your breast against a thorn. For all night long you must sing to me, and the thorn must pierce your heart, and your lifeblood must flow into my veins and become mine. Death is a great price to pay for a red rose, cried the nightingale. And life is very dear to all that is pleasant to sit in the greenwood, and to watch the sun in his chariot of gold. The moon in her chariot of pearl, sweet is the scent of the hawthorn, sweet are the bluebells that hide in the valley, and the heather that blows on the hill. Yet, love is better than life, and what is the heart of a bird compared to the heart of a man? So, she spread her brown wings for flight, soared into the air, swept over the garden like a shadow, and like a shadow she sailed through the grove. The young student was still lying on the grass where she had left him, and the tears were not yet dry in his beautiful eyes. Be happy, cried the nightingale, be happy, you shall have your red rose. I will build it out of music by moonlight and stain it with my own heart's blood. All I ask of you in return is that you
Control Johnny.
lover. For love is wiser than philosophy, though she is wise, and mightier than power, though he is mighty. Flame colored are his wings, and colored like flames his body, his lips are sweet as honey, and his breath like frankincense. The student looked up from the grass and listened, but he could not understand what the nightingale was saying to him.
I have a 2005 Chrysler Lane list right now. It looks like he lives up in the 70s, back up the 70s. Can somebody go by the registered owner's address and see if he is home? The vehicle's off his in the woods.
Sing me one last song, he whispered. I shall feel very lonely when you are gone. So the nightingale sang to the oak tree, and her voice was like water bubbling from a silver jar. When she had finished her song, the student got up and pulled a notebook and a lead pencil out of his pocket. She has form, he said to himself, as he walked away through the grove. That cannot be tied to her, but has she got feeling? Afraid not. In fact, she's like most artists. She's all style, without any sincerity. She would not sacrifice herself for others. She thinks merely of music, and everybody knows that the arts are selfish. Still, it must be admitted that she has some beautiful
You ma'am at 7 o'clock.
What a pity it is they do not mean anything.
162 to 42.
2062, 7 o'clock.
Lay down on his little pallet bed.
Control to a car in Beat 71.
Think of his love.
Corner 13, 1041.
He fell asleep,
7 o'clock.
and when the moon shone in the heavens, the nightingale flew to the rose tree
Control 15 to
and set
1042.
her breast.
1018, 7 o'clock.
All night long she sat with her breast against the thorn, and the cold crystal moon leaned down and listened. All night long she sang
Corner 1 controller 1042, thank you.
to her breast.
134, can you go by 7704 Shady Hills Drive,
She sang
4170, see if you can find the registered owner of a 2005 gray Chrysler.
rose tree that blossomed.
His name is Sean Lee. His car is in the woods. Frank 170's out with it in Beat 21. 7 o'clock, ma'am.
Pale was it at first as the
I'm
mists
thinking of this one.
pale as the
Ten
fleet of
four.
the morning and silver of the winter.
Charles 127, 175, business line, 5555 southbound, Santa Luke Drive, so
Of a rose in a water.
127, we'll check it.
So was the rose that
700.
blossomed on the topmost spray of the tree. But the tree cried cried to the nightingale to press closer against the thorn. Press closer, little nightingale, cried the tree, or the day will come before the rose is finished. So the nightingale pressed closer against the thorn, and louder grew her song, as she sang of the birth of passion in the soul of a man and a maid. And a delicate flush of pink came into the leaves of the rose, like the flush in the face of the bridegroom when he kisses the lips of the bride. But the thorn had not yet reached her heart, so the rose's heart remained white, for only a nightingale's heart blood can crimson the heart of a rose. And the tree cried to the nightingale to press closer to the thorn. Press closer, little nightingale, cried the tree, or the day will come before the rose is finished. So the nightingale pressed closer against the thorn, and the thorn touched her heart, and a fierce pang of pain shot through her. Bitter, bitter was the pain, wilder and wilder grew her song, as she sang of the love that is perfected by death, of the love that dies not in the tomb. And the marvelous rose became crimson, like the rose of the eastern sky. Crimson was the girdle of petals, and crimson as a ruby was the heart. The nightingale's voice grew fainter, and her little wings began to beat. A film came over her eyes, fainter and fainter grew her song. She felt something choking her in her throat. Then she gave one last burst of music. The white moon heard it and forgot the dawn and lingered on in the sky. The red rose heard it and trembled all over with ecstasy, opened its petals in the cold morning air. Echo bore it to her purple cabin in the hills, and woke the sleeping shepherds from their dreams. It floated through the reeds of the river, and carried its message to the sea. Look, look, cried the tree. The rose is finished now. The nightingale made no answer, for she was lying dead in the long grass.
Control stop for 13. Can you start having my location?
Then the student opened his window and looked out. Why, what a wonderful piece of luck, he cried. Here is a red rose. I've never seen any rose like it in all my life. It is so beautiful that I am sure it has a long Latin name. He leaned down and plucked it. He put on his hat and he ran up to the professor's house with his rose in his hand. The daughter of the professor was sitting in the doorway, winding blue silk on a reel. A little dog lying at her feet.
Good morning,
You said
704.
you'd dance with me if I brought you a red rose, cried the student. Here is the reddest rose in all the world. You'll wear it tonight, next to your heart, as we dance together. It'll tell you how I love you. The girl frowned. I'm afraid it will not go with my dress, she answered. Besides, the Chamberlain's nephew has sent me some real jewels, and everybody knows that jewels cost far more than flowers.
What is your one?
Upon my word, you are very ungrateful, said the student angrily. And he threw the rose into the street, where it fell into the gutter. And a cartwheel.
341 for downtown East Side, 45893 along with Ryder, 45
Why, I don't believe you've even considered
433.
buckles to your shoes
Have
that
a
the
look
Chamberlain's nephew has. And she got up from her chair and went into the house. What a silly thing love is, said the student as he walked away. It's not half as useful as logic, for it does not prove anything. It's always telling one of things that are not going to happen and making one believe things that are not true. In fact, it is quite unpractical. And as in this age to be practical is
21, truck 38, truck 138. PD hit an accident at Shelby Street and East Missouri Avenue. A police van hit a fire hydrant and is smoking, IAT en route. There's no one inside the vehicle, 2130 South, 1000 East.
as we read.
Mr. Cars, Northeast, Beat 54, 1831, Baker 128, 1831, Baker 128, call for help, 3004, Bavarian West Drive, 3000 North, 10098 East. Female called out of breath, gave this address, the line disconnected. She didn't give East or West Drive. West Drive is per rapid SOS. You hear banging in the background, didn't call back, unknown circumstances.
He's as beautiful as a weathercock, remarked one of the town councillors who wished to gain a reputation of having artistic taste.
Truck 138,
Although not quite so useful.
1831, Baker 128 at 705.
Should think him unpractical.
24/47 from dispatch.
Something like that, yeah.
Like the Happy Prince.
The alarm company just called back because it's canceled. They have to see property.
The Happy Prince never dreams of great.
127-year service, I'll call that.
I am glad that there is someone in the world who is quite happy, muttered a disappointed man as he gazed at the wonderful statue. He looks just like an angel, said the charity children as they came out of the cathedral in their bright scarlet cloaks and their clean white pinafores. How do you know? Said the mathematical master. I've never seen one. We have in our dreams, answered the children, and the mathematical master frowned and looked very severe, for he did not approve.
Good morning. You want me 1041 OBD at 4445 East Hunt Kroger until 1800, please.
6 weeks before,
Yeah, 707.
he had stayed behind, for he was in love with the most beautiful reed. He had met her early in the spring, as he was flying down the river after a big yellow moth, and had been so attracted by her slender waist that he had stopped to talk to her. Shall I love you, said the swallow, who liked to come to the point at once, and the reed had made him a low bow. So he flew round and round her, touching the water with his wings and making silver ripples. This was his courtship, and it lasted all through the summer. It is a ridiculous attachment, twittered the other swallows. She has no money and
That's
far
what he
too
wanted.
many relations, and indeed the river was quite full of reeds. Then, when the autumn
I
came,
wanted to put it out on the board and tell us
Bartley
living.
felt lonely.
That'd be weird.
To tire of his lady love.
They doesn't.
She has no conversation, he said, and
You
I'm
got
afraid
it,
that she is a
General.
coquette, for she is always flirting with the wind. And certainly whenever the wind blew, the reed made the most graceful curtsies. I admit that she is domestic, he continued, but I love traveling, and my wife consequently should love traveling also. Will you come away with me? He said finally to her, but the reed shook her head. She was attached to her home. You've been trifling with me, he cried. I'm off to the pyramids, goodbye. And he flew away. All day long he flew. And at night time he arrived at the city. Where shall I put up, he said. I hope the town has made preparations. There he saw the statue, on the tall column. I will put up there, he cried. It's a fine position with plenty of fresh air. So he alighted just between the feet of the Happy Prince. I have a golden bedroom, he said softly to himself as he looked around, and he prepared to go to sleep, but just as he was putting his head under his wing, a large drop of water fell on him. What a curious thing, he said. There is not a single cloud in the sky. The stars are quite clear and bright, yet it is raining. The climate in the north of Europe is really dreadful. The reed used to like the rain, but that was merely her selfishness. Then, when the drop fell, what is the use of a statue?
That's what the team's gonna know.
He said,
On the other side.
and he determined to fly away. But before he had opened his wings, a third drop fell, and he looked up and saw. What did he see? The eyes of the Happy Prince were filled with tears, and tears were running down his golden cheeks. His face was so beautiful in the moonlight, the little swallow was filled with pity. Who are you? He said. I am the Happy Prince. Why are you weeping then? Asked the swallow. You have quite drenched me. When I was alive and I had a human heart, answered the statue, I did not know what tears were, for I lived in the palace of Sanssouci, where sorrow is not allowed to enter. In the daytime I played with my companions in the garden, and in the evening I led the dance in the great hall. Round the garden ran a very lofty wall, but I never cared to ask what lay beyond it. Everything about me was so beautiful. My courtiers called me the Happy Prince, and happy indeed I was, if pleasure be happiness. So I lived, and so I died. And now that I am dead, they have me set up here so high that I can see all the ugliness and all the misery of my city. And though my heart is made of lead, yet I cannot choose but weep. What? Is he not solid gold? Said the swallow to himself.
Enjoy
He was too blind
TJ1.
to make any
Thank
personal
you,
remarks
Paul.
out loud.
Okay.
Far away, continued the statue in a low musical voice. Far away in a little street there is a poorhouse. One of the windows is open, and through it I can see a woman seated at a table. Her face is thin and worn,
Central 138 Sucker Park.
In a bed in the
Go
corner of
ahead.
the room, her little boy is lying ill.
Go ahead.
He has a fever
Central 15.
and is asking for oranges.
I've tried twice, it rings once and then goes into voicemail.
Back in the play. 143 David King Queen on blue. Sorry for 200.
Out of my sword hilt. My feet are fastened to this pedestal, and I cannot move. I am waited for in Egypt, said the swallow. My friends are flying up and down.
149, Paul Sherry.
Large lotus flowers. Soon they will go to
Wait.
sleep in the tomb of the great king. The king is there himself in the painted coffin. He's wrapped in yellow linen and embalmed with spices. Round his neck is a chain of pale green jade, his hands like withered leaves.
He's gonna run, I was just trying to check on him, see if I can close it out.
Will you not stay with me for one night and be my messenger?
Okay,
The boy is so thirsty and the mother is so sad. I don't think I like boys,
Yeah,
answered the
he's
swallow.
probably going home.
Last summer when I was staying on the river, there were two rude boys, the miller's sons.
Go on with that.
Always throwing stones at me.
137 9.
Of course, we swallows fly far too well for that. And besides, I know of a family famous for its agility. But still,
I'm here the equals not me, you call that for.
the happy prince looked so sad that the little swallow was sorry. It's very cold here, he said. But I will stay with you for one night and be your messenger. Thank you, little swallow, said the prince. So the swallow picked out the great ruby from the prince's sword and flew away with it in his beak over the roofs of
You
the
don't
town.
see it, they're aware, but, notification if you made it somebody whoever replaced the see this fire hydrant's completely gone. Shoot off total base. It's still here, but it's knocked off.
It's over a couple for us. Where was that car located on? Find that, Mr. Leva.
Okay.
2406 here. That's where it's supposed to be. Is he here somewhere? Because it's not very back in the woodline where the abandoned building is.
And saw the lanterns hanging to the masts of ships. He passed over the ghetto. He saw old Jews bargaining with each
He
other.
said he's here at police. They said the battery died and they have to go get it. They picked him up last night.
The boy was tossing
Go ahead,
feverishly
please.
on his bed, and the
Go
mother
ahead.
had fallen asleep. She was so tired.
Look,
In he hopped
where?
and laid the great ruby on the table besides the woman's thimble. Then he flew gently round the bed, fanning the boy's forehead with his wings. How cool I feel, said the boy. I must be getting better. And he sank into a delicious slumber. Then the swallow flew back to the happy prince and told him what he had done. It is curious, he remarked, but I feel quite warm now, though it is so cold. That is because you have done a good action, said the prince. And the little swallow began to think, and then he fell asleep.
Wondered,
Always made him sleepy. When day broke, he flew down to the
She's
river.
not at the shell station
It's
and
a remarkable
she
phenomenon,
hung up
said
on
the
me.
professor of ornithology
I guess
as he
it's
was
funny.
passing over the bridge. A swallow
Okay.
in town.
well, thank
He
you.
wrote a letter about it to the local newspaper. Everyone quoted it. It was so full of many words that they could not understand. Tonight I go to Egypt, said the swallow, and he was in high spirits at the prospect. He visited all the public monuments and sat a long time on top of the church steeple. Wherever he went, the sparrows chirped and said to each other, "What a distinguished stranger." So he enjoyed himself very much. When the moon rose, he flew back to the happy prince. Have you any commissions for Egypt? He cried. I'm just starting. Swallow, swallow, little swallow, said the prince. Will you not stay with me one night longer? I am waited for in Egypt, answered the swallow. Tomorrow my friends will fly up to the second cataract. The river horse couches there among the bulrushes, and on a great granite throne sits the god Memnon. All night long he watches the stars, and when the morning star shines, he utters one cry of joy.
45 units to assist for trouble person, 2010 Zone Park in the Speedway.
Edge to drink. They have eyes like green beryls, and their roar is louder than the roar of the cataract. Swallow, swallow, little swallow, said the prince.
Both cars, it's a white male, white shirt, red pants, yelling and screaming, say that he just smashed someone's headlight out with his cell phone.
Inside there is a bunch of withered violets.
getting multiple calls on it. Think that he's just walking around screaming at other people.
He has large and dreamy eyes. He is trying to finish a play with the director of the theater, but he's too
45 that description figure that Phil earlier.
great and
I
hunger
don't
has
believe
made him
so.
faint. I will wait with you one night longer, said the swallow, who really did have a good heart. Shall I take him another ruby?
I'm sure he's in a vehicle.
Yes, I have no ruby now, said the prince. My eyes are all that I have left. They are made of rare sapphires, which were brought out of India 1,000 years ago. Pluck out one of them and take it to him. He will sell it to the jeweler and buy food.
He's currently on the west side of the building closest to Mid-Hopper.
Dear prince, said the swallow, I cannot do that. And he began to weep. Swallow, swallow, little swallow, said the prince, do as I command you. So the swallow plucked out the prince's eyes and flew away.
45 is going to be your subject. He's in the black Nissan.
Easy enough to get in as there was a hole.
Where?
Through this he darted and came into the room. The young man had his head buried in his hands, so he did not hear the flutter of the bird's wings. And when he looked up, he found the beautiful sapphire lying on the withered violets. I am beginning to be appreciated, he cried. This from some great admirer. Now I can finish my play. And he looked quite happy. The next day the swallow flew down to the harbor. He sat on the mast of a large vessel and watched the sailors hauling big chests out of the hold with ropes.
You bet 35, that's 45
His chest came up. I am going to Egypt, cried the swallow. But nobody minded. And when the moon rose, he flew back to the happy prince. I am come to bid you goodbye, he cried.
He's letting no boy in the, he's done.
Little swallow, said the prince. Will you not stay with me one night longer? It is winter, answered the swallow, and the chill snow will be here. In Egypt the sun is warm on the green palm trees and the crocodiles that lie in the mud and look lazily about them. My companions are building a nest in the temple of Baalbek, and the pink and white doves are watching them and cooing to each other. Dear prince, I must leave you. I will never forget you. And next spring I will bring you back 2 beautiful jewels in place of those you've given away. The ruby shall be redder than a red rose, and the sapphire shall be as blue as the great sea. In the square below, said the happy prince, there stands a little match girl. She's let her matches fall in the gutter, and they are all spoiled. Her father will beat her if she does not bring home some money, and she is crying. She has no
Attention is Smart District 52 information only. 1065 Millwood. First 45 minutes ago, a young woman, approximately 20 years old, rang callers Oroville, asked if she could text somebody, and then walked towards the overlooked place. The caller's husband did drive around the area so he could find her. 8480 North, 1400 West, information only at 571.
As I command you. So, he plucked out the prince's other eye and darted down with it. He swooped past the match girl and slipped the jewel into the palm of her hand. What a lovely bit of glass, cried the little girl as she ran home laughing. Then the swallow came back to the prince. You are blind now, he said. So, I will stay with you always. No, little swallow, said the poor prince. You must go away to Egypt
showing the watchman. They wandered out into the rain. He flew back and told the prince what he had seen. I am covered with fine gold, said the prince. You must take it off, leaf by leaf.
Charles 127, 175.
The living always
Possible service reference, say runaway, 5930 Hansel Road.
fine gold the swallow picked off.
Station North District 23, Adam 143, and 125, and 3217 North Main Cross. Black male yellow, yellow shirt versus black male, black. Everybody.
Yeah. I was thinking about the Skiway gas station and the White Cadillac station, 17-year-old son. Ran away from home in months this morning, and it's now the residence just south of where the college is. Stated that the adult male at this location is advising he's not going to let him in for himself.
Daggers hung down from the eaves of the houses. Everybody went about in furs, and the little boys wore solid caps and skated on the ice. The poor little swallow grew colder and colder, but he would not leave the prince. He loved him too well. He picked up crumbs outside the baker's door, and the baker was not looking and tried to keep himself warm by flapping his wings. But at last he knew that he was going to die. He had just strength to fly onto the prince's shoulder once more. Goodbye, dear prince, he murmured. Will you let me kiss your hand? I'm glad you're going to Egypt at last, little swallow, said the prince. You stayed here too long, but you must kiss me on the lips, for I love you. 'Tis not to Egypt that I am going, said the swallow. I am going to the house of death. Death is the brother of sleep, is he not? And he kissed the happy prince on the lips and fell down, dead at his feet. At that moment, a curious crack sounded inside the statue, as if something had broken. The fact is that the Nah had snapped right in two. It certainly was a dreadfully hard frost. Early the next morning, the mayor was walking in the square below in the company with the town councillors. As they passed the column, he looked up at the statue. Dear me, how shabby the happy prince looks, he said. How shabby indeed, cried the town councillors, who always agreed with the mayor, and they went up to look at him. The ruby has fallen out of his sword, his eyes are gone, and he is cold no longer, said the mayor. In fact, he is little better than a beggar. Little better than a beggar, said the town councillors. Here is actually a dead bird.
Station North District 13, Adam 135, 107, Coast Person, 3209 Drop Avenue. Go to the same, back at her residence, Frank's window on the back side of the house, shooting chamber, black male, black shirt.
Statue of the happy prince. As he is no longer beautiful,
What's
he is
that?
no longer useful, said the
135, 127, at Central.
Then they melted the statue in a furnace, and the mayor held a meeting of the
Station North
corporation to
District 13,
decide
at
what to
130
be
and
done with
146,
Gretel.
find at 27
We must have
documentary
another
rear
statue, of course, he
fighting,
said.
physical fighting.
It shall be a statue of myself. Of myself, said each of the town councillors, and they quarrelled. I last heard
114,
quarrelling still. What a strange
130, 146,
thing to the overseer
second
of the workmen at the foundry. This broken lead heart will not melt in the furnace. We must throw it away. So they threw it on a dust heap, where the dead
397
swallow
levels to the
was
resident.
also lying. Bring me the two most precious things in the city, said God to one of his
Hey,
angels. And the angel brought him the lead heart and the dead bird. You have
Forgive
rightly
me,
chosen,
people.
said God, for in my garden of paradise, this little bird shall sing forevermore. And in my city of gold, the happy prince shall praise me. And that is the story of the happy prince by Oscar Wilde. This is from my podcast, Down to Sleep, where I read books to help you get a good night's rest. You can listen for free here. Come and support the podcast.
It says they're wanted. I'm not familiar with the wanted system, but I don't know if I should get another car here just in case.
Like and subscribe and enjoy the adventures of Sherlock Holmes.
Yeah, absolutely. We just feel like a video after how to back you up. The trick
Scandal
and
in Bohemia.
Okay, thank
To
you.
Sherlock Holmes, she is always
Available unit of back
I
on
have seldom heard him mention her.
Available unit of back on Baker 390, PD 2432 North Streetland Avenue, and 30.
Not that he felt any emotion akin
available unit of back on Baker 392432 North. 273726.
Perfect reasoning and observing machine that the world has seen. But as a lover, he would have placed himself in a false position. He never spoke of the soft passions, save with a jibe and a sneer. They were admirable things for the observer, excellent for drawing the veil from men's motives and actions. But for the trained reasoner to admit such intrusions into his own delicate and finely adjusted temperament was to introduce a distracting factor, which might throw a doubt upon all his mental results. Grit in a
390.
instrument, or a crack
Right.
in one of his own high-power lenses would not be more disturbing than a strong emotion.
Do you have
Such as his.
Michael Stokes?
Yet there was but one woman to him.
Eight curve years in front of me.
Irene Adler, of dubious and questionable memory. I had seen little of Holmes lately. My marriage had drifted us away from each other.
Ohio.
Probably happy
Interstate pickup only. No extra.
rise up around the man
I'm clear,
who
thank
first
you.
finds himself master of his own establishment was sufficient to absorb all my attention. While Holmes, who loathed every form of society with his whole bohemian soul, remained in our lodgings and buried among his old books, alternating from between cocaine and ambition, the drowsiness of the drug and the fierce energy of his own keen nature. He was still, as ever, deeply attracted by the study of crime, and occupied his immense faculties and extraordinary powers of observation in following out those clues and clearing up those mysteries which had been abandoned as hopeless by the official police. From time to time I heard some vague account of his doings, his summons to attest in the case of the Trim-Off murder, of his clearing up of the singular tragedy of the Atkinson brothers, and finally of the mission which he had accomplished so delicately and successfully for the reigning family of Holland. Beyond these signs of his activity, however, which I merely shared with all the readers of the daily press, I knew little of
I ran it yet. He's not reported as a runaway, so I don't think that ever reported as missing from
March
something.
1888.
No, he didn't yet.
From a journey to a patient, for I now returned to civil practice.
Baker
My
390.
way led me through Baker Street.
Right.
As I passed the well-remembered door, it was
Michael
immediately
Stokes
associated
is naked with us.
with the dark incidents of the study in Scarlet. I was seized with a keen desire to see Holmes again, and to know how he was employing his extraordinary powers. His rooms were brilliantly lit,
135.
and even as I looked up, I
135.
saw his tall, spare figure pass twice in a dark silhouette
Good
against
135.
He was pacing the room.
That's USB 43, Baker 160, Baker 158, 160, 158, Trouble with Cruising. Skyline Motel, 6617 East Washington Street. Reference a white male, no shirt, threatening in the walls, and a vending machine, Northeast 43.
Well, you start medic for a cut hand, please.
Was shown up to the chamber which had formerly been in part my own.
Look.
158.
His manner was not effusive.
You can take a minute.
Was when he was glad.
160, 158, 730.
Hardly a word spoken,
Yeah.
with a kindly eye he
Right.
moved me to an armchair.
160, 158, he's apparently a guest in room 122.
Stood before the fire and looked me over in his singular introspective fashion. Wedlock suits you, he remarked. I think, Watson, that you have put on 7.5 pounds since I saw you. 7, I answered. Indeed. I should have thought a little more, just a trifle more, I fancy, Watson. And in practicing it, I observed you did not tell me that you intended to go into harness. Then how do you know? I see it. I deduce
Control my point.
how you have been getting yourself very wet lately, and that you have the most clumsy,
Look, what?
careless servant girl. My dear,
And
Holmes,
you
this
said he
is
agreed.
too much.
Make it 149.
Certainly have been burned had you lived a few
Oh,
centuries.
273.
It's true that I had a country walk on Thursday and came home in a dreadful mess, but as I have changed my
Or
clothes, I can't
if you want to go to that crash, you're welcome to, but I'll head that way in the 30.
and my wife has given her
Okay.
notice. But there again, I feel
Who else will see if you can call it? Phone number for 4306 Bill Crosswalk, please. Give them a call and have a problem. Get this hit home before I shoot it.
Okay, for a physical, so the physical being aggressive towards you, is it confined, is it loose?
Well, it's loose and it's, they don't come out and get it, it's probably gonna end up open.
Caused by someone
But-
who has very carelessly scraped around the edges of the sole in order to remove excessive instance of your reasoning, I'm baffled until you explain the process. And yet, I believe that my eyes are as good as yours. Quite so, he answered, lighting a cigarette and throwing himself down into an armchair. You see, but you do not observe. The distinction is clear. For example, you have frequently seen the steps which lead up from the hall to this room. Frequently. How often? Well, some hundreds of times. Then how many are there? How many? I don't know. Quite so, you have not observed, and yet you have seen. That is just my point. Now I know that there are 17 steps because I have both seen and observed. By the way, since you are interested in these little problems, and since you are good enough to chronicle one or two of my trifling experiences, you may be interested in this. He threw over a sheet of thick, pink-tinted newspaper which had been lying open upon the table. It came by the last post, said he. Read it aloud. The note was undated, without either signature or address. There will call upon you tonight at 7:45, it said. A gentleman who desires to consult you upon a matter of the very deepest moment. Your recent services to one of the royal houses of Europe have shown that you are one who may be safe.
Charles 172, vandalism, hospital burglary, 8811 Madison Avenue.
This account of you we have from all quarters.
Correct, 841, trade 239 and 148, residential alarm, 1222 Wood Drive, family room motion.
This is indeed a mission.
172.
734.
Imagine that it
You're gonna 52 front log on today.
yet. It is a account
Yeah,
of
okay.
the horizon.
There's not. Yeah, 152, 133, and 152. Over second person for community corrections, 4629, Brown Lake Road, Urban G's and George. 725 minutes, victim in suspect information in the run. Suspect went into exclusion zone, 4750 north, 2750.
My companion's processes. Such a paper could
Let's use it 734.
packet. It is peculiarly
Sure,
sharp
fine.
and stiff.
And 152, subject.
That is the very word, said Holmes.
Okay.
It is not an English paper at all. Hold it up to the light. I did so, and I saw a large E with a small g, the P, and a large G with a small t, woven into the texture of the paper. What do you make of that?
Piece them together.
Asked Holmes. The name of the maker, no doubt, or his monogram rather. Not at all. The G with the small t stands for Gesellschaft, which is German for company. It is a customary contraction like R, co. P, of course, stands for papier. Now, e.g., let us glance at our continental gazetteer. He took down a heavy brown volume from his shelves. Iglo, Iglonitz, here we are, Egria. It is in a German-speaking country, in Bohemia, not far from Carlsbad. Remarkable as being the scene of the death of Wallenstein, and for its numerous glass factories and paper mills. My boy, what do you make of that? His eyes sparkled, and he sent up a great blue triumphant cloud from his cigarette. The paper was made in Bohemia, I said. Precisely. And the man who wrote the note is a German. Do you note the peculiar construction of the sentence? This account of you we have from all quarters received. A Frenchman or a Russian could not
Okay.
do that. It is the German who is so
Adam, what's from the 80s, brother?
verbs. It only remains, therefore, to discover what is wanted by this German, who writes upon
Air
Bohemian
120.
paper and prefers wearing a mask to showing his face. And here he comes, if I am not mistaken, to resolve all of our doubts. As he spoke, there was a sharp sound of horses' hoofs and grating wheels against the curb, followed by a sharp pull at the bell. Holmes whistled. Prepare by the sound, said he. Yes, he continued, glancing out of the window. A nice little brougham and a pair of beauties, 150 guineas apiece. There's money in this case, Watson, if there's nothing else.
So is that the
I think that I'd better go, Holmes.
631.
Stay where you are. I'm lost without my Boswell, and this promises to be interesting.
one tonight? For the phone door, we go to the height.
For your client. Never mind.
736.
Find me when you help, and so may he. There he comes. Sit down in that armchair, Doctor, and give us your best attention. A slow and heavy step which had been heard upon the stairs and in the passage paused immediately outside the door. Then a loud and authoritative tap. Come in, said Holmes. A man entered who could hardly have been less than 6 feet 6 inches in height, with the chest and limbs of a Hercules. His dress was rich with the richness which would
sure 143.
apparently been adjusting at that very moment. His hand was still raised to it as he entered. From the lower part of
I have not notified a phone number for the 3306 where it came from.
thick hanging lip and a long streak
Well, that's fine, we'll knock out the
suggestive of resolution.
Get this guy put there.
Of obstinacy. You had my note, he asked with a deep, harsh voice and a strongly marked German accent. I told you that I would call. He looked from one to the other of us as if uncertain which to address. Pray take a seat, said Holmes. This is my friend and colleague, Dr. Watson, who is occasionally good enough to help me in my cases. Whom have I the honor to address? You may address me as Count von Kram, the Bohemian nobleman. I understand that this gentleman, your friend, is a man of honor and discretion, whom I may trust with a matter of the most extreme importance. If not, I should much prefer to communicate with you alone. I rose to go, but Holmes caught me by the wrist and pushed me back into the chair. It is both, or none, said he. You may say before this gentleman anything which you may say to me. The Count shrugged his broad shoulders. Then I must begin, said he, by binding you both to absolute secrecy for 2 years. At the end of that time, the matter will be of no importance. At present, it is not too much to say that it is of such weight, it may have an influence upon European history. I promise, said Holmes, and I. You will excuse this mask, continued our strange visitor. The august person who employs me wishes his agent to be unknown to you.
One,
I
two,
may
one,
confess at once that the title by which I have just called myself is not exactly my own. I was aware of it, said Holmes dryly. The circumstances are of great delicacy, and every precaution has to be taken to quench what might grow to be an immense scandal and seriously compromise one of the reigning families of Europe. To speak plainly, the matter implicates the great house of Ormstein, hereditary kings of Bohemia. I was also aware of that, murmured Holmes, settling himself down in his armchair and closing his eyes. Our visitor glanced with some apparent surprise.
I was like that good.
The man who had been no doubt depicted to him as the most incisive reasoner and
That's right, that's it.
energetic agent in Europe. Holmes slowly reopened his eyes and looked impatiently at his gigantic client. If your Majesty were to condescend to state your case, he remarked, I should be better able to advise you. The man sprang from his chair and paced up and down the room in uncontrollable agitation. Then, with a gesture of desperation, he tore the mask from his face and hurled it upon me.
Charles 169, 241, business alarm, 8055, US 31 at the Beckford.
Why indeed?
Charles 169, check it.
Your Majesty had not
Oh,
spoken before I was aware that I was addressing
You got two from the last ocean.
Sigismund von Ormstein.
Cincinnati, this would be 13, Bigger 157, Bigger 145, Bigger 157, Bigger 145, check the welfare of person. 1500 block of more tuxedo, 1500 block of more tuxedo. Collar face with a black crown bed, running. Face to the driver sleeping inside. The light and checked out. Been sitting there for 45 minutes. $1,500, $3,500 each.
Complex 741.
Bigger 157 and 741, bigger 145 centigrade.
You start, federal, one set, 3,
Well, so what do you ask?
741.
Some 5 years ago, during a lengthy visit to Warsaw, I made the acquaintance of the well-known adventuress, Irene Adler. The name is no doubt familiar to you. Kindly look her up in my index, Doctor, murmured Holmes without opening his eyes. For many years he had adopted a system of docketing all paragraphs concerning men and things, so that it was difficult to name a subject or a person on which he could not at once furnish information. In this case, I found her biography sandwiched in
I know.
The King of Scandinavia.
What I
The
want.
strict principles of her family. She is herself the very soul of delicacy, a shadow of a
Yeah, but, try to call him back, double check the numbers on there.
and Irene threatens to send them a photograph.
I was mentioning I did put the B&B photo in the room.
She will do it.
The church is 2,200.
She has the face of the most beautiful woman and the mind of the most resolute of men. Rather than I should marry another woman, there are no lengths to which she would not go. None. You are sure that she has not sent it yet? I am sure. And why? Because she has said that she would send it on the day when the betrothal was publicly proclaimed, and that will be next Monday. Oh, then we have 3 days yet, said Holmes with a yawn. That is very fortunate, as I have 1 or 2 matters of importance to look into just at present. Your Majesty will, of course, stay in London for the present. Certainly. You'll find me at the Langham under the name of Count von Cram. Then I shall drop you a line to let you know how we progress. Pray,
Thank you.
sir, I shall be all anxiety. Then, as to money, you have carte blanche. Absolutely. I tell you that I would give one of my provinces of my kingdom to have that photograph. And for present expenses. The king took a heavy chamois leather bag from under his cloak and laid it on the table. There are 300 pounds in gold and 700 in notes, he said. Holmes scribbled a receipt on a sheet of his notebook and handed it to him. And Mademoiselle's address, he asked. Riley Lodge, Serpentine Avenue, St. John's Wood. Holmes took a note of it. One other question, said he. Was the photograph a cabinet? It was. Then good night, Your Majesty. And I trust that we shall soon have some good news for you. And good night, Watson, he added, as the wheels of the royal brougham rolled down the street. If you will be good enough to call tomorrow afternoon at 3 o'clock, I should like to chat this little matter over with you. At 3 o'clock precisely, I was at Baker Street, but Holmes had not yet returned. The landlady informed me that he had left the house shortly after 8 o'clock in the morning. I sat down beside the fire, however, with the intention of awaiting him, however long he might be. I was already deeply interested in his inquiry, though I was surrounded by none of the grim and strange features which were associated with the 2 crimes I had already recorded. The nature of the case and the exalted station of his client gave it a character of its own. Indeed, apart from the nature of the investigation which my friend had on hand, there was something in his masterly grasp of the situation and his keen, incisive reasoning, which made it a pleasure to me to study his system of work and to follow the quick, subtle methods by which he disentangled the most inextricable mysteries. So accustomed was I to his invariable success that the very possibility of his failing had ceased to enter into my head. It was close upon 4 before the door opened, and a drunken-looking groom, ill-kempt and side-whiskered with an inflamed face and disreputable clothes, walked into the room. Accustomed as I was to my friend's amazing powers in the use of disguises, I had to look 3 times before I was certain it was indeed he. With a nod, he vanished into the bedroom. Whence he emerged in 5 minutes, tweed-suited and respectable as of old. Putting his hands into his pockets, he stretched out his legs in front of the fire and laughed heartily for some minutes. Well, really, he cried,
Park B21, Frank 136 and 156, trouble with person, 2606 Lafayette Road at O'Reilly Auto. Black made a hat and a white long sleeve shirt and bike. Is heading towards 16. He's tried to steal items and threatened to shoot up the store.
What's that, bro?
No,
And what if Irene Adler asked? Oh, she has turned all the men's heads down in that part. She is the daintiest thing under a bonnet on this planet. So say the serpentine muse to a man. She lives quietly, sings at concerts, drives out at 5 every day and returns at 7 sharp for dinner. Seldom goes out at other times except when she sings. Has only one male visitor, but a good deal of him. Dark, handsome, and dashing, never calls less than once a day and often twice. He is a Mr. Godfrey Norton of the Inner Temple. See the advantages of a catman.
5-7, that's a crew for another issue.
A dozen times from the serpentine muse and knew all about him. When I had listened to all they had to tell, I began to walk up and down near Bridie Lodge once more, and to think over my plan of campaign. This Godfrey Norton was evidently an important factor in the matter. A lawyer, that sounded ominous. What was the relation between them? What was the object of his repeated visits? Was she his client, his friend, his mistress? If the former, she had probably transferred the photograph to his keeping. If the latter, was less likely. On the issue of this question depended whether I should continue my work at Bridie Lodge or turn my attention to the gentleman's chambers in the temple. It was a delicate point.
City one, information only, pending ED inland accident. 25, City 1, US 31, in between the Hooters and the Petco. There's a black Ford truck that struck a blue Honda Accord, fled southbound on Shelby Street, information only.
Remarkably handsome,
71.
dark, aquiline, and moustached. Evidently the man of whom I had heard. He appeared to be in a great hurry. Shouted to the cabman to wait and brushed past the maid who opened the door with the air of a man who was thoroughly at home. He was in the house about half an hour and I could catch glimpses of him in the windows of the sitting room, pacing up and down, talking excitedly and waving his arms. Of her I could see nothing. Presently he emerged looking even more flurried.
957 49
As he stepped up to the cab, he wanted to watch his pockets pointed earnestly. Drive like the devil, he shouted first to Gross and Hankey's in Regent Street and then the Church of St. Monica.
952 Claire.
Half a guinea if you do it in 20 minutes. Away they went,
752.
and I was just wondering whether I should not do well to follow them, when up the lane came a neat little landau, the coachman with his coat only half buttoned, and his tie under his ear, while all the tags of his harness were sticking out of the buckles. It hadn't pulled up before she shot out the hall door and into it. I only caught a glimpse of her at the moment, but she was a lovely woman, with a face that a man might die for. The Church of St. Monica, John, she cried, and half a sovereign if you reach it in 20 minutes. find some informality about their license, the clergy would absolutely refuse to marry them without a witness of some sort, and that my lucky appearance saved the bridegroom from having to sally out into the streets in search of a best man. The bride gave me a sovereign, and I mean to wear it on my watch chain, in memory of the occasion. It is a very unexpected turn of affairs, said I. And what then? Well, I found my plans very seriously menaced. It looked as if the pair might make an immediate departure, and so much
Try to take
energetic measures on my part.
1331.
At the church door, however, they separated. He driving back to the temple, and she to her own house.
Westbound on Harvard and
As usual, she said as she left.
755.
I heard no more. They drove away in different directions, and I went off to make my own arrangements, which are
283 Charles and Charles. Yeah, I can play that conduct.
I'm too busy to think of food, and I'm likely to be busier still this evening. By the way, Doctor, I shall want your cooperation.
I know
I
it's
shall be
going.
delighted.
That is
You
live
don't mind
on
breaking the
YouTube,
law,
live on YouTube,
not
all
in the
night long.
least, nor running a chance of arrest. Not in a good cause. Oh, the cause is excellent. Then I'm your man. I was sure that I might rely on you. But what is it you wish? When Mrs. Turner has brought in the tray, I will make it clear to you
No,
now.
crap.
He said as he turned doubtfully on the simple fare that our landlady had provided.
Did you change something? Did you turn something on? Did you mess with something?
It's nearly 5 now. In 2 hours we must be on the scene
Did
of
you turn
action.
it off? Did you
Miss
mess with
Irene or
anything
Madame
else?
Roller returns from her drive at 7.
Alright.
We must be at Riding Lodge to meet her.
Must have just went off.
Just leave that to me. I've already arranged what is to occur. There's only one point on which I must insist.
Good morning,
I will not
TV.
interfere.
45 minutes.
You understand?
Attention East District 11, Baker 145, Baker 136, Baker 145, Baker 136, welfare check of the child, 526 Warren Oriental Street. White female, possible teenager asleep on porch. 500 more.
I'll take care of it. Good.
Yes.
But
Oh, that's daddy, yeah.
The vehicle blocking at 11039 Hickory Lake Lane. 136.
Baker 145, Baker 136, attendant to G6 caller said she's never seen her before.
Watch out.
1331. Active negative on a black 2007 Honda Civic, registered to a maximum for that last fourth of VIN 3109.
Yes, sir. Hold on. Let me fix this. Let me turn. Let's see what. Lady, y'all. Peace, love, and chicken grease.